Let me post on Discord. There. All right, we're good. Morning, Tam. 90 10 41. Any actives? Oops.
Not at this present time, I don't believe.
Confirm.
He is not
Good
gonna
morning.
about this, Nikki. Oh, hey, Rhodes.
What? Huh? But what was that?
McQuillan
Are you with
McQuillan
Nikki?
Died. McQuillan died.
I'm aware.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
Do you know
aware.
about everything that took place after?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if I should tell you. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't.
Peters,
do this right
I've
now.
been on duty for all of 2 minutes. Do not ruin my fucking mood.
Well, listen, it's a beautiful day. I heard it's not supposed to rain today, Rhodes.
But huh?
You said not to ruin your mood, so I'm telling you about how it's going to be beautiful and sunny outside.
Oh my gosh, wait. Did Ruth's announcement get taken down?
Yeah.
It did.
I don't understand why.
Let me read my text with Ruth. Ruth, people don't like your announcement of McQuillan. They feel it lacks emotion. Do you know what she added?
Yeah, crying face emoji.
2 emojis. Yep. It was a single sentence, and I told her that she probably requires sensitivity training. And now I look at this is the announcement I expected.
Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. I'm getting it. You want to write up front, Nikki? I'm going to use Bean's teapot to make a coffee. Anyway,
Where is Nikki?
Oh, you don't want to talk to her. You don't want to talk to her.
Why do I want to talk to her? No, you know what I do. Where's Nikki?
You said, oh god. Okay, we're in the parking lot of MRPD.
Hi, Crystal.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Dasher's brewing some coffee. I could use some.
Yeah, I need some too.
You in the Buffalo?
Hi.
Hey.
Good morning.
Hey,
wow,
who?
You sound amazing.
The fuck does that mean, Nikki? You're sounding like a real bitch right now.
What? Don't make me shit talk, okay? In front of these others.
Pussy.
Listen, am I in trouble again? Why do you want to talk to me?
But I don't want to talk to you, actually.
Thank fucking God. Holy shit.
God,
Okay.
Peter's implied you
He
had stuff
doesn't-
to say.
He doesn't know.
Me?
He doesn't know about yesterday.
Okay, well, we can't talk to him till Albert comes, okay? He has to stay in the dark because it's clearly
No. What the fuck
Davenport has
happened?
to be there too. I cannot say, it's not my place to say it, okay? I'm sorry, Rhodes. Everyone's gotta be there, okay? This is serious.
Someone explain to me what the fuck is going on.
I might have to do it in private later.
I think I
when you've
have
had a
to.
good day.
I think I need to have a chat with just you and Beans and King because you guys are my direct superiors. But yeah, I think we need to have a big chat.
You can just tell Peters to fuck off.
I will.
No,
I'll go fuck off.
actually
I'll go
no,
fuck off.
Peters. No. Actually no, Peters has to be there because he's my friend, and I do confide with friends. Okay, I do have a personal life, and I do have emotions, and I do talk to my friends, and he's my friend. Okay, he is my goddamn friend, and we're not gonna kick him out. We're not gonna give him the ruby tree.
Kind of weird that you are. He's the only name in this car that was not mentioned in your list of people who need to be there.
And Vivian,
did do that,
she's a
Nikki.
very good friend of mine too. You know, she's been like every time I drive and the seats are wet, she cleans them up because she knows I'm pregnant.
I like Fib. I like Fib. We've had our
She's
disagreements
very
on this, but
nice.
I actually really
She
like
was
Fib.
actually doing a car wash the other day because she said you've leaked everywhere, and I was like, so what?
Speaking of car wash, never mind.
Oh, what's wrong with my car, Rhodes?
What's wrong
No,
with the car?
no, it's just I was gonna suggest maybe we do community outreach and we do a car wash, but that's how someone
Yes!
died.
What?
He was-
When?
He wasn't allowed to wear his oh gosh, what was it?
Who fucking died during the car wash? Who
It
was
wasn't during the
picnic?
car wash, but it was like he was told no and then died. So now it's just like a cloud just looming over. Nikki, what the fuck happened?
Why? What happened?
Oh, he doesn't know.
Wait, what do you know?
I don't know anything. I was gone
Well-
yesterday.
Yeah, you took the worst day to fucking day off, Mr. Chief.
Maxwell's not happy with me.
I mean,
What happened?
No, we gotta wait for King. I don't want to repeat myself. I think this has to be with everyone. We cannot, Peters.
What?
No
What?
spoilers.
Is King even coming on duty today?
I don't know. Either way, we'll give him half an hour. How about that? Did you
You-
have your breakfast, Rose?
I don't want to talk about it.
Let me get some iPhone.
I don't want to talk about it. Now I want
Okay.
coffee, and I don't have coffee.
Okay, well,
I
we
do.
don't talk
I
about
do.
it.
I'm gonna.
I
I
do.
might use Bean's tea kettle back here to brew my coffee.
Instant coffee.
Rose, what perfume did you use today? You're smelling very nice.
The same that I use
I'm gonna
every
say-
day.
I'm gonna say it in front. I'm gonna say it. Okay. Ruby brought some grievances.
Shut!
to me.
No!
You don't even know about
no.
this. You don't even
Wait,
know about this.
Okay, tell me.
Just about maybe I should wait for Moss.
Oh, yes, you should.
She brought it to
Mm.
Moss and I. And,
I mean, should we? I mean, she's gonna come around, right? It's Monday.
she might. She might because it's a holiday.
It is a holiday.
Oh no, Albert King's not waking up today.
What?
Why
It's
wouldn't
not-
he?
What? He would. He comes on
It's
duty every
President's
day.
Day, you know.
Yeah, but it's
named
not King's
after-
Day.
What's the President's Day? What the fuck, America? Wait, explain me that sentiment, please. I don't want to be
What do you
insensitive,
wanna know
but
about
I've
it?
been everything.
Listen, history's not my finest
We're
subject.
honoring George
Wait,
Washington's
Crystal,
birthday.
Crystal.
Damn. Okay, so back. Can we talk about what happened, please? Why am I in the
Which
dark?
part? Which part?
Yes,
Which one?
all of it.
Okay. We don't know what to talk about if you say that.
I think
Okay,
we
start
wait
at the
for King.
beginning.
Well, I don't know if I
had a-
think I might need to do it in private. I think it might just need to be Moss.
No. It doesn't have to be a private thing, Peters. You know, if you talk in private, then it's gonna be like 3-4 iterations of the same conversation. You know that. We can't have that. No.
Someone tell me what the fuck is going on.
Well, I will say that there's beef between Ruby and Maxwell.
Okay, another day that ends in Y.
No. I feel for that woman. I don't know how you guys don't.
Crystal!
Crystal,
It just
who
be-
did this?
it just-
There's your head still on?
I feel like it's falling off.
What? What? Hold on.
There's no EMS.
Watch out.
I'll bring this to the hospital.
This? Me? This?
No, the car.
Okay, Claire, your head's back on.
Thank you. Oh,
She's dead.
3717.
Oh, hero.
No. Is she?
oh, no.
Crystal?
Oh,
Crystal?
yeah, her head's
Why is
okay.
she not talking?
Hey,
Why
I'm
is she not
here.
talking?
Hey, I'm here. I'm
Can anyone hear her?
Nikki,
I
can you hear
cannot
me?
Yeah.
hear her.
I can't hear.
I cannot hear
Oh
her.
no,
Hey,
she
I'm
got in the.
alive.
No.
Got
She got
What
What did
McQuillan.
you just do? Crystal, I can hear you.
It's okay. Oh,
We were kidding. Don't worry.
God damn it, chef.
you're real.
Jeff.
The guys,
Welcome.
my chef.
guys,
Welcome
not
on the
after you guys are ruining whatever the fuck it is you want to talk about with me.
We're waiting for Albert King
Why can I not get a heads up?
because we're gonna have to tell it 7 times otherwise.
And I at least want to be prepared.
No, you don't.
29076 CMC. Got the 13 Bravo. Crystal.
Can I listen in?
King, is that you?
Yeah.
A firm. I think we need to have a chat. I don't know what about.
Are you finally demoting me?
Negative.
Right. I mean, so.
Ah, bro.
Crystal, I don't know what's going on, but they keep telling me something happened yesterday and
Yesterday.
Yeah,
Yesterday or not 2 days ago?
well, I heard about the McQuillan stuff.
You had your breakfast?
So maybe something else.
I've been up since 4 a.m. Don't get me fucking started.
Well,
Okay, I need you to make
Oh,
sure
no,
that you are
I'm
safe
thinking
and sound and
you pushed
healthy.
the CVPI thing. Shift 2 as
I am
well.
not healthy.
How's that
I'm
going?
seeing it's been going really well with
Should have a
shift
chat. That.
1 and
Oh, I said
3.
that over the radio. Sorry.
Yeah. But shift 2 is
We're
really
having a
doing
chat.
it. We're doing it for laundromats, but that happens like once a day. It happens.
So it's
like-
very
Not-
infrequent.
One activated
Yeah,
with the
yeah.
black
So
and
it's not
colored
enough
sports car
for us to
heading
kind of
eastbound
see
Indian
change.
Drive.
That makes
You know,
sense.
not enough results.
one time's
because
off
Yeah.
five.
There's only one
I
call
believe
that
it's a
we're
local
fine.
stolen.
But
Got it.
From what I've heard, the groups, like criminals wise and from cops, been
Talking about
very
westbound on Didier now. She's right over.
receptive to,
She's
like,
trying
I
to
really-
run over
they like it a
cats.
lot. You know, it's officers who don't really get the opportunity, like cadets and officers who aren't pursuit drivers. You know, the opportunity to drive, and it's more lighthearted and
Oh, the cat's okay.
like, you know, it's light
Still,
and fun
westbound
compared
Didier.
to a sweaty, fast
Cleared and
chase.
stolen.
Exactly. Yep. I'm
yeah,
picking
so-
up what you're putting down.
There's some people who do have concerns with it shift too, but I think they should just. We're not gonna see change if we don't make the change. And
That's
it's gonna-
true.
It'll be a good.
We can put our best foot forward and try, but
And if it
you
doesn't
know.
work,
She's running over
Hey,
another
it
cat.
doesn't
Yeah,
work.
exactly. At least we tried.
we won't know till we try. Exactly. I know change is scary and all that, but from what I've seen, Matt, it is worth it.
Right, westbound
I
is perfect.
agree, and I say that as someone who has seen much of the past and
Left,
a lot of
southbound,
no doctor,
uh,
and people's unwillingness to change. And even I was
Yeah.
hesitant, right? But I'm never gonna say no. Let's not try it.
Run over cats.
I
Right,
talked to a
eastbound,
bunch of
perfect.
officers and like some groups, like people around groups around shift 2, Hounds, ADMC, Vagos, Habibis. They're all like they said they're willing to, and some groups are like want to see that. They think some groups think they should criminals should respond in local cars. It's just hard for them to do that when like there's that probably just
what
like
did
one
you just
buffalo
do?
knowing that they're never going to probably escape.
Left, south,
Yeah.
south,
You
that
know?
way,
So
Yep.
to make change, we gotta
Course.
take that step first sometimes.
I agree.
Even if it's rough at the start.
I
Okay,
agree.
bye.
Have you check in?
Yeah.
Your
Way
car
under.
will be out front.
To Boulevard Del Perro, crossing to your southbound. Left, eastbound, Eastbourne. Right in the alleyway.
Give me
Are
a
you
moment. I
ready?
just need to wait for Crystal to come out. I don't want her to get jebbed.
Okay.
Hmm.
Oh, good
Now,
one.
again in the alleyway, parallel to Portola.
What do you mean, good one?
Because I never thought about that.
Right, southbound.
Let me go watch the other exit just in case.
Left, eastbound, Dorset. Puerto Las Lagunas.
Jordan, thank you for the 59 months. I
Left,
appreciate it.
Northbound San Vitus. 22 left. You turn eastbound Dorset.
Hmm. I was just making sure you didn't get jebbed, so I was watching the exits.
Pedestrians too.
We're good.
I appreciate that.
Your car's out front. We might be having a meeting. I'm uncertain.
Now listen.
Is Crystal supposed to be at the meeting?
Yes, she's the captain. Yes.
Open up PBS on
Perfect.
her.
Mission row. To mission row.
Okay.
Okay, have y'all seen?
Confirm.
I had people come with a little bit of furniture yesterday. No, the day before. on the second but realistically third
Wait,
floor
I
of Mission
saw
Row,
that.
and the little like opposite of the white couch. There's now 2 white couches facing each other, so you can actually speak with more than just 2, maybe 3 people. Also, the chief's office is soundproof.
Oh, we should go see
Onto the Pearl Freeway.
Let's test out the new office.
East.
Oh my gosh, she's super happy.
Hold, Davenport, hold.
Oh, I've already read the retarded
it's just
report that's
super
up.
cool.
Let's go, Davenport.
Hi, Rhodes. Good to see you.
Morning. I would say good morning, but you know, I guess it
We're right behind you.
really depends on how things go.
It's time to test that jar of jelly beans.
Has anyone got any food?
No.
Heaps in the fridge too.
Oh, there is. I'll grab some of the fridge.
Yeah.
We're out.
What's up, Bean? Welcome back.
Almost 100 combos.
How's it going, gang?
Oh my gosh, grab my combos for the day.
Speaking of roads,
Last seen southbound Elysian.
Don't know, lock.
Come on, Claire.
No.
there's
I was
one more
I was
change
watching
I'm thinking-
intently.
I'm thinking would be good.
Oh,
but
it's
it'll be
cosmetic
rough.
by Kylie Jenner.
Whatever it is, Crystal, we give it a try.
We have a here.
I mean-
Office. Is it?
Yeah,
Is it
it's
safe?
soundproof now. Yes.
What?
Right near the train yard.
You guys heard that? You heard him, and then door closed.
Yeah,
Bam,
it's like,
nothing.
wow.
Okay.
Formula One race.
That's how it should be.
What have I missed? I've been away for 2 days.
Wait, then how come? Hello? I'm being told we have to wait for King. Otherwise, we're gonna have to. If he wasn't
That's
even
'cause I
around,
crash out
what?
if they're on proper communications, that's why. Everyone knows that.
Everybody knows that.
Okay. Can someone tell
break.
me what? I
Bean,
took one
Bean.
day off.
Please sit.
One day
I'm
off.
sitting.
Okay.
Why? What's wrong?
I
Nikki?
know McQuillan
Looks
is
like you were
dead.
stuck on the
What
roulette
what
table.
else have we? What else am I missing? It can't be more than that. That's the
Or do
worst
you
thing
want me
possible.
to
Do you
start?
want? Wait.
Okay,
I
well, let's go with timeline, okay? Because, well,
have it.
Nicolin was dead.
Okay. Maybe it's
Nicolin
on.
died, passed away. Rest in peace. It happened on Friday. There was a big martial operation, so units were limited. Saturday.
Hold up. Is the martial operation the reason why this
No.
happened? Why is that mentioned then?
No, I was just giving context because
Oh, okay.
it matters later on.
My bad. My bad. Shut up.
Saturday went by, and of course, people took days off because it was a big thing on Friday. People made their times. Anyway, Saturday was day off. Alana was
Can't
not around.
confirm.
Alana was not around. Maxwell was around. The involved parties that were involved in this, in issuing the DAPs and all, and Alana herself, they were not around, so no one actually took notice of it, and no one did anything. Okay, which is understandable. People are not around. Then it comes Sunday, which was yesterday. I was on duty. People were talking about there was no command report. There's no initiative being done. What's going to happen? And you know what? I was thinking of the same thing too, like how there's nothing happened because I know there's 2 DAPs on it. And I was speaking to Ruby about it, and I'm
Right.
like, okay,
Pause. 2
Hold on.
DAPs for what?
Well, you're missing.
Uh,
You're missing context on a bunch of stuff. You're kind of speed running this story.
okay, well, how about
Okay.
you go then?
Okay, so here's what happened. There's a martial operation on Friday night. Everybody's in the. Oh, thank God, Ruby's here. Okay. There's a martial operation Friday night. I got a whole timeline. I did a whole deep dive and investigation into it yesterday.
Nice.
I've submitted a report with my findings and the whole thing. But that being said, at the same time, a PPO decides to engage in a gang-related shooting while units are tied up at the vault. So there's slim numbers. They end up getting people detained. What ends up happening is Future comes back to save Forehead in this situation. Future is changed out. This is kind of relevant for information later, but Future is changed outfits allegedly. Does not have a weapon on him at this time. They are then taken into custody where suspects were processed for a gang-related shooting. Future Hendricks gets Alana Reviews to uncuff him and takes Alana hostage. You know about this?
Yeah, I know that.
Okay, so 78s are called. Hendrix wants to talk. So I'm reading. Actually, hold on 1 second. Hendrix wants to talk to the officers that ordered him to shoot because he likes to complain specifically about this situation because he was threatened to be shot when he didn't have a gun, even though, I think people saw him shooting. Hendrix then shoots reviews. Officers open fire into the cells. There are at least 13 officers in the cells in this situation. Only 2 of them restrained holding fire. Future shot down. And McQuillan died on scene. Fuck, what were you missing? Yeah, McQuillan died on scene.
Someone got dapped, two daps.
Yeah, so then moving forward, what ends up happening is Alana Reviews in that situation, Alana Reviews continues to be on duty during the whole time. I'm not sure her weapons aren't registered at the time. The BCSO officer, the only thing that came out of that at the time, which up until yesterday I have no idea if anything happened, but he had his class 2 cert removed. Alana received 2 daps for the situation.
Who issued those daps?
I believe it was
they were recommended by Bubba J, and then it
Who
was
the fuck is Bubba
approved.
J?
He's a shift
No.
2 senior.
No.
Oh, was it not? Okay.
No. Maxwell asked Bubba, have you ever dapped anyone before? She needs to be reprimanded for not having her weapon registry up to date. He filled out a scene report and she approved the daps.
Which ultimately what ended up happening in that situation is it was perceived that was the punishment for the whole situation. There was no There was no command report about it. There was nothing going on with that. There was the only report was that Alana Reviews didn't have her weapon registered at the time.
I'm actually baffled by that. It should have been immediate fired. Immediate.
Well, I think so. I brought that forward. I said at the very it should be suspension, and an investigation should have been conducted in this situation. I think Moss and I in the past are very big on that, especially since we dealt with the Cornwood situation. I don't know if you remember that, where Bobby Plod died. And the BCSO refused to suspend Cornwood pending the investigation, which is why Cassidy called me subhuman.
Oh yeah, shit.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, continue.
Yeah, so Peters, when
hold on, sorry. I just want to make sure I'm caught up.
Okay.
As of this point, Alana has been issued 2 DAPs for the sole purpose of not having
weapon
her. But is there anything regarding
until this point? Up until this point.
Okay. I'll let you continue.
Why does this department insist on protecting morons just 24/7? What's that all about?
Well, we're gonna get there.
Yeah, we're gonna get there.
Okay.
We're gonna get there. Okay, continue.
All right.
Okay.
Do I go or do you go?
No, I think let me do the report bit, okay? Because I did that. So then Peters was here yesterday and he was inquiring about it, and I looked at the report. Okay, there was actually no report about it, and there were marshals here too. Everyone was talking about it. You know what? So I was like, okay, well, let's deal with this today because there is no report.
Which report?
The command report. I made a very professional command report.
I responded to that professionally 5 minutes ago.
Thank you. So I made that report, and I was like, hey, what are we going to do with this? Because it feels like a training thing. There's more to that report. And Maxwell, I think, came on duty. She puts her comments in there, and then I had a chat with her. I was like, the whole point of report was because no one was taking initiative. People have taken days off. Alana has not been around. No one's been around to actually talk or initiate this process. So I made the report to do it. So,
but they had.
Sorry?
You just couldn't see the report. I was on duty on Saturday, the day after the event. I spent my whole time on shift interviewing all the officers, and I made a high command report. You just couldn't see that. And by the time I came on duty, the flippin' LSPD was on fire.
So I made that report.
Mission Row is on fire? Are we just talking?
No.
Things
I
are
would
just
know
okay.
Metaphorically.
Metaphorically. Yeah, when I made that report, I wasn't aware that Ruby has already done something because that was high command report. I can't
Mhm.
see that. Maxwell put in there like, why can't people just talk about it? So I was like, okay, we're doing a command meeting today. After the meeting, I put in the report, and we had that meeting. And yeah, did I miss something, Peters? Ruby?
I did go to Maxwell and asked. I said, "Hey, what's going on with this? Like, is she suspended? Like, there's a marshal that's died. There needs to be an investigation conducted." And it wasn't. I wasn't being an asshole. I just said it very matter of factly, and then I kind of got snapped at, and it was like, "Why do I have to do everything? Like, there were seniors on duty that could have taken care of it." And I said,
A senior?
I said
No.
well, I said respectfully is, and again, I did not give her any attitude or any pushback. I just said respectfully, ma'am, like that's kind of your job as ass chief, in this situation, especially if you're aware of everything that's going on. And it was it didn't go over too well. I mean, I just I stayed respectful, and I wasn't an asshole at all. But then we had the meeting after, and then you continue.
The meeting was very interesting.
Very interesting.
Very interesting. So as you can see, Erin Carter made herself lead on that report, and she was going to lead this investigation from her bed. She was not in town at the time, and she did all of that. So we were like, okay. I spoke to Maxwell, like when I was going to talk to her about something else. I told her, can we invite seniors because Peters is leading it? I would like to invite more seniors because, again, we're giving seniors the chance at the senior meeting. Anyway, she approved. I said, okay. I announced it in the meeting. Seniors can come. Then Aaron said no seniors allowed. So I made that clear, no seniors are allowed. Tyler Peters should be there because he is the co-lead or / lead with Aaron Carter. We went to the meeting room, the records room. Everyone comes. Mind you, Aaron and Maxwell were already in there. I don't know if they were having a chat or waiting for us. We went in there. Moss joined. Peters joined, and Aaron goes, Peters can't be here. We have to deal with command stuff. And I said, why? She said, because we have to deal with the command stuff first. And then, we talked about Alana's employment. We talked about, is the issue only her weapon registry? And I was dumbfounded by that comment, by the way, by that question. Then we talked about how, what did we talk about, Ruby? The third thing?
There were so many things. Multiple people recommended that she at least be suspended, pending the, looking into what happened, and it just didn't happen.
Yeah. Then, yes. Then.
Wait, were people opposed to the suspend? Like, to clarify, we're talking just a suspension pending,
Correct.
like the general outcome,
majority of people agreed that. In regard to employment, not just the situation that happened last night, that she should be released. But when we suggested at least a suspension, and then I believe somebody had emailed her to come on duty.
Is she shift 1?
Yes.
Yes.
She's fired. There you go. Done. Any objections?
No.
Nope.
Oh, good, done.
Thank you. Later on, yes, to that, when they were still continuing to talk about Alana, I interjected and I said, I'm sorry, don't want to be rude, but this is kind of rude because Tyler Peters is standing outside. He is a co-lead. We're literally talking about Alana. Why can he not be here? To that, they said...
He is his acting sergeant over the weekend, by the way. Don't know why they were saying that.
He's interim now, by the way, King.
And I told him...
fantastic. Okay.
I told him he's going to be sergeant anyway tomorrow. What's the holdup? To which Aaron said, oh, I hate it. He's dog shit. He's going to go inactive again.
Don't care.
It was December.
Don't care. Actually, don't care.
And then she went and grabbed Peters from outside, and then Peters came. And then we discussed about Alana. Even the discussion was sort of like, there were so many. This was Maxwell. Yeah, there were so many command members and seniors available. Why no one dealt with it? And why didn't the senior do anything? Why wasn't she at least suspended? That Moss stepped up and said, since when have you ever fucking suspended anyone by a senior? When has a senior suspended anyone? Never.
Well, yesterday I did.
Well, you did, but never before that, right?
Well, it shouldn't have been. It should have been. I think that's a completely separate issue. I think Maxwell should have suspended her, but
I mean, Maxwell, that's the whole point. When she's saying no one has done anything, this literally happened. Like, Maxwell and them were writing afterwards. The DAPs were issued by Maxwell. So, like, Maxwell is fully aware of the situation since the beginning. They were at McQuillan's deathbed.
Okay, go on.
Ruby, can you continue? Because I am, I don't want to go to the nuclear part.
There's a nuclear part?
Yeah, there's more.
It's getting worse.
Were any of you guys actually in the cells when this happened, or?
No.
So
I personally wasn't. I was on duty, but I wasn't in the
Ruby,
cells.
is this while we were in here?
I have really
So
been
yeah,
having time to
just
check.
so Rhodes, so you both Rhodes and I went off duty. The 78s was called. The shooting happened. Rhodes, you went home. I went down to the cells and I spoke with the 4 officers that were now dealing with Future. He was the last one to be prosecuted down in the cell. I said, hey guys, I'm about to go off duty. Everything good? Everything taken care of? What happened? They explained what happened. At that point, nobody knew that McQuillan had passed away. They had everything ready. I went off duty, and it was at that time the marshals ran in and said, McQuillan has passed away, send him on a hag. And from there on is when a bit of a mess happened. I know for certain from talking to D yesterday, to Gravy, to Bubba J. Sorry, I spoke to them on Saturday, that they found out about what happened to McQuillan. Then someone brought up the fact that there were weapons missing. Maxwell was talking with Bubba in regard to the weapons, but nothing was actually done to Alana. And then yesterday, Alana, someone must have asked her to come on duty. Multiple people said that she needs to be released based on multiple things, and that have kind of led up to this. And it was just deflection, and sort of multiple people said, this just needs to be done, and it just kept getting skirted around. And then, sorry, I just woke up, and then
You
there
and I
was
both.
a small altercation, shall we call it, Nikki?
No, before that. No. Before that, the skirt, it was so much deflection where I was just appalled.
Deflecting
to the
of
point where,
what point? What point is being deflected?
The deflection is, Alana is a brilliant PPO. I did her PPO eval. This was said by Erin. Her PPO eval went marvelously. Some sort of adjective was used, and I was like, okay. Then Peter asked, how is her weapon registry?
What did you just do?
How is that even not done? She was like, I don't know. It was done already. There was a mention of D when D trained her for class 2. There was there, but then Ruby said that D must have not checked because there was nothing in there. Then it was come down to it should be the MDT problem then. And Peters pointed out if it's an MDT problem, there should be at least a title of that report, because you make a title, the title sticks. The things don't stick, so the title sticks. To that, I said, then what's happening here? How is that an MDT issue? She said to me, not my problem, talk to the MDT guy. And to that I said, okay, cool. I'm not going to argue over that.
All we'd have to do is look at when she bought the guns to see how long she's had those for.
Well, her last time she updated her weapon registry was the 19th of December. Hasn't been updated since then, except for the night after McQuillan passed away.
Isn't December 19th when she was rehired? Question mark?
I think she's been hired longer than that.
Yes, she was hired in October, but she had to take an LOA.
Okay. And so she comes back from LOA. So she has a weapon registry that was updated in December. How is that? So has she lost her gun since?
Well, both the Glock and the Taser. She decided that she said that Maxwell told her you only have to register the last 4 digits of the Glock and the Taser.
What the fuck?
Anyway, you can look at it. Report 13405.
Okay. irrelevant to that, the entire weapon registry process is outlined in SOPs and is up to date. So I don't even know why it's a topic of discussion.
Well,
Restructure.
it did become the topic of discussion because
It
once again,
did.
we can't focus on one thing. We have to bring up all the other things to make sure that, it's not our fault.
Restructure.
Mhm.
Yellow
Now-
vests.
Now here's the thing, right?
Restructure.
You
So-
pansy.
Now, well, this is not Alana related, but this was very uncalled for. And I think I did also went overboard, but it was rightfully with the attitude that was given to me. Okay? Aaron was asserting her authority. She said, let's bring Alana. And I said, okay, let's go bring Alana. But Maxwell said, where are we going to take her? She said interrogation. To which I was like, clicked off because why are we treating her like a criminal at this time? She's an
May as well
internal
be.
matter. May as well be true. But again, we were treating this as internal matter. But bring her here. She's gonna see the command people anyway. You want to speak her out? She's already fucking spooked. She's probably losing her job. So what's the point? She's like, oh, this is my investigation.
No,
something
she
along
is
the
losing her
lines.
job. It's not a problem. She is. It's
yes.
happening.
I mean, at that time.
Oh, sorry.
Any, yeah. And she said, oh, you need to cut your attitude. I'm like, Missy, you need to fucking cut your fucking attitude because you're asserting your authority over all of this, okay? You're the
Wait, who
one
told you
giving
to
me
cut your
shit,
attitude?
Aaron. And I was just talking normally how I always
What
talk.
the fuck is going on?
Oh, it was spicy.
It
was
gets better.
spicy.
Wait, that's not even the best.
Oh, it gets
That's not
better.
the best
Oh, it
part.
gets
That's not the
better.
best
It gets
part.
better. It gets better.
I said that and I meant it because that's how I talk. When I say things like that, I said it very confidently. I'm not backing down. I fucking said that. And then she told me to simmer down. I'm like, no, you need to fucking simmer down because you're giving me that energy. Maxwell said, get out. You need to go off duty right now. Hey, Ruby. Me.
Well, she'd love to send Ruby off duty. I'll
Maxwell.
say Ruby.
Yes, Maxwell told me to get off duty, and to that I said, no, ma'am, I want to stay and be involved in this. I'm going to go grab Alana now. She said, no, you're going off duty. I brought Alana in, and I was like, okay, let's do this. She said, she took Alana in a corner, and she told me, Nikki, you're going off duty. And to that I said, okay, is this an official order? She said, yes, it is. I'm like, okay, please document this, and I moved out. And while leaving, I told Aaron that you are a failure. Your fucking PNT failed. And then she said, oh, I just got it back. I'm like, yeah, before that, you were still the goddamn PNT lead. Have a great day. And then I left. And I went off duty. And I was chased by Jets and a lot of other people. And the besties offered me teas and crumpets. It was a lovely time.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ruby.
Also,
I
that
don't know how
report
this
is
happened.
probably deleted. That
Sorry.
report is probably deleted or moved to high command. I don't know. There is no documentation.
Yes,
of
it
me
was
going off
moved.
duty.
I didn't realize, but it was moved to high command.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay. So, number one, let me just verify something before I say this. Regarding Alana, how long are we going to wait until she's no longer... Obviously, we're going with she's fired, right? But why did we wait so long to... This isn't a dig towards anyone here, but like...
No, I
she,
can answer that.
Please.
She is her schedule is scattered.
Okay.
On paper, she is shift 1. She was hired for shift 1. Pred rehired her. I believe that she did a PPO eval. I believe that about 10 days ago, Peach started her final eval. It's called final eval, or, she gets released. I don't believe that it was finished. Nothing was done. So it's been about 2 weeks. And once in a blue moon, she comes on duty and it happens to be in shift 2. I think the thing is that multiple of us yesterday in the command meeting said she just needs to be released. There's just a pattern. It's not good. And it's like the decision kept getting taken from us.
Ew, chat. Why do y'all think you have input regarding what's going on?
And let's do this and let's do that.
Gross.
And
Ew.
In the end, the meeting was just, you're all good to go now. And we're like, what? So
Well, I'll do you one better,
You do
Ruby.
it.
The thing is, she should have been as soon as that occurred, she should have been suspended pending the investigation. Not so. I think you're doing a disservice to the public by essentially her actions led to the death of a marshal. This is an if I'm looking at it from an objective opinion. Her and the BCSO officer should have been suspended immediately with everything that
Should have
happened.
just been fired straight away.
Well, I
Like,
think I think everybody is owed.
I
their
think we
due
can jump to that
diligence.
conclusion now, but like in the
Everybody's-
moment with the unknowns, yes, suspension is definitely the route to have gone.
And
I disagree. I
I-
disagree massively.
well, the suspension pending figuring out what actually happened is important. Well, yes, again,
Not really.
what do you mean?
Everyone saw what happened. She got kidnapped in the cells because she's fucking dumb. Got her gun stolen, and a marshal died. That's all we got to know.
Yes, but I think for the sake of I agree, but I still think that everybody's owed their due diligence, and we should look into it. Because if we take that perspective, like, I don't know, I think I do appreciate how firm-handed you are. You remind me of my father, who used to beat me.
Don't say that.
I'm just kidding. It was a joke. It's funny.
Oh
'cause
my
it's true.
god!
But anyway, I do think regardless, I know the place you're coming from, King. But again, I think that the least we could do for officers who are hired is look into the situations. And I think there's been situations in the past where I've been a part of, and people are just like, "Fucking fire Peters, just fucking fire Peters," and actually sitting down, having a conversation, doing all of that.
Come on
figuring
in,
out
come
what's
on
going
in.
on, and conducting the investigation is probably the right procedural thing to do.
I agree. If it wasn't Alana who had already been fired, rehired, expunged, did crime,
Yes,
re-expunged,
you know what?
I would
will,
agree.
I will grant you that. Regardless, it doesn't change the fact that she should have been suspended immediately and then continue to be on duty.
Christ.
With received 2 DAPs on duty. I mean, the same shit happened with the BCSO as well. I mean, Miguel, the person who shot the marshal, has only as of last night. I don't know if anything happened. I mean,
He
it's not
was
our-
on duty last night. BCSO did speak to him. I don't know the outcome.
It's like
If they're not charging you with manslaughter, everything else is irrelevant. If they're just
No,
going to
they're
ignore the
not.
fact that he killed, okay, all right.
I believe
This
he's
department
getting
and that
retraining.
department is fucked.
So
Good
regardless, yeah, that's I think people are owed the investigative side of things. It's more, and I understand where you're coming from, King. But the reality is, if I'm looking at it from an objective perspective, the second Pred hired her, like, we have to give her that due diligence. You know what I mean? She in my opinion, she never should have been rehired.
And at
especially
this
with the
point,
issues
we've
she's had in the
already
past.
concluded, just to make sure I'm on the same page here. This was a matter of both her weapon registry, which it doesn't have any relation to the actual situation at hand, but just procedurally something went wrong. The weapon registration and the fact that she ended up putting herself in a position in which she could have been robbed by someone who should have been unarmed and have had no opportunity to steal said firearm and still did. And that ultimately led to a overarching situation where McQuillan was killed. Even if not by the person, the all of this happened because that gun was stolen. Yeah, no,
So,
fired.
Yeah. I know we don't want to harp on about the weapon registry, but I'm pretty good on the MDT. I will just add, the weapon registry has not been updated. I did say December 19th, but I forgot to tell you it was 2024.
For Alana?
What?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm a little sleepy.
Holy fuck.
Okay.
Wake up,
See, it
Ruby,
gets even
lock
worse.
in.
Okay.
I'm just gonna
I
say
think-
something. Sorry, ma'am.
Go.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Oh no, sorry, ma'am. No, I will say something very controversial. I don't know.
Okay,
You go ahead.
you go
no,
to town.
No, you go, ma'am.
I
Okay,
was just
let-
going to say that I think there's more to it than 2 doors had to be unlocked. Actually, 3 cell doors had to be unlocked for this to happen. The first cell door is when you walk in and you uncuff the person because he was in a side cell. you know, and then once he had her over his shoulder, you know, she then unlocked the next door and then unlocked the next door and put multiple officers' lives. There's just
Did he have a weapon at this point?
not at that point. He only got the weapon.
Then why are we unlocking doors?
He only got the weapon from her once in the large cell, of which Aubrey Webster was sitting in the corner refusing to move. Now, the other thing is that the mayor, first of all, the marshals kicked the mayors out of the meeting because they didn't want them to know information. And Denzel said to me, "You do understand the whole city knows that a BCSO officer killed McQuillan."
Was that the meeting I was at the other day?
No, this was Saturday.
Another one?
I
You guys
said,
are
how
fucking
did
clueless. Oh my god.
I said, how did you? Oh, was it? I said, how do you know about that? And he goes, well, everyone's tweeting it out. They know that he was shot in the back of the head by a BCSO officer. They know everybody knows everything.
Bjorn knew about that. I talked to him yesterday. Apparently, Future's going around telling everyone. So
no,
so
Aubrey
an EMS
told
come to
everyone.
me today at an event early in shift 3 that there was stuff going on with the PD that cop shot another cop.
Wonderful. Okay.
Why the fuck? Is the marshal? Was it Vale that was fucking telling me, "Oh, you shouldn't say this in front of." The whole city already fucking knows, and they're more important. They're more worried about keeping information secret than talking about the fact that a fucking officer, or sorry, a marshal died because somebody's incompetent as fuck, and it goes back. The incompetence goes back a fucking year, maybe more. What the fuck are we doing? And we're actually interested in protecting Alana and discussing it and having a powwow about what exactly? About the fact she's fucking useless? About the fact that she's a liability? What the fuck are we going to talk about? Holy
she
shit.
had a brilliant PPO eval. Why don't you understand? She did great.
I said this the other day, Rhodes, but at least shift 1 hiring has got to be frozen. The entirety of P&T needs to be ripped the fuck apart. And we've got to start this shit again.
I did bring that up.
This is ridiculous. This is partially my fault because I've stayed out of P&T for such a long fucking time. But the stuff that I've heard going on recently is out fucking outrageous. There's clearly no actual standards for putting someone into a solo position. That was obvious to me the other day when I asked a solo cadet who said, and I quote, that they were the best of the best. Went up in front of the entire police department at the Shift 1 meeting and the mayor's office and the hospital staff, all kinds of people. I said, okay, what's probable cause? What was his response? I don't know. Then I find out there was another situation where an individual, I'm not going to say who, was actually, no, I am. Fuck it. It was Tinker who was put out on the street without being asked anything about legislation, probable cause, etc. TNT's got to be ripped apart now.
Oh yeah, Bruce can't prove that
Nikki.
PPO. Yeah,
the PPO eval. Oh, go on. You know it.
Yeah, the PPO eval was completed and was successful by Bruce Kent. And when I inquired, like, what was the successful part about it, because I don't see any check marks about his case laws and legislations, and he was like, "Oh, I didn't ask him because I was in a hurry, so we had to go." And I was
Thank God
like,
it's
"Oh,
not
okay."
our problem anymore. Holy shit.
Yeah, and then I told him again, "No, you're pulling him again, and you're doing an interview, and I want you to complete this, and then he's good to be a PPO." I told him that.
I think you got a yellow vest, everyone, even if it means everybody here's in a yellow vest, Rhodes.
Yes.
I'm not even kidding. I don't care about my own role
All going
currently.
for one on right now.
This is really
great.
This is so fucked. I can't even. It's stressing me out with how fucked it is. I just had a lovely weekend. And I've come back to an absolute nightmare.
I will say I think it's important to talk about P&T, but I think that P&T should be present when talking about this and talking about making changes to it, because I think we all have to remember Erin's only been the P&T head for a few days. She has to do a lot of work to, change things, and she hasn't even been given any time to do it, and we're already talking about just rip it apart.
She's been part of PNT for years, Daisy.
But wasn't she part of the PNT before Peach?
Oh, okay, but let's remember she was not the head until a few days ago. So she may have plans, and I think it would be a disservice to her and her potential plans to not have her in the room to allow her to talk about it, because she might be already addressing all these things. We don't know. but it is good to talk about it. But I think you need to then take this conversation and talk to her about it.
I agree with you. We definitely need to talk to her, but it needs to be a "Hey, we're restructuring PNT" conversation, not a "What are you going to do to fix this situation?" I think, I think Erin's fantastic. I'm not necessarily trying to blame her for the entire thing here, but we are doing a disservice to ourselves and to the city if we don't do something about PNT.
Erin's been the head
I
for
didn't
a
say it
couple
was.
days.
But
I
no,
didn't
Moss,
say it was.
that's incorrect. Peach was the head of PNT for shift 1 and shift 2. She delegated everything to Erin for shift 1 and delegated everything to Frodo for shift 2. So she has been involved. Is she the quote unquote leader? No. Is she probably going to make some changes? Yes, because she didn't have the authority to do it before. But she's been involved. She's been an active member of PNT for years.
You're right. Like
But
I wasn't
it's
saying that she hasn't been involved. I was just saying that maybe now that she's like a head, there are changes that she was planning to do.
And it's not just PNT, because PNT is supposed to work with command, and King, even you said it, you've kept your hands out of PNT, and here we are. A
Yeah.
lot of us in shift 2 over the last 4 months, we also backed the heck out of PNT because we didn't want to be involved with what was going on, and we also regret that as well.
Yeah,
I'll say this.
I don't think I think we just got to do something drastic and restructure the whole thing. I don't think sitting down and having a conversation about our expectations is with Erin is worth at this point. I respect her. I appreciate the work she's done, but we got to freshen up PNT completely. It's got to be done.
I agree with that.
I'll say this regarding PNT. It is PNT specifically, and I say this as someone who many years ago was involved in training cadets and whatnot, and I don't have that in me anymore, right? And I know a lot of people have that same stance.
Yep.
Finding someone who is willing to do the job, because let's not forget, when Peach was put into the position she was in, it wasn't a position that she was actively seeking. It was just Pred saying, I want Peach to be the person who's going to be ultimately in charge regarding PNT. Obviously, I don't think that's healthy. I don't think Peach is going to enjoy her job, which is why eventually we ended up having Peach step down from PNT entirely so that she could focus on the things that she actually wants to focus on. Because a month or two prior, she had expressed interest in having or stepping back from PNT. I'm not saying that Erin isn't fit. Do I think there needs to be drastic changes? Yes. In fact, I'm going to say something, and quite frankly, I don't care if it stays in this room. I don't care if it's told to other people. But I am very likely looking at some relatively drastic changes for the LSPD, just structurally.
Thank God.
I know that's not going to sit well with everyone. Trust me when I say I understand it's not going to be everyone's cup of tea. And if that results in anyone here or anyone in the department wanting to transfer because they lost their rank or whatever it may be, then so be it. It's not going to affect me in the slightest.
To the department that dapped somebody for killing a marshal. Yeah, do that, guys. Good idea. Great department. Really
Do I have?
It wasn't a dap. It was a class 2 weapons removal.
Oh, sorry, my mistake.
Do I have the exact outline of what I intend on doing? No. I can't just in a 24-hour period just whip something up and be like, this is going to be the new structure of the LSPD. I am very much so considering going back to a single captain for each shift. Maybe I will consider keeping 2 for each shift, especially for 1 and 2, just given the size and for coverage. But again, sort of up in the air, and I want to have conversations with people regarding that. Because I don't think I have all the answers. I think speaking to all of you very specifically regarding the day-to-day and what you guys feel is appropriate is important. But again, expect it sometime in the near future. I don't have an exact time frame, but there likely is going to be a I don't want to say restructure.
Good.
But
say what it is. It's a restructure.
Yeah, but do you want to know the issue? historically in the past, restructures have always been to address one or two people. This is more than that, unfortunately.
Addressing a
Format.
problem that was started fucking 2 years ago when this department opened, frankly.
Yeah. So, again, just understand that if anyone here, I don't know specifics, so I have no idea how this is going to go, and I will be speaking with people. Do not take any of what may happen here in the near future personally, if you do end up not in the same position, okay? I'm not going to sit here and scheme behind everyone's back and suddenly just shock everyone with, oh, hey, suddenly you're no longer command or high command or whatever the situation is. But I'm open to feedback regarding what, the format or structure you guys think is best for LSPD. I don't care if it's a one-on-one meeting with me. I don't care if it's us brainstorming ideas here while we have a good portion of command and high command. Again, I'm open to feedback, but I definitely am in agreement that something needs to change because this shit can't keep happening.
Good. Do it.
Thank
All of
you.
it. Just to say, if any of this goes outside of this room, I'll make sure you don't get rehired in the restructure. I will make sure of it, regardless of what rank I am. Thank you.
Okay. With that, I take back what I said. Maybe don't make people panic by telling them outside of this room.
Yeah, it's not a good
Don't-
idea.
No. Don't tell them. They're just going to
While we're all here, though, what?
I will ask. What about shift 2 command? Are we not?
I will ensure that I'm around. Again, this isn't going to be something that's going to happen overnight, and I will 1,000% be discussing with Shift 2 the exact same concerns.
Okay, I won't say anything.
So they're not going to be
I'll
excluded just because I'm typically not around. If there's going to be a fairly drastic change in the PD structure, then I'm absolutely going to make time to ensure that I speak with Command and High Command in Shift 2 to ensure that we are all on the same page, and that all concerns are, addressed appropriately. Because again, I sit here and go, wouldn't it be much simpler to have a single captain per shift? But with Shift 1 being sort of cut off a few hours in with the meeting, we all know that Shift 1 before the meeting and Shift 1 after the meeting are two fairly different things. Again, I'm open to ideas regarding structure, and if you guys are willing to have some of these conversations in this group setting, I'm all ears.
Don't have a completely stacked high command in one shift. It's dumb as hell. Fred adding 3 captains was one of the dumbest thing I think I saw him do. I still don't understand why he did it. I said, why do this? And then I get asked. I was asking because I needed more sergeants to be able to cover what we were dealing with, and I was told no. And Sergeant fucking Bobby was put in. Look how that went. I don't know.
Yep.
It needs to be a simple, streamlined structure with no bloat. It doesn't need to be any more difficult than that.
I agree.
think the biggest mistake I think people make sometimes with dealing with different rank structures in PDs is that they don't account for the fact that there'll always be some fucking idiot who's like, well, I want to move up because I've been here for a long time. And people just expect there to be space. As long as we aren't creating positions for nothing just because there's people at the same rank who haven't progressed because there's no room at that rank, I just don't want to see that happening. It's ass. Like just creating random fucking ranks for no reason. Ruby, I feel bad,
agree.
but your rank was definitely created for no reason. It should have just been captain or ass chief, or I don't know, 2 ass chiefs. I don't fucking know.
Well, here we are.
Yeah,
it's true.
Can I also say something? Can we have people that will actually respect their other fellow high command members? Because I've seen some shit yesterday, and that was so uncalled for. Like, holy fucking shit. Like, same team, you're not opposing, And quite frankly, another high command member shouldn't be asking another high command member to leave the command meeting or the command talk that is about to happen, or be having other high command meetings without that high command present that is currently on duty that leads the shift.
Yeah,
was
that should
uncalled for.
that shouldn't happen.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What you got, Bean?
No, I was just agreeing with Nikki.
Oh, okay.
That shit's bullshit. And I also agree with King. We shouldn't have more members of a certain rank. Like, say, we shouldn't have 12 lieutenants and only 2 sergeants. It should be the other way around.
Yeah,
I'm
agreed.
not saying we should have 12 sergeants, but it should be a pyramid of a quote-unquote dictator at the top, and it trickles down.
I think
kitchen is not a good idea.
I think the interesting bit in all this is many years ago, when I was BCSO, when the BCSO was not the IT department, and then it got bigger and bigger and bigger under Pred and I, and then outscaled the LSPD fairly drastically. I'll never forget the conversation I had with Angel specifically, who said something to the extent of, who would have thought that the LSPD at the time, and again, we were PBSO, who would have thought that the LSPD would be a top-heavy entity that's falling apart, and blah, blah, blah. And here we are, sort of being a rerun to some degree. Not exactly, but again, I just ask that people, a few things. Number one, we should not, this is semi on topic, but obviously some people have recently transferred to other departments. I'm a firm belief that if someone wants to transfer, let them. I don't want to hold anyone back and where they feel that they are best, right? Ultimately, we're still going to be working alongside these people. While I may not agree with some of the things that have occurred with the marshals, I'm a firm stance that at the end of the day, we have to work alongside them, and there's no reason to try to sour that relationship further. Same thing with the BCSO. I have no issues with people in the BCSO, and we should not have issues with the BCSO. There should not be an us versus them. Those things I'm going to hold firm on, because again, we have to work alongside these people day in, day out. There's no reason to sour that relation. I've spoken to Brian recently, just as a heads up. From my understanding, they are not pushing an impeachment. I'm assuming as a result, they're not pushing any charges against me regarding any of the prior stuff, and I think we're approaching the 30-day period anyways.
Good.
I've also had a conversation with JJ. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to speak with Denzel. Me being in this position was going to be on a very temporary basis. Until the conclusion of all things regarding the impeachment and whatnot. I have since then expressed interest in holding this position, and I originally said not on a super long-term basis, and JJ specifically asked me, well, if you're going to dedicate to it for, say, a month or two, why not just dedicate to the whole term? To which I'm not opposed to. So I anticipate holding this position for at least a few more months, minimum. It's not to say I won't consider something longer afterwards. But again, at minimum, I do intend on holding this position. Again, things are...
Can I ask, has that been approved by the mayor?
What do you mean?
Is that solid that you're staying as chief?
Well, here's the tricky part. My last conversation with the mayor himself was us discussing in the event where I am no longer chief of police how he should go about selecting a new one.
Okay.
From my understanding, just as a heads up, he does not want to make the sole decision. From my understanding, to the best of my knowledge, it would be a manner in which people express interest in being the chief of police, and then the department as a whole voting on who of those people. I don't know if that would ultimately be final say, or at least just give Denzel a solid group of individuals well liked by the department as a whole. But that's the conversation I had. Again, I unfortunately haven't been able to speak to him directly. But in our last conversation, he did say he would love for me to stay in said position. Okay. Well, guys, sorry. Normally in my first hour of my shift, I don't like talking to people. And I was instead bombarded with a bunch of stuff. So fuck you, Peters, and you, Nikki.
Sorry.
What did I do?
Don't apologize. It was
What did you
necessary.
do?
It was
I'm not shit.
I
necessary.
didn't do anything.
I said I wasn't even going to talk to you about it.
Same. I said you don't have to know. It has to go
then
through,
you
other
practically
seniors
begged
and
us.
sergeants. Yeah.
You
Well,
were
yeah,
I
begging
mention
for it.
something before we
Yes, go ahead.
into it? Something that Chris Army Yapper T Sipper Watt the other day started talking about PD culture and that cringe fucking buzzword that's existed for years that was created by idiots who think that. Never mind. I think the culture for this department should be based off of good police work, and everything else happens naturally from there. I cannot stand these people who walk around saying, "Oh, you got to do something with the culture because if people don't like each other, they won't work."
I don't
No.
like the whole culture thing.
I fucking hate it. I just want people to be good cops, and everything else will happen naturally on top.
I agree.
Talking about vibes and culture is the most cringe bullshit. I just want to see good police work. That's it.
I agree.
I don't think people should be coming on duty to hang out with their friends. I think they should be doing
Thank
police
you.
work.
Yes.
I think that's something that happened with the BCSO, where they're like, we're trying to create an atmosphere where people come up, and the problem with that is then all they're doing is hanging out with their friends and not doing any fucking police work or doing up to. I don't know. Like, listen, I know I'm a fuck around, but like I signed up to do a job, and I do enjoy doing the job. I think having friends is secondary to getting out there and actually doing police work.
I agree.
Yeah, I just want to. I don't know. I just wanted to say that because it's something that bothers me. Like I love like a lot of different people in the police department. But at the end of the day, if the people I love are useless fucks and shouldn't be cops, then that's it. They should find something else to do. I don't know what to say. And I know that's
No,
harsh.
I agree.
That also applies to me, by the way. I'm not just
I agree.
Yeah. I just want to see a good foundation of this change based on good police work and people who actually know what they're doing. Like, I think that's like one of the reasons why I've stayed away from P&T for so long is because I feel like I get on duty and I'm training officers and senior officers still how to do their jobs. It's just
I think
exhausting.
you're training to
Yeah,
clean
that's
up
a problem.
after other people.
That is a problem. So I do have a question while people are here, and a lot of people are shift one specifically. Again, me sort of just like brainstorming how structurally things are going to go, and I'll have the same conversation with shift two. Regarding captains specifically, do y'all feel it's necessary for coverage reasons to have more than one captain per shift?
No.
One,
and then maybe 2 lieutenants. But
Got it.
One captain. And
I believe lieutenants are freaking awesome and they can do the same kind of work. And if you need 2 per shift to cover coverage, I think that's good.
I agree with that.
yeah.
I think you should also ask the one lieutenant, do you need another lieutenant?
Wouldn't mind one.
Because- Okay, cool.
Is
You
it,
have one.
Do I?
Maybe it's just
Paige.
me. But
Oh,
maybe it's just me.
We're on the topic of
but,
restructure, you know.
I feel like every time I look at dispatch now, there's a significant amount of command members around, and there's maybe like 1 or 2 officers or PPOs. Like the ratio between command versus just regular officer, I don't know. I feel like it should be the opposite. You know, maybe there's like 1 or 2 command members around, and then the majority are officers. Is that just me, or?
I can answer that. And please, I'm not trying to harp on this situation, but for the last 4 months, I mean, even shift 1 have only been hiring dribs and drab, 1 person here, maybe 2 people here. So, you know, hiring brings life, it brings vitality, it brings challenges, it brings people work to do. And I'll be honest, the last 3 to 4 months, we haven't got that. So we've got this middle portion of just basic officers is missing.
Like the big hiring that we did in shift 2, it's great, but and correct me if I'm wrong, Ruby, because I definitely might be, but I don't feel like I've seen too many of them actually come on duty. They seem to just go
Correct.
to the goon house.
Correct. But
What?
I
once
feel
again,
like there's been
Yeah, you
more
gotta-
than the
There's
last batch we had.
yeah, this batch is better than the one before, but you need to remember once again, we didn't have a choice on who to pick.
That's fair. I think we got to address the lack of FTOs issue, because I think they've been hiring small groups in shift 1 because of not being able, people sat in queue for hours and no one taking cadets and stuff.
Aaron
Shift
did
one's
mention
been
that
rough,
for
it
shift 1.
seems.
Yeah.
Which I think is a valid
Shift 2's been good, but
a valid concern with that. And I think maybe to try and change that, we might need to pull the band-aid off, so to speak, and enforce everyone above, let's say, senior to be FTOs in order to be in the rank that they're in. I hate that because
Unfortunately, I
hate it,
think
but
that
we
leads
kinda
to
have to.
a potential like slip of standards. But like at this point, could it even get worse?
Actually, never mind.
Go ahead,
I don't know
Crystal.
how. I don't know how it can lead to a shift in standards, because you literally have a checklist to make sure that they know. That's what I don't understand about the whole P&T thing. Like it's easy. You either put a tick whether they know it, or X if they don't know it. If they don't know it, we'll come back when you do know it.
So if they
Or
can't
do what you
train
need to
anyone, they
do.
shouldn't be anywhere near senior or even
Do what
officer,
you need.
frankly.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, if
people
we're doing
aren't
it based
doing
on
stuff
senior,
right,
I agree. Yeah.
don't push them into the position. Just they've got to wait longer. Like, I don't know. I think the turnaround now between getting hired and becoming a full officer is like 1/10 of the time as what it used to be years ago.
Oh, 100%. I say that from personal experience. And then the other issue that I take right now, not like it's not a dig towards P&T, but I think a lot of times we look at these individuals who are intended to be fast tracks as they know everything, so I'm not really even going to look in their direction, and then see, oh, they process someone, they're good, end of story. We really need to not treat them much differently than anyone else in terms of standards. We should still be expecting that they know all of the appropriate information regarding legislation that is necessary for our job. Like, straight up, how many cadets do you think actually know? Or and maybe we'll categorize cadets differently than some of the fast tracks. How many of them do you think know of the legislative 360-month cap?
Oh, that's a good question.
Probably 50%.
Which means there is a massive liability for us as a department when they process someone. And yeah, it's not likely that people are going to exceed that amount. And they might run into someone who's processing alongside them to discuss these things to prevent someone's rights from being violated. But straight up, those are things that I think are like generally overlooked, and that is very problematic. Especially when it comes to a fast track. I think 9 times out of 10, we look at these fast tracks as, again, they know a lot of things. Yes, sure, foundationally, they know how to be a police officer, but the nuance associated with our job in knowing those things is very fucking important, and we can't just overlook those things just because they were an officer in the past.
Well, I'll say this, and I think many people in the room will agree that if a change needs to happen, which I think we all agree does for training, even though we are not quote unquote in P&T as Command Plus, we will do absolutely everything we can to at least take out a cadet or help a PPO, because it has to change.
I agree. I mean, I'm not going to subject people to like frequent sessions with command, high command, whatever. But we definitely need to start making concessions regarding assisting in that capacity, so that, again, hopefully we can ensure that the standard isn't as low as it currently is, because that's very problematic. Well, guys, is there anything else? Because I have a lot of thinking to do.
So I just want to let everyone know that I did speak to Marshall Blunt, who is heading up the prosecution on Future. Future's bail did go through. He posted bail with Chief Justice on Saturday. I was there for that. In regard to Marshall Blunt, he is going to be asking people that were involved for statements. I have gone around to majority of the people involved to make sure that all the evidence and statements are in the original report. However, I do not have a list of everybody that was in the cells when the incident with Alana happened. If you were in there and you do know officers that were there, if you could let me know, because this is super important that everything is in those reports.
Wait, so are people not all listed in the original report?
The original report of the gang-related shooting, yes, but not in the Alana one. So I'm just asking for a little bit of help from everyone. Take a
Oh.
moment to look over everything,
Shouldn't those
please.
people just be? I mean, if people aren't doing their reports in a serious situation like that, why do they even have a job? Respectfully.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I think we need to get back to the days where we don't have to chase people for statements or even remind people to do the basics of their job. I don't think I've ever experienced those days in this city before personally. Maybe you guys have, but I have not. But I've heard that, you know, I've been told that things used to be that way, and it just kind of blows my mind how the department's lost its way so massively. But I think the drastic changes will help a lot. I think command down should be training. I don't really think high command should be doing it. Yeah, I'm not really sure what else to say.
Listen, I'm on board, but I also know that if I was command, I would do stuff out of sort of necessity for sure, even if it wouldn't be ideal. I've always had that stance. Honestly, it's a double-edged sword for me. But I would hope that if people acknowledge that there is a certain problem that you can assist with, please do. Don't just sit back and watch everything unfold and allow train wrecks to happen if they're avoidable. You know, if and when you can, step in to ensure that those things don't become absolute disasters. Jeb, you've been silent. Are you good?
Oh yeah, I'm good. This is all very enlightening to me since I recently got back. And as the first captain on the chopping block, I believe we also need to desize the captains.
I will say, it definitely. I'm not kidding when I say this. It definitely makes it easier. Not that it's going to be easy, but it makes it easier being able to have an open discussion about the current structure of the LSPD and how, despite a lot of people holding a lot of these positions are in this room, everyone is collectively saying it needs to change. I appreciate that we can all look at that and acknowledge it needs to change, because it makes it a little easier to be able to follow through with that and understand that, you know. Listen, I respect all y'all's feelings, but some of them may be hurt. It's nothing personal.
Feelings, don't care.
Yeah.
Only when someone doesn't tell me what I'm shit talking about.
Huh.
Yup.
Is there anything else?
No, sir.
No.
Has anyone seen the furniture I had brought in 2 days ago?
No.
Upstairs.
Do you mind?
When you redecorate in this room, it's fucking horrible.
I don't know. Where's Arjun?
It's like being in an even tackier version of Vegas.
Follow me.
It's tacky in itself. Disgusting.
Why am I going this way? I know, guys. It's too early for this. It's too early. This way, up the stairs, guys. Up the stairs. It's opposite of where the other couch used to be. Well, is rather.
I didn't know there was a couch upstairs.
Yeah.
What's the point in this entire floor that we're on now? one if it's not open, and then the one above.
Your guess is
What's
good
the
as
point in
mine,
that
but
floor?
that
There's even more
floor,
doors.
you know that there's an office above like the reception in the lobby, but like that's where
Oh, yeah, I
that floor is.
used
You
to
can't
use
really
that.
get to it. Yeah, it's a little
I used to
difficult.
crawl through the windows.
So that's the prior one. This is the updated one.
Oh, cool.
Had a couch put on each side. That way, people can engage in conversation with more than just 3 people.
That's good. Why, you know that office that you can see from the roof?
Yes,
Like,
that's
looks
the one
like
I'm
the
talking about that overlooks
Why
the
can't
lobby.
we have that? My God, it looks
don't
cool.
know. But
This is nice. Oh, I like
you know,
that there's
just
tea.
something away from everything else, you know? And you don't have to worry because there's nothing behind this door or that one, so it's not like someone's going to be at the stairwell over there hearing your conversation.
I mean, I blip watch whenever I'm in a meeting, so I go out and shout at people that are outside rooms listening.
If you ever need to use the chief's office now that it's finally been soundproofed, have at it. You can hear people outside, they can't hear you. So just know that if you scream at someone to shut the fuck up, they won't hear you unless you walk out. Regardless, I appreciate y'all. Obviously I have a lot to think about, and I'll probably be pulling some of y'all in one by one to discuss certain things, but again, take nothing personally. If I meant something personal, I would very much so tell you it was personal. So
What's
fuck
the
you,
chance there's going to
Nikki.
be resistance to this plan of change? And what happens to people who do resist?
I think a lot of people are resistant to change, and trust me, again, because of how all of the restructures have been done in the past, there are certain people who are just going to hear restructure and immediately assume the worst. I think those people just need to give it time for us to prove that it is obviously the right choice. And if they don't, then at the end of the day, if they want to transfer, they can. I truly do not care. Like straight up,
Those are the problem
do
people,
not.
right?
Good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. If someone is upset because they didn't get the rank that they wanted, if I look around this room right here, and I were to place any of you at any rank, I don't see anyone complaining. Except Nikki, you might be
Big
a cadet.
relief, to be honest.
Yeah, don't fucking take my rank, okay? Wow, 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 wow.
And then you wonder
needs the
why
money for
people
the
call you
baby.
a bitch sometimes, Nikki. My goodness.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
something kind of key if a lot of changes happen. Freeze transfers and freeze hiring.
Oh, I like that plan.
I'm not opposed. You know what?
Another question.
Writing this down. Hit me with it.
When it comes to like the interceptor sets and that, do the people that currently have them still keep them, or does that reset as well?
I don't think we should change certs because
Yeah, cert stuff would be separate.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah,
100%.
perfect. I just because no doubt people would come and ask the questions. That's all.
Yeah, no.
It goes ahead.
Cert stuff would not change.
All right, perfect.
Also, the people that should be in positions will never ever need a rank or even to be told about it. They'll just continue doing what they're doing anyway because they know what they're doing and they're good at it.
Exactly.
That's
And
the kind of people that we need to keep around.
yeah, and regardless of if they have that rank, there is a level of respect given to people who have earned their rank that still get approached about things that said person would have known based on their prior rank and not their current rank. I say that firsthand, considering I didn't want anything to do with command or high command. And I would still get approached about damn near everything. Not that I could sign off on stuff, but still happened.
Yeah.
Okay, time for me to comb through our roster and start looking at stuff. Again, just do expect that I will be calling some of y'all into meetings to have just an open, sort of candid discussion regarding your thoughts.
Cool.
I'm gonna
look
sit
forward to
here. Actually, you know what? Let me speak with Ruby. when she's around.
Is there stairs on the side?
Yes,
Yeah,
there
right
is.
here.
No, it's not that door.
Not
It's
right
the one
here.
after. That
Oh.
shows how unused these corners are.
Bye, Rose. You look great.
I wish you do too, Dickie.
Thank you. I'm looking extremely large today.
You're glowing, Nikki. You're glowing.
Uh-huh.
Here you go. So I'll leave you some food and drinks here.
Oh, thank
in case
you.
Do get hungry.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I don't know how long you're gonna be here. You never know.
It could be a while. It could be a while.
You ever need me to fetch or anything? You ever need to go get something? You let me know.
Will do. Thank you.
I'll leave in the car.
Thank you.
It's celebrating presidents. Celebrate them.
Oh.
Happy President's Day.
What's the point of celebrating someone's death, Ruby? What the hell? I gotta go.
Oh my lord. That's not very nice. This is very lovely, Rhodes.
Hey, Ruby. Take a seat. Take a seat.
Yeah, I'm not a happy girl.
Why not?
Just things that were thrown around yesterday, and
What specifically, and by who?
by Maxwell. Just the deflection and telling me to leave the room, and just let me backtrack.
Okay.
You and I were on duty. We went off duty. The next day, Saturday, I came on duty to hear everything that obviously everyone else has heard. And so the first thing I do is I need to talk to people. I need to get to the bottom of this. And I spent probably a good 4 hours of my day talking to officers as they came on duty, getting as much information and a timeline, chasing up officers that hadn't put their statements in, hadn't put evidence photos, hadn't press processed, all of that good stuff. When I left on Friday night, the guys down in the cells were just about to charge, and then, of course, the marshal said, wait. So I ended up talking with a lot of them. The day goes on, not a problem. Saturday was great. I had a nice long shift Saturday. I come on duty Sunday, and there's a lot of people on duty that don't usually work Sundays. And I'm like, oh gosh, what is going on now? I come to the meeting. I hear that there's been a command meeting called. I'm like, okay, this sounds fine. Only to find out there are disgruntled people, upset that Alana wasn't suspended. And I did find out that on Saturday I found out on Saturday from Bubba that he was with Maxwell and Alana after the shooting, after we went off duty. And it was Maxwell suggesting that he should dap her. So he wrote up a report. He suggested daps based on her recommendation, and then she went and approved the daps. Not a problem. But at that point, Alana could have been sent off duty. Alana could have been suspended. And so therefore Sunday rolls around, and now this big commands meeting, because everyone is not happy. They want things dealt with. They can't believe that she wasn't dealt with that night. And it just turned into deflection. It turned into arguments. It turned into Maxwell asking me to leave the room so that she could talk to Alana. And it was not a nice situation. Multiple people
What did you just do?
Why didn't she just deal with the situation on Friday night when she was on duty with them? of which she said, "Why do I have to do everything?" It just wasn't nice. It was a very unpleasant. And then Nikki being sent off duty, I opposed. After she left the room, I said, "Why isn't Erin being sent off duty too?" Because it was two tangoing. Two of them were having a go at each other, both of them just as bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she said, "Well, I gave Nikki a direct order to leave the room, and she said she was going to go and get Alana, and she was rude to me, so I told her to leave." It was just, I don't know.
I mean,
just felt
I
like,
don't agree with, for what it's worth, I don't agree with the asking Nikki to leave or you to leave in either, these scenarios. However, it's definitely a problem of, like, regardless of whether or not we agree in these situations, right? Like, Nikki, as a subordinate, should have listened. Right or wrong call, Nikki probably shouldn't have, like, she can express that she doesn't agree, but I think the distinct lack of going directly against, this isn't in, like, Maxwell's defense, but, like, sometimes we as high command have to make calls, and people are just expected to listen, and not have to second guess things because we already deal with enough, to add more of a burden on that plate of dealing with people who are going to be insubordinate, if you will, specifically on the basis of I don't agree with that call. Like, there really isn't much room for that kind of discussion. It kind of is just in the moment you have to listen. We can have conversations afterwards, but and discuss whether it was the right or wrong call. Nikki should have listened in that scenario, even if she was adamant that she should have been present, or Alana should have been present, rather, in the situation. It is my stance, at least. If I ask someone to leave, regardless of the reason, they're expected to leave.
including me.
While I don't agree with the call in that moment, unfortunately, yeah. You should not have been asked to leave. I can see the justification, sort of, kind of, with Nikki to some degree, but even then, not really, because command. So, like, I think it was not the appropriate call to make, but I think we do need to, like, if we're going back to how things were, and, this isn't a dig towards Nikki, but it was sort of hypocritical of her to say, people, like, not respecting ranks or whatever, because it's quite literally what she did. But again, to make that very clear, I'm not saying that the call was the right call. I would have never made that call. I have never asked you to step out of a meeting, and never would. Unless it was something very specific to, say, Maxwell and I. And even then, typically, if I'm having a conversation with Maxwell, it's sort of like I don't want to word it as a free-for-all for all of High Command, but whatever information I'm privy to, you guys should be privy to.
So multiple people, including myself, said at minimum she should be suspended if we cannot make a decision here, even though my recommendation was for her to be dismissed based on so many different things leading up to this situation. And I understand some people have a different point of view, that it wasn't her fault, and things like that. I get it. People are allowed to have different points of view. But to have my opinion sort of dismissed, I don't know. It's been leading up to a point. I mean, you are well aware that unfortunately we don't work well together. I have tried multiple times. I've even reached out to Maxwell on multiple things. I just feel that it does not rank aside. I am just a thorn in the side. The amounts of jokes and tea that has gotten back to me, of comments, and about my rank, and that multiple things about me. I'm kind of at the end. I'm right there with King and multiple other officers.
I definitely understand. Oh gosh, another text. Where you're coming from. Obviously, in this restructure here in the near future, there are going to be some fairly drastic changes in certain areas. I'm not necessarily going to sort of lead who I'm thinking or suggest who I'm thinking of what positions. But before any of that happens, would you at all be, and I want to stress this enough, this is not me forcing you into a meeting or conversation, but there are a few people who I am aware are not your biggest fan, and I truly don't know where that comes from. Obviously it's stuff from prior stuff, because as soon as I was in high command in the LSPD, there were these divides, if you will. A lot of them having to do with you. That's not to say you are the issue, to be very clear. Don't confuse those things. But changing those people's opinions of you is quite difficult, because I often find that these are people you might have little overlap with, and I just don't know how there can be such a big point of contention with someone who isn't on duty with you day in and day out.
So can I ask, are all those people part of the same group?
Which group specifically?
Well, I mean,
name drop. I'll give you a yes or no.
Sure. Okay. So Opal.
Yep.
Aaron.
Yep.
Maxwell.
Yes.
Okay. That's it.
What issue do you have with them, or what issue do they have with you?
I spoke with Opal probably last week, and just so you know, I want to let you know Opal is not in a good way. She is very upset. She has been more off duty than on duty over this past weekend, last 3 days. She's very upset. Anyway, I spoke with Opal. She brought up an incident from over 9 months ago where she was unmarked with Gunner Kane, who was the lead marshal at this time, and where they both rode into a incident unmarked on quote unquote borrowed bikes, and I was upset about it. So that was the issue she brought up with me just last week, that she's been holding on to for 9 months or more.
Oh.
So what happens is that people have an issue with someone, whatever issue that may be, a situation, and then they sit together and they talk about it over and over and over and over, and they create a feeling, and they create this sort of atmosphere that, quote unquote, Ruby hates us. Ruby has it out for us. Ruby doesn't like us. Where I've just gone on and done my job, and I don't even overlap with half these people. And that's how these things pretty much have festered.
So was that all that Opal had brought up?
That's what Opal brought up to me. Yes.
Interesting.
She asked me to do assault room, and I said, sure. I said, but Opal, which incident do I need to go all the way back to? Is this 2024, 2023? Where am I going back to? Because this is how they operate.
I'm gonna be honest. The Shift 3 salt room, in my opinion, was very productive, because I feel like in an open setting like that, you are more likely to be open regarding situations that have occurred, because the expectation going in is that when you leave this room, everything of the past you just leave aside. It is not something you bring up in conversation. It's not a point you bring up to dissuade someone from liking someone else. You are leaving everything on the table with the expectation of walking out there, or having said conversation before walking out of, these are my problems, and I say this coming from the point of wanting there to be, like, I want you to know how I felt in these situations. Obviously, I felt wronged, whatever. And you, for example, then be able to provide reason as to why certain things have occurred in those situations.
This won't be a assault room. This will be a team of people against me.
No. To be very clear, no. See,
I mean, that's what it is right now.
No. Let me be clear. The example I gave of Shift 3 was specifically because there were a lot of things that were being discussed by a lot of people in the shift, and it wasn't towards any one specific person. In fact, if I attempted to sit you down with 3 people, all of which who might have issue with you, that is very much so an ambush. And you are going to be outnumbered and not feel good about that situation. I would much prefer one-on-ones to actively discuss whatever it is that happened. And again, the expectation being that these people entirely drop this I don't like Ruby situation that is sort of continuously brought up. Every time your name is brought up, it's kind of like a types. You know what I mean? I don't want that to fucking happen.
Oh, I know it. You need to understand that there are people telling me about these conversations that go on about me. And I'm not even around.
I know, that's the thing that bothers me the most. That's why I want you guys in a room to fucking discuss these things. I don't even know if there's anything you can say to make it better for them, but
why is it my issue?
Whoa, no, Ruby, I didn't say it was a you issue. They clearly have issue with you. This would be to hopefully resolve that.
I don't believe there is any kind of resolution to a small group of people that do nothing but gossip and sip tea. You can put us in a room. We can talk it out. It won't change that culture. How are you going to change that? Make a rule that after the salt room, no one can talk about it?
Within the department, quite frankly, yeah. If they don't ever even get a slap on the wrist regarding said behavior, it's never going to stop. If they are the source of the problem and we all get into a room and discuss why it's a problem, and I will not accept I don't have a problem with so-and-so. Not after you can immediately call out the 3 names. I say the 3 names. Because those are the only ones I've ever heard it from.
Correct.
So they can never claim there is no problem. But, again, in the Shift 3 scenario, everyone laid everything out on the table. And everyone in there went in there with the expectation of, if someone is bringing something up against me personally, it's not a personal attack. It is describing an issue that they took, how they perceive something, whatever the situation may be. Here's the thing. If you don't want to, have these conversations with them, that is fine. I'm just trying to find
conversations. You want to put me in a room with 3 people that have openly said that they dislike me and don't want to be on duty with me. How is that going to feel for me?
Okay, when you say 3 people, is this still under the assumption
Is
of...
there more?
No. Is this still under the assumption of this would be a single person at a time or all at once?
Well, I mean, either way, it's going to be...
Well,
I'm going to have to
no,
do it
'cause
3 meetings?
So we don't want to get to the resolution.
Well, now you're putting words in my mouth.
Okay, then how would you describe it? Just so I don't put words in your mouth, Ruby.
There are multiple ways. I mean, I understand that you want to have open conversation.
No, I understand what is
if there-
going to result in a resolution.
So you just said that after the
Ignore
salt
what I
room,
said.
it should be done, correct?
Ruby, what is going to end up in a resolution?
Can we not just tell people to get over their shit and move on?
Ruby, you don't answer the question with the question.
Okay. I would tell them to get over their shit and move on.
Okay, we do that. We'll do that. We will see how that goes, Ruby. I will have a personal conversation with all 3.
Okay, but now you're giving me attitude.
No. That's... But you perceive that as attitude?
Yeah. Did you?
Which
first of all,
part?
Did you not perceive Jeb giving you attitude?
No.
That was Jeb. That was.
Where he said he'd be the first on the chopping block?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think he was fully aware. I don't think that was attitude at all. If I'm being Ruby, I think you misread that.
No, I didn't. No.
Okay.
That was Jeb taking a little jab.
We can
Look, I've spoken with Opal. If she has more, I will ask her. Does she have more? In regard to, oh boy. Do you remember when I found out that Erin had gone to the front of the podium and said that I was
Yes.
the one that said, right. So finally, after 2 weeks of her not being available, I was able to have a conversation with her. I brought in Oxby and I brought in Maxwell because I know Maxwell is friends with her. So I thought it was best that she have someone there for her as well. To my face, she shouted and screamed and deflected and ended up saying, Ruby, every single word out of your mouth is a lie. Everything you do is bullshit. You're a terrible officer and every single thing you do is lie. And this is like screaming in my face. Maxwell and Oxby did nothing, said nothing. I suggested that she be dapped for insubordination. They just stood there quietly. They just let the whole thing happen. With Erin, she just dislikes me. Fine, not everybody is going to work together. But I do expect some respect, whether people think that my rank is a sham or not. Like everybody else here, I've poured my heart and soul into this LSPD. I want it to succeed. But if I'm going to be talked about in a negative way, and for it to come back to me like that every single time, it is beyond enjoyable.
Yeah, listen, I'd be equally as pissed off if someone said shit about me like that and nothing happened. Because then, again, that is sort of encouraging said behavior. And realistically, that should not happen. There needs to be a level of respect. You can, just like I said before, you can agree or disagree with someone, but if they are above you in rank, there's an expectation that you are not going to be shit talking said person. Or if there is stuff that is happening that isn't so ideal, I don't deem approaching command or high command with like, hey, this happened and from my perspective shouldn't have. Like, that's not shit talking. That's just trying to determine whether or not there was an issue and trying to come to a resolution. But just instead of trying to get to a resolution, just shit talking people is not it. It is not it and shouldn't happen. Okay, give me 1 second.
Yeah, I don't think the people at the pier, like, I don't think that fight, like, you're not gonna down them from there. I think we just ultimately, like I said, need to reposition
Okay.
and get them to leave. Because
I
and then leave, or we reverse ambush them.
I will have a conversation, like I said, with all three of those individuals. And if you hear, I mean, obviously, I may not be able to speak to all of them today or tomorrow, but say in, who knows, a week's time, there's anything getting back to you regarding any of those three individuals speaking poorly of you, let me know.
I just want to backtrack to the whole situation again that happened over the weekend.
Okay.
Multiple people, I want you to know, asked Maxwell why she didn't deal with it that evening. She was on duty. I understand it was a very long operation. You and I had gone off duty.
I have a couple of
And
units moved towards the other
I
end of
think
the pier to
people
see
were
if
just
anybody's
a little upset with her response, which was, you know, why should I have to do it? Why should, you know, why do I have to do everything? And then the whole deflecting, it was tough to hear. And then even when Command and myself did make suggestions, it had to go into even longer conversations. People were not happy with, you know, with everything. And I got to be honest, I don't even know if she has been suspended or if she has been terminated because I was not in the room.
And there's been no documentation.
No, not that I
Okay.
can see. No.
Wonderful, because the benefit of having her have been suspended at that point would have been, you know, the collection of all of her stuff, and then if it then transferred into being released, there would have to be no additional stuff on top of that.
I think if anything, she may have been suspended, but I don't know what's going to become of that since then. You know, from now. I'm assuming. So here's the thing. They kept deferring to this should be Erin's decision. And multiple of us said no. This led to, you know, poor police work, led to someone being killed. But they kept saying, well, this should be Erin's decision since she's head of PNT now.
I don't know. I think under normal circumstances, yes, but I think when the overall command above and high command collectively agree that she should be removed, then quite frankly, she should be removed. There's no one person in this department who's expected to make the correct call every call. But that's why we work collectively as a team to discuss these things. And for me, this isn't even a matter of the way I break it down is the weapon registry stuff, minor in the grand scheme of things. The procedural aspect of putting yourself in a position in which, you know, you are essentially kidnapped and robbed by an unarmed individual who was previously cuffed. I don't know that there's any proper explanation for that. That simply doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, my old school training, I wouldn't have unlocked the door. I would have put my life on the line rather than unlocking 3 cell doors to get the individual through.
And you
But
even
they,
clarified with no gun.
correct.
What was the threat?
The gun was stolen, I believe, once inside the large cell based on statements that were written.
Oh, God. And we just allowed an unarmed man to... So just to clarify, Alana is in a cell with Future. He doesn't have a gun at this point. I don't know what the threat is, but there's officers lined up to take the shot and just let Alana get robbed?
Yeah, so I believe that they were processing, some of the officers were outside running guns. Some of the people were coming back from, one of the cars that had been found on the op. Yeah, so what happened is, as we heard, 78s was called. It obviously happened so very quickly. And then, like you and I, we heard the shooting, so we knew what had happened. And we just thought everything had been dealt with. But
Yeah, but obviously at that point he already had the gun. So like the amount of shots we heard is not really a bearing on like the resources available at the time the gun was being stolen.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm sorry, I recalled incorrectly. Alana was suspended. It's just so much has happened. I apologize.
Do you know if her equipment was taken from her?
She was off duty, so I'm assuming she didn't have it off on her. I'm
okay.
I'm sure somebody asked.
We need to sort of revamp suspension, well, not suspensions, but firings, definitely. We should very much so normalize the removal of equipment during suspensions, though. That way, if it does transition into someone being fired, there isn't the awkward calling in of, hey, we need you to at Mission Row to turn in your equipment, and because then that just gets awkward. Us returning that equipment is far easier than them having to turn it into us at a later time, when typically we are issuing the suspensions at the time that something occurred, or at least very shortly in proximity after. So I will write that down to make sure that that is standardized.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Future was heated. The whole situation that led to them being in the cells, I could understand after reading the reports and talking to the officers. He did not have a gun on him at the time that he was arrested. Whether he did before or not, I'm, unsure. They're saying that they believe he did because officers were shot at.
Well, believe it or not, that's all sounding real iffy, because one of the main things that was brought up earlier was he likely changed his clothes.
Correct, because he was apprehended while trying to put Aubrey Webster into a vehicle.
There's a lot of nuance to that. If we know who was the aggressor in the situation, right? Like that's an easier call to make. But if we don't know, like, yes, unfortunately, gang related does not care who the victim is. But if this happened on Grove Street and besties are on Grove, right? Like, we are going to know that the besties were the aggressors, right? They're pushing up onto someone's block. If we don't know, I personally would not be comfortable making the call, unless Forehead in this case, say, shot at police and he's then trying to assist said person. At that point, there's no hesitation. But obviously, there's a lot of nuance that plays into decision making, and all of that has to be able to be articulated so that if and when it goes to court, we can bring up the exact justification as to why it happened. I'm gonna be honest. I don't put much weight into the shit that Future says. He plays dumb 99% of the time. In fact, I
yeah.
take that back. He's not playing dumb. He is dumb.
Well, he tricked Alana. He said my cuffs aren't loose. So she just walked right on in there and removed his cuffs.
Is that actually what happened?
Yes.
I give up.
He said, my cuffs aren't loose. I can't move, or something like that. It's in her statement. She walked back into the cell, uncuffed him. He grabbed her. So there's the first cell door is open. Then the next door to walk into the main processing area. And then he demanded that she open the large cell door so that he could go in there with Aubrey Webster. No, I'll just end with this. I, I'm not playing a victim. I don't even think that I am a victim. I don't operate from that. But after multiple months or even years of having to put up with certain things, it gets to the point where you do not enjoy being on duty around certain people, and that's not very nice. When I am on duty, I don't have a lot of these issues because my time doesn't overlap. But the stories and the things that get back to me are insane. The conversations that people have heard, the hatred that people have heard that they've told me about, people even saying we don't even know why. It's just not good. I don't think
I
it
agree.
should be. I don't think it should be allowed to continue. I'm not going to change anything that I'm doing in regard to my police work. I don't have the same issues in other shifts, and I do go into shift 3 at times. I don't have any issues there. Shift 2, I don't know of anything. So yeah.
Yeah, it's not ideal. That is for certain, which is why I want to get to the bottom of it. I will lay out those rules for said individuals, so that this stuff doesn't continue.
I will admit that yesterday did kind of get me to the end of my tether. I don't usually talk to people. I'll be honest. I don't share a lot of things with people. But I did talk to Peters and Moss, as they used to be my high command. And, I've had tensions with them in the past, but we worked them out. So if they do say anything, I do want you to know that I did speak to the two of them privately.
Understood. Listen, I wouldn't care if you spoke to someone in your personal life regarding that's not leaking, okay? Not in my book. I'm never going to tell you that you can't speak with other people regarding the stuff that you're dealing with in the capacity of your job. I'd be lying if I said I've never spoken to, say, Richard or, hell, even Tessa. I'm very mindful with the things that I say to ensure that what I'm saying doesn't get me frosted, if you will. But as long as it's not like active investigation stuff and is more just sort of issues that you may have with the PD as a whole, or like general concerns and like just seeking advice from someone you trust, I don't think there's any issue with that personally.
I suppose it's just not within my nature. That's all.
Fair enough.
But I did want to mention it in case they do say anything.
Got it. Yeah, well, for what it's worth, even if they do, it's not as if I'm gonna hold it against you. There's no reason to. I've again reached out to multiple individuals regarding certain things, because I know that I can confide in people and trust them, and sometimes you think you can, but you can't. And those people turn around and turn it into a game of telephone, and then we're sort of back at square one where people are being told things and it's gone through several people before it got to them, and the whole story is actually entirely shifted from what actually occurred. Obviously I don't anticipate that necessarily happening. But again, I hope that I can hopefully situate the Maxwell, Aaron, and Opal stuff. I obviously can't tell them how to feel, but the sort of discussion of you in certain things needs to just come to an abrupt halt. I'm not telling them how to feel. I will never tell anyone how to feel. But it is not good for anyone, you, them, to sit here and have this, like, not necessarily back and forth. I've spoken with Opal specifically and Erin, and this goes back to the Erin situation where she went, to the front of the meeting and discussed things. I specifically brought up ensuring that, I can't remember if I spoke to Erin specifically, but I definitely spoke to Opal, regarding, like, actually speaking to you, to ensure that, like, whatever is claimed that you said you actually got approached by or approached with, and that way you can provide what actually happened, as opposed to yet again another game of telephone. I don't know if either of them have reached out to you regarding that. In fact, didn't I have a conversation with you specific to that?
Was it in regard to what Erin said on the podium?
It was, what she said was something to the extent of Shift 2 doesn't think Shift 1 detectives are doing a good job, or like something like that. I forget the exact
Correct.
phrasing. Yes. That's
Yeah, and then she said it was me that said that.
yeah. And prior to
so
that, she
I
never
asked her-
reached out to you, right?
Oh no, not at
Yeah,
all.
that's the issue.
I asked her why not, and she just said, "Well, what's the point?" There wasn't an answer. There was no answer. So she told me and Maxwell and Oxford that she got that information from Knight. And I believe that through whatever conversation, it is highly possible that Knight stirred in some kind of way because he was trying to poach Erin at the time. And this is right.
He was doing
before
it for the
Christmas.
sole purpose of just planting that seed in her.
I highly
okay.
doubt that he said, Ruby said Shift 1, blah, blah, blah. I highly doubt he said that. But we all know Knight, the good, the bad.
He'll imply
we all-
things.
He will
and then feign
word
ignorance.
things a certain way. Yes. But I have never, ever, and you can ask Gravy and Moss and Deke, who do all of our investigations in Shift 2. And by the way, we just lost Brian Parker. Very upset about that.
Saw that.
I have never said anything of the kind, ever. But the fact that someone who is a long-time leader in Shift 1 cannot come to me and ask me about it and has to blurt it from the podium, yeah, that's not Gucci.
Listen, it's why I'm a firm believer in making sure that people actually fucking speak to each other. Because imagine how simple that conversation would have been if, number one, she never went up there to say those things, and number two, instead went up to you, had a conversation where she expresses to you, hey, I had a conversation with Brian, and he may not have named you directly. I'm just going with a hypothetical here. May not have named you directly, but it was heavily implied that you were the one who said X, Y, and Z. And then either you admit to it or you don't. You say no. That if that's how something was understood, that is not how it was intended. Or no, we never even had that discussion. And honestly, it sounds like whoever told you this is fucking stirring. I can't imagine after that conversation anyone with a good head on their shoulders would have gone up during that meeting and said those things. And unfortunately,
Have you
this
looked to
just
your left.
no.
I don't know how long she's been there.
Hello?
Oh dear,
A little
that's lot
busy.
of com-
Are you talking to me?
No. Well, yes, we're a little busy.
That
Okay,
is.
I've been trying to get your attention for a while. I didn't want to butt in or listen into the conversation, so I was just
Ask her
down
over.
here.
You can ask her over.
Come over here.
We have nearly every single officer down at the pier.
Yep. And unfortunately, that group is likely not going to give up, which means we'll be on cleanup duty. Opal, why do you look sad?
Michael's
what
had
did
a,
you just
a
do?
tough weekend.
Take a seat. I finally got my soundproof office, and here I am on the 3rd floor.
Yeah, it's nice here.
How you feeling, Opal?
I think I'm getting there.
Getting where? You need help?
No. I mean,
Opal,
unless,
you sound like you need a
torture and
hug.
Could someone bring someone back from the dead? And I don't really.
Which person?
McQuillan. Marcus. Pierce.
I unfortunately don't know a means of bringing back the dead, Opal. That is quite the impossible ask.
Yeah, I figured.
I imagine you have a stance on how things played out regarding all of what happened.
No.
No stance, just blank.
I wasn't there. I don't really want to be too involved in all of it. To my
Fair enough.
personal feelings. I don't think that's.
That's
I
valid.
was there for the conversations yesterday, but I.
Yeah. What were your stance on those conversations?
I think there's some things we need to do. I think, or at least it seems like a lot of people are taking the easy way out by putting all the blame on Alana. And now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying she didn't do anything wrong. She clearly did a lot of things wrong. But it doesn't start there. It doesn't end there. And we can, do whatever it is that we need to do with Alana and still keep being better,
Yeah.
Actually, what I was coming to speak to you and Ruby about was something I already spoke to Maxwell about. I think we need to rework the Class 2 SOP that automatically approves Class 2s at Mission Row. I think it should be command discretion, because in no way, shape, or form is it reasonable to have that many Class 2 in that tight of a space.
I agree. I 1,000% agree. It's not something that I think we've really had to consider much in the past before, but you're not wrong. Doesn't matter if it's a shotgun, right? Because if they have a hostage, what use is that shotgun? You're just going to unload on the hostage and whoever else. Okay, yeah. I don't want to cut this short, but we are going to 290 radio check.
10-2. Oh, I got him. He's down. Hey, good shit.
Oh, wait, someone's down.
You think I can approach from the ladder?
Wait.
From the ladder, yes.
They're
Wait,
still
we still have
pushing.
people up?
Stay on me. Yeah, I'm behind you. I'm behind you.
Yeah, they're still
Okay, I'm on
pushing.
foot.
Oh gosh.
Okay. Where are the
Okay.
rest of them? Oh, one he's pushing us, Daisy, on the corner.
We should go
On the
assist with that. I don't want to cut this short, but this has now been going on for over half an hour.
Oh, trust me, I know. Does anyone have something to drink?
Yes.
I don't. Sorry.
I have ping for you.
Thank you for the
No
thing.
problem. Off I go. We'll talk in a bit.
I don't know about you guys.
Is that officers on the end of the pier or not?
Yeah, I'm fishing up with Matilda.
Okay. That is a bad idea.
Yeah, I'm going back around.
You have 3 units coming from Mission Row. Where do you need us?
At the Del Perro Pier, they're in the underneath the roller coaster right now. Is the last known area.
What class weapon?
Class 1.
Hmm.
Do we have anywhere on the pier that is safe?
Oh no, so I don't know the last known area. Jeff, do you?
No, I don't see anybody.
Still be at the roller coaster somewhere? Last known was like at the burger shop area at the pier. Where are you, Vonnie?
I'm trying to lockpick a car, but it's
All
not
right.
going well.
I can pick you up, boy.
I think we just push it on foot.
The thing is, if I push, I've got that long stretch with no cover. So
Give me
I just
keys
wanna
just
Jump
in
over
case.
into the water. We don't really have a choice now. We gotta.
There's a muscle car that just took a turn from Bay City onto Sandcastle. Do you know what that's involved?
Unknown right now.
It was listed as
Yeah.
it was
Vonnie,
listed as
so
Hydra.
We gotta go in and do this. Where are you guys?
Right, we're basically where the bank truck is. We can just jump in the ocean.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm literally here on the pier. I need to. We're gonna run in there, and then if we get shot, we get shot. But I don't think they know I'm here.
Okay.
You push in, Opal.
Yeah, I can come from the entrance. I'm in a car.
I need you guys to kind of stay. We're gonna hug right here and come around the back. Do not. If you see someone call it out on them, we're gonna shoot you.
Try and get him on
Just let me know when you're good for me to push from the pier.
Alright, EMS
Jeff,
is
where
up
are you?
there.
I'm at the southeast stairs. West.
Where's that muscle vehicle last seen?
I went up to Sandcastle West.
There are cars at the end of the pier. We're here at the end of the pier.
I'm gonna drive my car to the end of the pier to meet up with you.
They're pushing the bottom of the pier. They're pushing the bottom of the pier.
I see one on foot. I see one on foot in the middle of the pier. They're aiming around.
From stick traffic. They're looking at me. They're looking at me.
Okay. Good.
I'm gonna try and keep them kind of distracted on me.
RO of that black muscle vehicle is Miles Martinez.
Move up, Bonnie. Move up.
Yep. About 10 minutes ago.
There's one, you see that yellow building?
Yeah.
Yep.
One of them is just behind that. He just ran north over the pier and then ran back when he saw me.
Okay.
Can we push from the wall next to the yellow garage? Or are we talking at the yellow and blue building?
I'm not sure. Yeah, so it's the yellow and blue building. Is last seen right behind that.
Okay.
Do we suspect that any of them are still at the end of the pier?
They don't have eyes. You still have eyes?
No, I think we're at the end. No, last seen behind the yellow and blue building.
Here, Bonnie?
The main entrance of the pier, he's on foot. We could light him up. He's
Are
running
you
in the open right by the...
Is he coming towards us?
Yes, he's coming towards us.
Is he the
He's
last
in the open.
one?
He's... No. Ready? He's clear target.
I don't. You can open fire.
He's right below us.
Two more. You got two more coming. You got two more coming at you too, man.
All right, Peters.
Okay. Okay, we see them.
Two individuals at the
They're
public
behind
parking.
Us, female behind us.
Should be able to get on the roof. Ruby, this is a bad spot.
You think?
I lost visual where the other guy went.
There's three.
Right under us. Whoever's just on radio, right under us, closer towards the public parking. Might be in this little cubby under us. Not seeing them. Status?
He just jumped down. Peters, you want me to push for you?
It's coming from
On the roof, on the roof, on the roof.
In front. One in front. Where's on our roof to our left? Be careful.
A firm. He's at the very top. He's looking down at someone.
Looking at
Status.
I'm still up. I see one.
I'm good.
The individual on the roof was hit a few times.
Okay.
One on the bottom as well.
Matilda, call it out if they drop on me, okay?
I have two kind of looking at me.
Ow. We got deleted.
On the roof, hit a few times. Watch your back, Matilda. I gotta reload.
Paperwork dodged. We can't dodge paperwork, chat.
That's me. Is that you shooting?
One on my roof. There's one on my roof. There's one on my roof.
Hit her a few times. Roots? Matilda?
Rose, are you good? So there's one on the white and green roof.
Calling it now. Opal pulls out, waits for them to leave. That's something. Anyways, BRB. Grabbing a drink.
It's just me Wednesday. It's just me.
You got this, Opal.
There's at least 3 of them, bro. Oh, they shoot me!
Oh God. Opal, we trust.
Opal, you able to quickly?
Oh, I'm good. I live, but like, I don't know what I can do against like 3 of them.
You are a tank, Opal, but yeah, 3, not worth it.
They also have like the roofs. I can't get on them.
Opal, I did see, Matilda did 311 that vehicles in the pier registered owner. One of them was Liam Law. Let me just double check.
Alright, I've made they're gonna get theirs, EMSPD.
Send it, Opal.
Can I have 52 staged for the pier, just north of, oh, I see you guys. I'm gonna come to you guys.
I'm back.
They're gonna move out here in just a second, and then we're gonna get medical for all the officers. I don't know how many we have, but I assume
Over
a lot.
25.
Yeah.
I can pull out the car and help transport if needed.
I think you're gonna be filed Wednesday. We're gonna take both our ambulances with people, and we're gonna get help from local EMS after they have been receiving treatments to get them to hospital.
I think Maeve's on her way as well.
Yeah, I'm on the way. There's people that are already self-transporting, by the way. I don't know if that's they're stuck or something.
I will head to the CMC.
Sorry, when I say transporting, I meant local.
What did you just do? Fuck, forgot something. Hold on.
Yeah, I'll head to the CMC and do pickup for anyone that's there.
Local, where are we staging?
We're just by Bay City Incline right now.
Okay.
I'm back. Angel, thank you for the 81 months. I appreciate it. Sick, thank you for the 71 months with the tier 2. And Christian, thank you for the 74 months. I appreciate it.
Why? What is that noise?
Wait, Donowald? Oh my god, chat. I don't know how. My activity feed is showing followers and it scrolled a bunch of things. Wait. Undo that. And that. On. There we go. Bora, thank you for the tier 1. Hope you enjoy your elephant emotes. Sorry, thank you for the 67. Jordan, thank you for the 59. Sun, thank you for the 72. That's insane. 6 years is crazy. All caught up. I didn't know my activity feed was that wonky.
They're leaving. Just give it 2. I'm gonna start grabbing people or just bring them to the front.
Perfect.
Should be code 4 for you guys to come in. I'm gonna start rounding people up. And then, I'm gonna stay back. I'll deal with the evidence.
Just head straight to the end. Do you want to bring people?
Just at the very front where that first LSPD officer is down.
Okay, Okay, so my car just fell through the pier and into the water, and currently. Over here. Just gonna have to take someone else's.
Okay, do you want me to head? Are you sure you don't want me to head to the pier? I've got the car.
You know what? There's a good song for this chat.
Hey fam, I'm staging at CMC right now. There's only one person here to transport people back to MRPD.
We are sharing a brain cell today. The timing.
Opal, where'd you say you wanted them?
Just at the very front of the pier, just above the walkway.
Okay, L1 is at the end here, by the way.
We do have a good view. Yeah, I think moving forward, I can't ADS. Like, I can't right-click with the pistol. I think I just have to fucking full send, no crosshair, YOLO with the left click. I'm too shaky because of my tremors. It almost lines up.
I'm just gonna start gathering people towards the kiosks at the pier.
FM.
I'm gonna need a car to come pick them up.
Imagine aimbotting in GTA RP.
Guys, stop using local EMS when there's EMS here.
Yeah, Matt, I'm bringing one unconscious. It's gonna be Snow. Perfect.
Actually, Snow? Or King? Oh, it is Snow. Yeah, those people are yuck. Everything about GTA shooting is ass for me. The crab walking and like being able to strafe super easily, crouch and whatnot. I can't make those like to best describe it to people. When I'm just moving around my mouse normally, everything is fine. The moment I have to start clicking, you will never get pinpoint accuracy from me. Like, tracking is typically okay. But if I have to click while doing that to shoot, or especially if you have to right click and then left click, I'm done for. What a fucking phenomenal next song. But GTA shooting will never be enjoyable for me. I can manage in like Valorant and CS because I can use like, it sounds stupid. I can make like crazy flick shots with scoped weapons. Will we ever have a scoped weapon? No. Honestly, give me the musket. Doesn't even need to be scoped. Give me distance. People be done for. Ow! Is that Perry? Wait, who is that? It is. Hello? Perry, is that you?
It's me. I wish I never responded to this fucking call when I go to bed.
Same.
Status on the piercing?
We're still gathering, folks. Still gathering, folks.
Okay, just wanted to check in.
Why did I opt to come
geez.
here?
I don't know. We could have really just stayed.
No,
where we
specifically, this is where I went down. It is the fucking arcade, and all I hear is the arcade music. I'm gonna fucking snap. I'm gonna snap. It's gonna be the last straw.
Should have gotten in the car with me. You'd still be all good. Still be all good.
Howdy, Perry.
Hello.
Is it gonna be okay? Did you hear the arcade's music?
Oh, yeah, I heard it non-stop.
Pain and suffering.
How many of you mess are on duty? Please tell me it's more than one.
Yes, it is.
Thank God.
Honestly, have you ever asked the universe for anything? Like, do what happened to Maeve's car to ours?
What happened to Maeve's car? Oh,
Well,
the water. Oh, sugar. Wait, did you guys get that still over there?
Dude, I'm just saying, that's the strat, dude. When we pushed up here, the first two cars, like, they just go through the pier into
They
the
drop?
water, and then they swim up back behind them. Yes.
Like the opposite of like the ejecto seat, you know?
Yeah.
The dejecto buffalo.
I'm never fucking waking up to do paperwork again. Fuck this shit.
Alright, should be alright for a little.
Wednesday.
Then we'll
Ruby?
get you to the doctor.
Yes.
Can you get in contact with Maxwell and get her to bring me 10 evidence bags to the pier?
Oh. This what you get for waking up early. What the fuck, man?
It's President's Day. It's President's Day, and I thought I'd come on duty.
Happy President's Day.
I made
Question
a
mark.
fatal error.
Yeah, one would say almost a rookie mistake, which is unusual for you, right? You've been with us in the PD for a long time.
Yeah.
Okay. Where does it hurt?
Like directly down on my shoulder.
Honestly, I think you guys need the vests to cover the shoulders as well, because holy shit, it's always shot in the shoulders. It's so easy. Well, we're gonna stop the bleeding. There we go.
One bullet.
Are you okay with needles, Ruby? Okay, rolling up your sleeve here a little bit. get you some fluids going and an IV. So bear with me. Okay. 1, 2. There we go. Tried to trick you. Didn't work. Pain meds, Ruby, at this point?
Yeah, I love pain meds.
Okay. Are you allergic to anything?
No, I love Oxy.
You love Oxy?
Yeah.
How about fake
Bill also
Oxy,
liked
aka
Oxy.
ibuprofen?
I've never taken Oxy, but I've seen other people take it and it looks delicious and amazing.
It makes them feel so good, doesn't it?
Maxwell on dispatch. I don't think.
Then they
I don't
can
know where
just
she is.
run circles around me.
Oh, look, I person from the pit. I swear I saw
I
it
find that
10:41.
cheating.
Okay.
Hey,
I swear I saw her.
good morning, or just morning.
Morning, Rhodes.
The last time I saw her, I thought she was going to the
I hate this.
Off, but
You guys deserve better than getting shot at.
I
all the
agree.
time.
Keep her calling her, just make sure she's alright.
Okay, maybe
Also, there's
just
one
gonna
more
take a little
officer down
sneak
by the
peek in the
running
lower
squad. I'll go
vest
grab
here,
him.
because it's just at the bottom there. Doesn't
How
look
bad's it looking?
Yeah.
not too bad, honestly.
And then
Am I gonna
I'm
die?
the only one that was actually attached.
Highly doubt
to the
that
office, so
you
I'll
have
deal
been
with
through
that.
worse than this. It's bruising. It's not too big of an issue, but it can be very painful. So I get
Okay.
it. Gonna pop some ice packs on here and clean up any potential injuries and put some bandage on that as well.
Okay.
And you as well, can I offer you any type of pain meds?
I believe it was.
I'll be okay.
You're a fighter.
Oh my gosh, that sorry. Whoever that was, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were there. I didn't know you were there. I'm
Oh.
sorry.
It was literally just the break.
Oh, it was a mistake. It's okay. Mistakes happen.
Can you get Voss?
I know, that's how a lot of people got
I don't
here.
need him to do anything on scene. I just need the bags.
Oh God, is that funny?
My hair! What
I'm
happened to my hair?
I'm sorry. It's not my fault you had a toupee.
What
My hair's gone.
Yeah, Well, that's why wigs exist or something. But just for safety, we're getting you away from Rhodes, okay?
He took my hair.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you had a toupee.
To the other deputies here, Bradley, you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
This
more like a
deputy over here.
Dasher! Dasher, you
okay?
have to be okay.
Dasher! Dasher, what the fuck? Wake the fuck up! Hello?
I don't want to wake up. My hate
Oh,
feelings
there,
are
there we go. Fucking hell.
I was sleeping.
He's gonna be listening to Chasing Cars by Snow Patrol next. Listen, you're laughing, but I was.
Yes, Espen? I was gonna say I can start loading up people if needed. But
I was coincidentally listening to songs for the dead. by
Bradley
Queens
has
of
not
Stone
been
Age.
treated. Okay,
Robbie,
funny.
I got shot in my left shoulder. Espen.
reverse into it, okay?
I don't need your channel. I'm gonna be by
Reversing
myself.
out of a
Just
situation.
Well, either way, if I jumped in the water, I was gonna get a pop shot in the water. So.
I can give you a little bit of a blanket.
You chose the slow motion way out.
All right, thank you.
Other than that,
Like I got shot in the chest.
well, that would also make you feel
All right, thank you.
some ice packs on that.
Vivian?
Yeah.
Vivian, are you alright?
Well, not really. But I'm breathing and I'm talking, so I think so.
Oh, hello.
Okay,
Hey.
put some ice packs on the chest, Bunny.
Okay, I'm just gonna look for your wounds, okay?
Yeah.
I'm saying that we put as many as we can.
Damn! Oh shit!
Why are we showing up in a two-seater? What the fuck is going on?
What the hell are we saying?
That's the guy I've got to stop coming to
Thank
any
you
further
so much.
operations because he can't listen. It's good to know he's
Okay,
here.
Dasher, come on.
Excellent.
Why are you here? Why did you do this?
I don't know. I'm reevaluating my life choices right now.
You are?
Oh, are you gonna get divorced from
Oh my god, that was sharp.
from Peter?
Yeah. I think I need a new husband. He hasn't got my back anymore.
Where is that bozo? Not here.
Okay, will do. Thank
Maybe
you.
he's the smart one. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you've been treated. Hold on, I saw that.
It's what over here behind me. That's the last one.
The redhead?
Yeah. There we go.
Hey,
Get some
buddy.
bandages and ice packs on that. Dasher, can I offer you some payments?
Nah, I'm good.
You Gucci? Okay.
I'll suck it up. It's fine.
Robbie, do you listen to that song by Ray? Where is my husband?
Yeah. Every day.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Oh, we're like... We can find solace in it.
We're the Missing Husbands Club.
Yeah. Where art thou, husbands?
Viv, Dasher makes concessions. His husband's colorblind.
Is he got missing because he's colorblind? Like, what's...
I don't know, but were you there when they got promoted?
No.
Do you know the colorblind test with like numbers and stuff? That's like
Well, I
hidden
know
in the
what
color.
You did. You told me.
Yeah, I put PPO in one of those and said congratulations.
Make sure I'm not stepping on anyone's head.
Also during their like little onboarding academy thing, when Fisher was doing, shoot the target 4 times, I put the number 4 on Twatter in the colorblind thing, and
He shot once because he couldn't read it.
he's supposed to, use his environment and make up for where he's lacking.
He did not count
Yeah, on
how
his
many
other
other
sex
people
is
shot.
fighting.
I think he's still embarrassed about that day, yeah.
Are they good to be loaded up into cars?
Yes, please.
Okay, guys, highest rank, LSPD purity, type shit. Let me see. Oh, no, Chief is first. Speed, you're not high enough for this.
Thank you.
All right, Chief, I got you.
Peters.
Okay, who's next? Oh my God, Commander Ruby. There is. Okay.
Grabs this one.
Okay, right now he's gonna be captain.
Not Bean.
Okay.
I grab not Bean.
What's Bean?
How many more bitches coming here? Grabs Matilders.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, I think they're critical. I think you need to go to EMS, the medical center right now. EMS, can I go?
Full question mark? Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're good.
We're set 576 to CMC with 3 very important 47s.
Thank you.
Got you, Chief.
How's your day going, boss?
I don't know, I just wake up. He's going.
Okay.
I was hearing, there's gonna be spies at the Monday meeting, I'm ready, you know what I mean?
Who said that?
Hey, I don't want to spoil, but I have extended magazine, Chief, I'm ready, you know what I mean? Whatever is gonna happen, I'm ready. If it's gonna be mutiny on the goddamn meeting, I'm gonna shooting down everybody. We're gonna try to take over goddamn House of LSPD. Ah!
Boss, are you good?
Okay, Chief, no worry, I'm pink.
Who the hell have you been talking to, Jack?
What? The roads!
What do you mean to me? No. What do you mean, Spice?
There's going to be a mutiny.
Spice during the meeting? Who said that?
I don't know. People saying shit. You know, I don't know. You know, it's like hard for me to tell what is the truth and what is not true.
Okay.
Staff chief. You know what I mean? Hey, Davenport.
Good, boss.
Oh,
thank
good.
you.
I get the most important one. You get the Commander Ruby.
Hey guys. Hey.
Hey.
Hey, Rhodes.
Hello. Hey.
Oh, hi, Rhodes. How you doing?
Don't worry, guys. I'll make sure our high command is still operative, okay?
How the fuck did they get here first?
I have no idea. Oh, Doctor.
Hey, Doc. That just made me want to listen to the song.
I know what's happened, but he's down and he's important.
Of course he's important. He's always important.
He's the most important from the important people.
Hey, Doc.
Hi. What happened?
I got shot.
Who shooted you?
I wish I knew. No, it wasn't him. Fortunately.
Well, luckily, it just looks like you got a load of bruising coming up, so I'm going to put some cream on there to help that go down.
Okay.
This might take me a little bit, though. Let's get
It's okay.
up here.
Are you aware of how many injured people there are?
No, because I've only just gotten on duty.
Okay. Bad news. It's a lot. In fact, I don't even know if I just saw a whole group of them. Oh yeah, they're checking in with the doc out front. They probably don't realize you just clocked in.
Oh, hello.
God damn it.
Hello. How is it going?
Barnaby, is that you?
I'll get you in a bed.
It is me, one and only.
Barnaby, you're supposed to get your own bed, pal.
Well, this look much warmer than the other one. I am cold. I spend like 2 hours in the water.
Oh, okay. All right. Do you need a hug?
I could use a hug, yes.
Okay. All right. Listen, I'll give you a hug, bud.
Hi.
All right, I will wait for it.
Oh, Ruby, hi.
This is my life now.
Yeah, happy birthday.
You guys, who's the president?
President Davis.
He's dead.
So is it a sad President's Day?
Oh.
Hey, Perry. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Also, Doc, heads up. Perry Falcon is also around. So if someone else says, hey, Perry, and ignores you entirely, that could also be why. You never know.
The other Perry's around?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. I see. So I shouldn't come to the PD meeting.
That's not what I'm saying.
Alrighty. You're looking all good. So let's get you up and Adam. It's fine, Rose. You get special treatment. You get to be treated by me.
Yeah. Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
There we go. Is that any better?
Much better.
Perfect.
Much better.
Oh, and Bradley too.
Barry, I got shot
I
in
want
my
my
shoulder.
hug.
You got shot in your shoulder. Chief.
I hope you feel better. I'm
Thank you very much.
sad you're in the water for so long.
What do I think you can ask me?
I appreciate that.
What my pain level
Of
is.
course. Happy birthday,
All right, time to find a ride.
Good seeing ya.
What do I always ask?
I could just swim.
Yeah,
I have to get the core. Yep.
This is nice, relaxing work. I like it.
Yeah. Saving lives too.
I don't know if Ruby's awake, so it's major. I missed
Oh.
all of it because I'm not committed.
Oh my god.
What's
what was-
going on?
I was just telling him that I was getting severe
Hey,
FOMO
Marshalls.
Hello.
of that command meeting, and I really wanted to be in there.
Brandy, I have a
Oh, well.
question.
Yeah.
How loud or, I remember when you used to clean all the dishes and stuff.
I actually didn't do that this time because you said it was soundproofing, so I just believe you.
As you should. It is
I didn't
soundproof.
bother.
It's
Okay, yeah, I figured.
You wouldn't
I
have
didn't
heard a
think you would lie
peep.
about that.
You wouldn't have
Yeah.
heard a single thing in there.
I thought about it though. I did think about it, but then I was like, no.
Well,
no.
as long as you didn't act on it, that's the important part.
Oh, exactly. I'm always honest. I may tell a joke, but I'll never tell a lie.
Good on you, Brandy. Good on you.
Thank you.
That's not yours?
Yeah, we'll just go.
I can walk.
Thank you.
I require one ride, please.
Get on in.
To the pier.
Thank you, Anderson.
Got room for one more first in. Room for one more.
Lucas, you want to go in?
Oh no, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay,
One of y'all
well.
can
Do you
go.
have to get your car, Lucas?
Hop in, Ruby.
Oh, I don't know actually. Let me check.
Yeah, if you need to get your car, jump in.
I'm alright.
Crystal, where's your car?
Oh, my
I was
car's
driving
at the
with Lucas
pier.
there. I'm okay.
Guys, don't mind me. Are
I-
y'all going to
I
the
have to
pier?
go
bury it.
Yeah,
Yes.
you guys jump in. I'm not going to the
take you
pier.
Okay, okay.
Does everyone want to check to make sure their cars are at the pier?
Mine was. It's not mine, so I'll just go anyways to see if it's there.
Mine's at the pier.
Davenport Street.
What a day. What a day.
Because Maeve said she they localed a lot of the cars.
Why does Lucas have Nikki's heavy?
I don't know. For heavy pistol and 3 heavy pistol magazines are on my person.
They were put on you? They was planted?
Yes,
By who?
a woman. A lady.
Well, why couldn't it be in a man?
I'm gonna have to...
Lady.
Hmm. Nikki just hung up the fucking phone? Oh, she better be calling me back.
No.
Did
no,
you
I
press
tried
the
to
wrong
call
button,
her.
Nikki?
Clocker.
Not, no, fuck that bitch, because I tried to call her the other day. she
Nikki,
hung up on
make
me.
sure
Fuck
you
that
fill out
weird
your
ass
weapon
bitch.
registry for that new gun.
Oh, I already did.
You already did? That's why you good at your job.
Yeah, I did everything. I double checked it and then I added it.
Perfect, thank you.
Again,
Oh,
'cause
it's on
I
the
know
pier.
it always takes it off. So yeah, I know what I'm doing.
Perfect, Nikki.
Of course.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
You are
Are you gonna
perfect
be around later?
sometimes.
I'm not perfect. No, we have our flaws.
Okay.
Like we should talking.
Bye, Nikki.
You know, I'm never gonna let go of that because no one told me what the shit talking is. So what am I supposed to do?
I gotta go.
Bye.
Hmm.
Hey, Mr. Rhodes, how you doing?
JJ, I'm sorry. It has been very hectic. I took yesterday off.
I look like a stalker. If somebody sees a
Well, I take it not personally, okay? I understand. Is Denzel around?
Yes, he's around. I told him 10 minutes from now, but I can call him and tell him that you're ready now. You want to meet already?
Yeah, the chief of police office. I'll be there in my soundproof room.
Preferably just you. Like we. don't
Yeah,
wanna talk.
I will put out a sign that says "Do not enter."
All right, beautiful. Thank you.
Okay, bye. Hmm. What did you just do? And now we wait. Chat, today's consisted of meeting, being shot down, meeting. Yeah, High Command's a blast. High Command is a blast. Hello.
Good morning, Rhodes. How are you?
Oh, wonderful. It's a wonderful day.
Yeah, I heard you guys had a fun meeting this morning.
Yeah.
I can tell you, I'm not color me shocked, Rhodes. Color me shocked. I can't even have a hair day without being left out of a meet. I just wanted to get my hair done this morning. Okay, that is it. Like seriously, I just one day.
Yeah, I know.
I worked
I know.
8 hours on a Sunday. Okay, yesterday was absolute hell.
I've heard.
but
I've
yeah.
heard.
Yeah, I mean, I did do a command report about me sending Nikki off duty. I'm sure she cried about it this morning, but she is very disrespectful to command. And this isn't the first time she's had an issue with command, but I think her britches are a little too big for her. I don't care that her and Aaron got in an argument. Obviously, it's not good, right? But when I told her to knock it off, she didn't knock it off. And then I said, I think we're going to have this meeting without you since Aaron and Peters are running the Alana investigation. And she said, no, I don't think so. Walked out the door in front of all of us, said, Alana, come in for the meeting. After I just told her she wasn't going to be part of the meeting. And I didn't say it with an attitude. I just said, I don't think it's a good idea. We're just going to have the meeting without, you being there because I didn't want Aaron and Peters, after what just happened, having, that tension. And she was just like, nope, I don't care. Open the door and come on, Alana, let's go inside. And I said, well, you can just go off duty then. Oh, really? I can just go off duty? And I just walked away with Alana. I didn't respond. And then apparently when I walked away, she went to Aaron's face and said, you failed P&T, and then walked out the door. Like, I'm sorry, Rhodes, but she is not a nice person. I don't know what is going on. Well, I mean, I know what's going on, right? But I don't know what's going on. King is going to DOJ and talking in front of regular officers and talking about how bad our department is in front of officers. It wasn't a private conversation. 3 or 4 officers have told me this conversation took place with him and the Chief Justice right in the lobby. And I'm being blip watched by Ruby. I called Frost yesterday because I've been meaning to have a conversation with him about a few things. I've known Frost for a very long time. And then I got blip watched by Ruby, and she's like, am I supposed to be aware of this high command meeting at the same time that Nikki called Frost? So both of us took a phone call at the same time. And I said, well, no, I'm just catching up with Frost. This wasn't a high command meeting. Regardless, they told me that she was calling Jenna and asking what they're going to do to punish Miguel. Ruby never told me that conversation. Like, why is it our business what they're going to do? And why aren't you talking to me about what we're doing with BCSO? I'm not trying to stir drama with them. So they're on me like, what we do to Miguel, is that going to affect you guys and what you do with Alana? And I said, no. I said, you are your own department. You guys can make your own stuff. I said, what I'm pissed off about is that I had nothing to do with what happened Friday. I'm at the ICU because McQuillan's dead. Well, before I knew he was dead, I'm there with Opal. That's one of her best friends. And then I hear commotion in the hallway. The marshals come storming in. Oh, BCSO's out there getting their story straight because they realized who shot McQuillan was a PPO. Whatever. I'm still there for, Opal. After the fact, Alana's losing her mind. Oh my God, I'm going to get fired. Oh, I'm so upset. Oh my God, he's dead. This is my fault. Just hysterical. So I'm trying to calm her down, and I have Bubba with me. And then I'm looking at the report and I see 2 marshals and Alana's guns aren't registered. And I said, Alana, please tell me that your shit is registered. And she's like, oh my God, it's registered. Da, da, da. I said, well, regardless, they need to investigate. And if they don't know whose gun that is, there's a problem. So everybody had to put their guns in the locker. And I just told Bubba to document that Alana's registry wasn't done. So he did that and decided to dap her two daps for not doing her registry. As far as the rest of it goes, I don't know. It was late. I went to bed. Saturday, I wasn't around. Yesterday, I come on duty.
Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
Oh, I'm at the side. I'm in the alleyway on the side of the PD.
The chief's office.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm coming. Bye.
Chat. I can't stress this enough. I don't know where it's become the norm for like. Listen, if you guys want to give opinions and such, feel free to discuss it in the meta channel, okay? But
so yesterday, I'm on duty for like, I don't know, 5 minutes, and then Peters is immediately in the lobby. I'm taking a statement from somebody. Here we go. And he's like, what's going on with the Alana stuff? Do you know what's going on with the Alana stuff? And I'm like, no, I wasn't part of the Alana stuff. There was fucking 25 people in the cells, according to the report. I'm not sure why the ass chief has to deal with the Alana stuff. And he's like, well, this, I'm just asking. This is like, nobody's dealing with it. And I said, Peters, you guys were on duty yesterday. Why has nobody done one thing about Alana? Why am I being questioned? I'm going to be real, Rhodes. I feel that everybody is using the Alana situation as a chance to, one, witch hunt Alana, and two, come at me and try to make it seem like this department is shit and unstable and our standards are down and blah, blah, blah. Listen, if Alana's going to be fired, in my opinion, it's going to be because she didn't pass her final eval. And that is up to P&T, whether Peach and Aaron want to work it, whatever. Either way, I told Peters, if you want to run the Alana shit, since nobody else wants to run it, I shouldn't have to run it as the ass chief. I have 20 different command members between, command from sergeant up to commander. And you guys are questioning why I'm not dealing with it. Like, everybody bitches at me for not delegating. And the one time I don't take over something because I shouldn't have to, I'm not doing my job. And it's actually sad. Like, I am damned if I do, and I am damned if I don't. I personally don't like dealing with Alana stuff. One, because I've already fired Alana once. Two, she lives in my house. So I shouldn't have to be the one to make the decision because it's going to be bias or this or that. I just avoid that. So Peter's
Maxwell,
saying, hey,
honey,
what?
You better get a lock on your bedroom door.
Wait, why? What do you mean?
She's going to be fired.
Oh, that's fine. But I'll be damned if
but Maxwell, I need you to understand. Yes, but I need you to understand that when she has nothing to look forward to, aka a job in the PD.
True. Yeah.
That bitch gonna have a fucking knife to your throat in the middle of the night. Get a lock on your door.
They think she's drama now, Rhodes. Wait till she's on the other side, okay? That's all I'm gonna say. And
I'm not surprised.
From this situation, she should have been fired. But I do think that if she's not able to make officer in the allotted time that Peach gave her and pass her final, then she should be fired. And I was 99% sure she's getting fired, just like last time. And that's on her, right? That shouldn't be on me or you. That is on her. So people saying that command failed her, she failed herself.
No. She failed her. She was hired when Pred was made chief.
Yes.
She is still a PPO.
Well, yeah, she had personal stuff and was LOA for about a month. And then
even then we're midway through February.
Oh, I know. Peach told her you have till I don't know. Ask Aaron. Again, part of the stipulation, Rose, to her coming back to the PD was not to be up my ass. So I was not FTOing her or anything because I didn't want I've spent enough time on Alana the first time before she got fired.
I don't blame you.
So I have been completely hands off. And I'm trying to explain that to people like Peter, where they don't understand. Even was it Nikki she's like, isn't she always with you? I said, Nikki, I have not FTO'd Alana since over a year ago. Because that, again, Pred wanted her back. I'm the reason she was fired before. So, you know, again, I don't think that the one cell situation is why she should be fired. I think it needs to be explained that it's that plus the fact that she hasn't met her, you know, her duties, being able to.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
be an
combination of
officer
things.
without, exactly. I just didn't like that it was being sounded like, oh, her gun wasn't registered, she should be fired. Okay, well then so should the 2 marshals. And oh, she got held hostage in the cell, she should be fired. Okay, well then maybe Viv should be too when Pred took her hostage in the cell, and every other officer that's been held hostage in the cells. We're going to go back and fire everybody if that's how we're going to look like. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
no.
just want
I separated
consistency.
those things.
Yeah.
Hold on one moment. Sorry. I've separated those. Obviously, it's a problem that there's no weapon registry. Additionally, there is a problem with procedurally how she put herself in said position.
Yeah.
To have been robbed by an unarmed man. But either way,
It's unfortunate. He took advantage of her. Okay. Future is a criminal and he took advantage. He told her that his cuffs weren't loose enough for him to move. So she went in the cell to loosen his cuffs so he could come to the door because it was the tiny cell. And when she did that, he picked her up and took her and threatened to smash her head. I mean, he took advantage. Again, she should know better, especially Future. Even I know. Frick you, Future. You're crazy. You're always trying to scam people and trick us. Somebody died. No, she didn't pull the trigger, but
I have a solution.
happened.
I have a solution to this.
Yeah.
Future Hendricks.
He already has stuff on his profile.
Yeah, no. There's gonna be
okay.
There's gonna be a bigger. Well, actually, I don't want it to override the bail.
He, as far as I know, he's getting charged with like everything, even McQuillan's death. Even though he was shot in the back. But I mean, he caused
Never to be
the events,
uncuffed
right?
ever in the cells. Let's see. Oh.
Isn't
It's
that
on-
crazy to say though?
Wait,
that
whoa,
we're, like-
hold on.
Yeah.
Spits on cops should be put in locked cell. If in cells with anybody else, do not uncuff. Leave them in soft cuffs.
He
No,
wasn't in a
removed.
cell with anybody.
Removed. Remove. Never to be uncuffed. Ever in the cells.
Ever.
Problem solved. He can bitch and complain all he wants. Okay, anyways, Alana
so her
is
being fired is not the problem, okay? It's just the fact that I have all these capable, sergeants, this and that, and even a commander who was on duty yesterday, and nobody decided to reach out to Alana to ask her to come in for a meeting and fucking suspend her for investigation. They come crying to me, Mama Maxwell clocks on duty, and it's, why didn't you do anything? I was in an interrogation room Friday night dealing with the race stuff with Opal and Toby. I don't understand why, again, the ass chief has to deal with a situation that had 25 officers, including marshals and deputies. And I told Frost yesterday, the sheriff, I said, listen, if shit goes down, I want your command members, if they're there, to document something an officer did or even recommend something. I don't care. That needs to happen. These things have got to be dealt with. If I only had PPOs and seniors in the cells, at the time, then I would expect a sergeant or whoever to do a report and document what happened. Because again, I didn't have all the context. A marshal just died, and one of our own handed me her badge because of how upset she was if she even wanted to work here anymore over him dying. That
Who
was
was
her
that?
best friend, Opal. She came on duty yesterday. We talked. I gave her her badge. She was just like, if I'm on this side, I can't help. And if I'm on that side, I can only help so much, saying like if she wasn't an officer anymore, she couldn't help us. Right. She was just upset about losing, a friend, not about it being how it happened. I mean, obviously everybody knows how Future is. I appreciate that people are so vocal now, especially Nikki, who said she had something to say to me, but was going to wait because of how angry she was yesterday. But when I talked to her 3 days ago and I said, is there anything you would like to see changed or anything that you have an issue with that we could address? Because I can't address things if I'm not told.
Right.
And she said nothing. Instead, went behind my back after you and I talked and was calling my other sergeants, asking them what they told me and why I thought she was talking shit. I don't address things like that without evidence. If the mayor's telling me that he heard from the horse's mouth something, that is evidence for me. There's no reason for the mayor to stir in the department that he wants to look good for him, right? To run smoothly for him in the city. Denzel gains nothing out of that. So again, I don't know what Nikki's angle is, but it's not good. And I'm telling you right now, Rhodes, if she takes over what it appears she's doing, because I guess she was even pitched as chief to Denzel by High Command Daisy last week. I just don't see it going well for the LSPD further than this.
So that's what I wanted to talk to you about. I'm not sure if I'd mentioned it to you, and I haven't had a full conversation. I'm going to have that conversation after the meeting with Denzel and JJ. But I had a conversation with JJ the other day who wanted me to put out a anonymous feedback form on behalf of the mayor's office. I haven't done that yet. I'm going to be honest, I've been far too busy with other things. But I told JJ I wanted to hold this position on a very temporary basis, but I also want to sort of mend the I want to mend the relation between the PD and the DOJ alongside the PD and the marshals, the PD and the BCSO. And obviously I'm going to need more time to do that. And so I said, though I wanted it to be on a temporary basis, I actually want to hold this position for at least a bit longer. And JJ said, well, you should probably just dedicate to the whole term then. To which I said, yeah, I should, and I intend to. But here's the issue. I've had independent conversations with a few people as of recent, and then had the meeting that I had this morning with a bunch of people. It was not intended to be this all-encompassing meeting. It just happened to be, and Ruby was also present. And the collective agreement was that, or not agreement, but consensus in that room was that there likely needs to be a shakeup in the LSPD. Structurally, some things just don't make sense right now. And I even asked, do you guys think that we should go back to a single captain per shift? And sort of a traditional ranking structure where there is no commander. That specifically wasn't addressed, but it was kind of implied with the removal of captains. And I asked, Bean was there, Ruby was there, Davenport, King, Peters, Nikki, Crystal, Jeb. There were a bunch of people there. And in that conversation, I don't know if there was a single person who said there needs to be more than one captain.
No, that was Pred's thing. All of that
I agree.
This is all Pred's structure, and that's what
Yes.
people are failing to understand is that nothing's been changed because you were just planning to be temporary and waiting for Pred to come back. So why would you change something that he put in place, right?
Yeah.
And now people are pointing out that they're not happy with it. Well, I agree. I don't think there should have ever been a commander role. All she would do is micromanage captains who don't need to be micromanaged when they literally run the shifts, right? And even now, I don't really know what she does. And I don't care because, she goes to her shift, does her thing, talks to high command and BCSO without even talking to me and goes straight to you every time. That's just how Ruby is, and that's fine. She's always kind of looked past me. You know, I think it'll just always be that way, no matter how hard I try. So, you know, that's just gonna be what it is, right? I'm just gonna tell you though that if you have this group that is doing what they're doing right now, I feel personally that there's some officers are not gonna they're gonna lose the support that they currently have. And I don't know what's going to happen from there. I'm just saying that if you have too many like-minded people in command positions, it changes the entire culture of the PD, and it might be too much of a shock. And so that's what I'm worried about right now, is that.
So I agree. It's definitely one of my concerns. Unfortunately, the reality is there's no way to potentially restructure PD without certain people's feelings being hurt. It's the unfortunate reality.
Yeah.
It's the nature of the beast. And to be clear, this is not a restructuring of PD to address the problematic few, because historically that's exactly what happened. One or two people are deemed the problem, and instead of addressing those people specifically, there's an entire restructure so that it's like, you know, the specific people are kind of just put in the background. They're lost in the noise of all of the restructure. This is very much so because it sounds like most people are on board. There wasn't a single person that disagreed with the general sentiment that like things need to change. And then again, I go and look at our roster, and obviously Pred did what he did regarding captains and stuff, and even Jeb pretty much said, like, I, as someone on the chopping block, agree. Actually, I was going to say something, but I don't want to add to drama. But I look at that and I go, I think if anyone complains about potentially losing a position, like, they are kind of the problem. Because it doesn't matter what rank you are. I'm not talking about you specifically, to be clear. Like,
No,
even me,
yeah, it's
right?
okay.
When I was just a deputy, when I was just an officer, when I was just a senior, prior to ever touching any role with command, that never prevented people from approaching me as a person with experience and asking questions regarding stuff, or asking for my opinion on something. And while, yes, I can't technically make certain calls if I'm not of a certain rank, like, it doesn't really change my day-to-day. And realistically, like, most people who are in sort of high-ranking positions are likely going to end up there in some capacity. It's not going to be a one-for-one, because unfortunately, when we have to remove how many fucking people from these roles,
Yeah.
it's an egregious amount. Like, there are going to be some people who feel slighted.
Yeah.
But straight up right now, we are way too much a top-heavy department that is not going to be to our benefit at all. Especially if, when something like the Alana situation arises, there aren't other people immediately trying to address it, despite the fact that we have so many people typically around to deal with
It's the
those, and
same
instead
one
it has to go
person
to
to
you
deal
as the
with it.
ass chief. Like,
Right.
it's stupid that it had to have been that
Everything
way.
I'm going to be railroads. I have no problem stepping down to officer, like, at all. The issue I have is that I'm not going down without a fight. I am worried about the department. I don't care if we do a restructure, but I'm going to fight if these people think they're going to step in when they've not lifted a finger for a year plus. None of them train anybody. None of them ride with anybody else. None of them talk to anybody else. They ride with the same people every day. You cannot have antisocial clique running a department. It's going to push everybody out, and people are going to transfer. I care about the LSPD. I don't give a shit about my rank. I'll be an officer today. I really don't care.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, like I said, I definitely wanted to let you know. And it's so crazy because, like, the other day I had some furniture moved upstairs. Do you know how there's the single white couch on the opposite side of the hallway? There's two couches, same kind, facing each other. There's a little end table with
A new meeting spot. How cute.
Yes, and while I was doing that, I was having a conversation with Richard, my husband, and Davenport. And a few things were brought up. And first I was looking at it and I was like, definitely something to think about. And then my conversation today was like the double, triple, quadruple, whatever down with everyone who was in that meeting agreeing that there needs to be drastic changes because right now in its current structure, it's not working. And there's kind of like, there's this, like people are in command positions and not really necessarily doing command stuff, and expectations for P&T, not expectations, standards rather, have, I'm going to say dropped, but like, as in they're not good. But that might just be the reality of they never have been good over the course of the past 2 years, and it just hasn't improved all that much.
Well, people are content. They've had the position, or, we have people that didn't even want rank or given rank, complain about meetings and all the things, and then sit here and say, the training command is failing everybody. I'm just so tired of people saying what needs to happen and not putting an effort. It's been like that for years here, which is why I was part of PNT for almost 2 years, right? Before Aaron fully took it over, because nobody freaking wanted it.
Yeah.
And you
Aaron
gotta
was
have
catching
people that support and care.
Aaron was catching a lot of flack, but the reality is, like, Aaron, while yes, she's had a hand in PNT for quite some time, she only just recently got PNT lead. And so the changes that she wants to make now are obviously going to take some time. And I'm a firm belief that this isn't like, Aaron is no longer going to be a PNT lead. You need someone who wants to be in the position of PNT lead.
I would love to see somebody else take it. I'm going to be honest. I'm sure Aaron would too, right? Who the hell is going to take it over?
Yeah,
Who?
that's the
Please
issue.
tell me. Is Nikki going to do it? Is Viv? Because last I heard from Viv, I just want to be a little guy. I'm not doing FTO stuff anymore. And that's not the first time she's done it. So if you're going to have people like that come in here, they better be ready to fucking run it, because that's what we need. And without that, we're going to fail as a department.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I can't really speak on behalf of the Viv stuff because obviously I'm unaware, but I'm very.
I got promoted to captain. This is the Viv stuff in a small version. I got promoted to captain. She clocked off duty for 3 days and flipped burgers with fucking Trig for 3 days, not a word to me, and then said it wasn't about me. The same person who I've always supported.
Well, hold on. Wait, slow down. What if it wasn't about you?
It was about me. She was pissed off she was pissed when she got demoted when Moss came in and I got promoted to lieutenant. She didn't congratulate me or anything.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean she's pissed off at you. You can be pissed off at a situation and not the people involved.
She walked out right after they announced me as captain and clocked off and went to Senior Buns Roads. I was announced.
Yes, but Maxwell, you have to understand, if someone wanted that position, they can simultaneously like not take issue with it being you, but like feeling slighted that it wasn't them, right? Like those are two different things.
Listen, bygones be bygones, right? She's back in the department. I've talked to her. No issue with it. I'm just saying, it's people make things obvious. I could tell you maybe 1 or 2 times that I've even spoke to Viv since she's been back in LSPD. She does not communicate with me at all. She's usually with Nikki and they're usually off riding, or she's yelling on the radio for 77s. And I know you have a different experience with her, but if you're not in with some people, you're just not in with them. That's how it is in all departments and all jobs, right? And that's fine. I don't expect people to be buddy with everybody, but I do need, this is why officers come to me though, right? I'm around a lot and I talk to everybody. You got to have command members that are approachable.
Right.
People
1,000%.
that they know will have their back. I should have never had to sign the search warrant for Miller, but he knows he can call me. Bubba called me Friday night when I'm at ICU, McQuillan dying, asking me about a hold. I said, call your commander, call your sergeants. Why the hell am I getting these phone calls when I'm literally dealing with somebody who just died? You know what I'm saying? Like, not even in my shift. And I don't care about shifts, but if everybody wants to shit talk shifts, tell me why Maxwell is the only one that is responsible for more than just shift one. You know, and I don't mind, but I told Bubba, don't be afraid to call people. Well, nobody else is answering the phone, Maxwell. So it's just sad. Like, these people need support. They're never going to get better if they don't have support.
Is that a failure on our end on the basis of like people who are currently command not wanting to put in that effort?
Right. And they're not trained. I don't think we have enough command members that know what a damn search warrant is, or how to write one, or even how to post on the docket. I don't think we have enough people. I think we have lieutenants that have never been to court.
Yeah, definitely another aspect of things that I definitely need to consider.
That is a huge fail to the PD. You can't just expect P&T when your own command doesn't even know how to do the stuff that you're teaching people.
Not wrong. And I know back when Turner was chief, there's that whole like DOJ mock trial stuff, and it was incentivized and people were paid, from my understanding.
Yes.
And even then, like, that's still not, it's not really a replacement for when you're actually like on the spot in those situations. I don't really know how to, honestly, those situations kind of boil down to nerves. Because you ask those people those exact same questions outside of court, and you'll get the exact answer you're looking for. In court, they just become nervous wrecks, and I don't really know that there's too much we can do about that aside from just getting them in court more often, and even then I don't really know how to accommodate that. So
you just have to make it fun. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, getting Grayson in the LSPD is a huge up. Doc is gonna try and be around more as well. Those two are very well versed in court, and I don't think they'll have any issue with running, mocks and things like that. I honestly think that, like it was back when FTO mock trial was part of your being pushed up to full officer. You had to partake and do a mock trial, kind of like a bench trial, in order to be pushed up to officer. I think that kind of standard needs to come back in order to have officers gain more confidence when it comes to things. They should be able to do a bench trial at minimum.
Agreed.
And articulate the charge that they're pushing on somebody and why.
I agree. We definitely need to change something on that front, because waiting for someone's first court experience to be like a real thing, as I said before, just results in nerves, and then it's just like their brain becomes mush and they suddenly forget how to fucking speak in court, and that's never going to reflect well on the PD, even though our job consists of, determining RS and PC on a daily basis and trying to prove something beyond a reasonable doubt. It suddenly, all eyes are on you when you're up there explaining shit, and all of it just falls by the wayside, which
agreed.
It's going to be difficult to address. I'm not going to lie. That's probably going to be one of the more difficult things. But that's something that's only going to come with time and experience.
And support.
Yeah, 100%.
All right. Well, thank you for the talk, Chief. Sorry, I
you're good.
Anything.
No,
Just,
you're good. You're good. We'll
I appreciate the time.
We'll talk more regarding some more of the plans that I have in the near future, because again, I want to ensure that everyone is on the same page, and obviously, again, with there being a fraction of the positions available, there's if I'm going down to just a single captain per shift, there's obviously going to be a lot of people who aren't happy campers. But listen, if someone wants to transfer over rank, by all means, have at it.
Agreed.
I'm not going to be pressed about it.
And I wouldn't transfer over rank ever. So I wouldn't.
It's funny. I say that I never would have, and I did.
And you did.
Well, yeah, but it was because it was
different.
It was conditional. It was the only way I would have accepted a high command position.
Yeah.
I never wanted it, to be clear. Like, those are very different things.
I know. I know, but you're great. And that's why you're here, right?
This is gonna be.
I know.
Not gonna lie, the next few weeks are
Rose.
gonna be interesting.
I know. It is.
I'll see you on the flip side, Maxwell.
All right. See ya.
I need to look at the roster and find out. What to do? One time the catches me off guard all the time is snow calling Curvy. Oh, wait. I forget which alert that is. Time for spice? Chat. It's been... I want you to know, 2 minutes. Literally 2 minutes into being online. And it was just immediate. Just straight to tea. And unfortunately, Rhodes is probably going to upset people here in the near future, but it is what it is. It's the nature of the beast that is trying to ensure that PD is in the position that it needs to be. I'm gonna go pee. I will be right back. I'm back. Holy fuck, chat. We took 1 day off to play Cobblemon, and this is what happens? Jesus, remind me not to take a fucking day. Holy. I need to I actually need to look at our fucking roster. This is absurd. Okay, for the purpose of there. Why this song on this playlist right now? All right, so in high command chat, we have. Let me jot down shifts. Jeb, U, Dean, EU, Oxby, NA, Ruby, NA, Maxwell, EU. Actually crazy there's still no shift 3 captain. Oh gosh. I have to go from 6 people to 2 just with what currently exists. Then add a captain for shift 3. Oh, people are not going to be happy. Oh gosh. Well, okay, one spot is still open as Ass Chief. Yeah, shift 3 is not an issue.
Sorry.
You're good. Yeah, chat, here's Sousa, by the way. It's not like it's some incredible deal or anything. The unfortunate thing is people will take the opportunity to sort of like throw in jabs. And unfortunately it's difficult, especially with text, to determine whether or not people are memeing sometimes as opposed to actually contributing. Yeah, tone is very difficult in that sense, so hey boss man.
Hello, mate.
How are you?
How about how are you?
Oh, you know, it's been a day.
Oh, hi, Chief. Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hey.
Hey, well, what's good?
I don't know.
Okay,
I think the
Chief,
prices of engines are too damn high, Mr. Mayor.
Chief, just if I'm gonna scream Doug, okay? Just saying.
Boss,
What
are you
the-
good?
Boss?
Don't worry, Chief. Everything's gonna be okay.
Howdy,
And I'm
Brandy.
okay, too.
Don't mind me, guys. I'm just reloading all my guns because you never know.
Don't mind me, guys. I'm gonna reload my class too.
Got a question for. Give me a second to talk to the mayor, Voss. Come on. Are you guys having a conversation here? I don't know.
No,
Like,
no, it's
butting
fine.
in?
Howdy, day, Brandy.
Howdy, Chief.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm okay. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah. What'd you post on Twitter?
Gotta go on the monitor.
Oh. The quadruple L?
Live, laugh, love, land.
Brandy. Brandy.
This never happens to Brandy. Two, 3, 3, 4, 4.
Look great.
Thank you.
Hi, Opal. Yeah, come let's.
Voss?
Yep. Yes, Chief.
Have you shined Angel shoes yet?
Not sir.
5 more repair kits. Not because she's crashing, but because you owe it to her for the delay.
That's why I don't even use these repair kits, but I still need them.
It's gonna be done as you wish, my lord.
Angel, I am so sorry it has taken that long.
It's okay. It's Jack Voss. I don't expect much from him.
Maple? I can't hear you, Maple. Hey, good morning.
Maple.
Maple, who hurt you? Why are you awake?
I gotta be a nerd tomorrow, so I have to be awake around this hour anyway.
Oh, fair enough. Give it another minute for people to make their way in.
Yo, yo, yo.
Hello.
Britannia
Hey,
Angel,
Chief.
this is the 5 repair kits for you, ma'am.
Hi, everyone.
Here
Oh,
on the
thank you.
ground.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Yeah, I have also
Of
been trying to catch
pleasure.
Angel for like a week, so I figured I'd make an effort.
Oh, look. What a fantastic meeting time.
All right, guys. Meeting start time. Oh, okay, Voss. Kind of rude. Real quick, if you reference one of the most recent announcements, or the second to most recent announcement, anyone who's part of the situation involving McQuillan's death downstairs in the cells, if you have not already put a written statement, please make sure you do, and follow the instructions in said report regarding the notating of the firearm, and requesting that you put your firearm in the locker. Additionally, for the love of everything that is holy, please ensure that number one, you have a valid weapons registry that comes back to your current weapons. Okay? Follow our SOPs. They are written accurately for weapon registry related stuff. So there shouldn't really be any questions, and if you do have any questions, feel free to ask. There should be no issue with anyone being able to answer questions on that front, or at least referencing the SOPs for them. In case anyone's wondering, there is still not a date on when funeral arrangements are going to be for McQuillan, but obviously when that is done, it will be announced. Aside from that, does anyone have any questions? Okay, if not, does anyone have any additional announcements? No one has any announcements. Nothing. Nothing at all.
I do.
Oh. The podium's all yours, Branday.
Thank you. Excuse me. Come here. Everyone say happy birthday to Jen. It's her birthday. She's right there.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Johnny!
Happy birthday!
Thank y'all.
So,
That was an important announcement.
it was.
Does anyone else have
Yeah, anyone else?
any questions? Or, you know what? I got something. Y'all see this?
Yes.
Y'all see this? I don't want to see anyone using this on duty and potentially violating anyone's right to privacy. Okay? Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
To be clear, this is not the plankton device used for the theft of vehicles. This is to listen into people's phone calls. Don't do it. And if I catch you doing it and we got a problemo, I'll deal with you personally.
I was expecting you to say the Krabby Patty formula. I'm cooked.
No. No, seriously, don't violate people's rights to privacy. Please and thank you. Especially in the capacity of any kind of investigation. Don't play dumb. Don't be dumb. Or just don't be here if you are dumb. Anywho, anyone else got anything? Otherwise, it's going to be a short as fuck meeting. Which is great because I have had meetings upon meetings today. All right, I guess that's it. Anything from DOJ, doctors, EMS?
Not really. No, nothing for me.
Okay.
There's a new search and seizure legislation that's been posted up pending approval.
Podium!
No, I'm not going up there. If you guys want to look it over on the city hall, you can. That's all.
Is it proposed legislation?
Yeah, it's the
okay.
city hall right now.
I want this on the docket so bad.
Yeah, but it's essentially just the same stuff but cut down. So.
Oh, perfect.
Give it a look through if you want, but the process should not be changing at all. It's just more simple. So.
Perfect. If y'all have not referenced, oh wait, was it just posted?
Posted on Saturday.
Oh. Let's see. For anyone that just walked in, does anyone here have any announcements?
Yeah, skinny jeans don't suit cops.
Oh.
What?
Your hair doesn't suit you.
Oh.
Yeah, now what?
Who made the skinny jeans comment?
Hey.
Now, why would you say that?
McAllister just walked in the room in skinny jeans.
He's not a cop. He's not a cop. He's a marshal.
He's not a cop.
Well, guys, I think on a technicality, you guys are wrong. He is a law enforcement officer.
Does cop work?
Anywho, if no one has anything to bring up, no command stuff, any additional high command stuff, don't do stupid shit out there. Nothing? If so, this is a 5-minute meeting, in and out. Okay, get the fuck out there. Do y'all's jobs to the best of your ability. Please try your best to not fuck up. Okay? Please, I'm begging. I'm begging. Because the The mountain of stuff ending up on my desk is becoming egregious. I'll get out there.
All right.
The meeting's adjourned. I will be in my office, and unless I ask you to be in there, don't be in there. Thank you.
Happy President's Day.
Isn't the president dead?
Congratulations.
Yes,
Oops, sorry.
He's
We're
extremely
not
dead.
part of America. We don't celebrate that.
It's actually
Oh.
George Washington's birthday today. I don't know why.
Back to back, Rose.
Oh.
You know that?
We're not in America. We don't.
Yeah, we're not
We
American.
yeah.
Congratulations.
We're San
I'm not
Andreas.
American. What am I?
You're San Andreasite.
Okay.
We're not a part.
Perfect.
We're not a part of America. No.
What did you just Okay, do? Guys.
All right.
Yeah, we're
My
San
office.
Andreans or whatever.
Okay.
Follow me.
Sounds good.
Oops,
Well, then
excuse
go
me.
to America if you don't like it.
Excuse
What
me.
flag is that? Why is it
Oh my
in our-
god,
Oh,
can she say that?
Yeah, I can. I just didn't.
Hey, Matt Rhodes, is
Yes.
that you?
Yep.
Mr. Rhodes, Officer Rhodes.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Rohan. Oh yeah, you're the fashion police. I remember you.
Morning, guys.
I'm the fashion police.
what's
I
up?
don't think that that's the case.
I got you here now. Yeah,
even though
you're
I've
the
already
fashion police.
Morning,
That told me that
morning,
I should
guys,
wear a
morning,
vest
guys.
because I have nothing to lose. Or I have a lot
That
to
doesn't
lose.
sound like something I would say.
Yeah, that's
You wanna step it up
more
for
cheese.
I don't know about that.
Have we got any
I don't know
meetings,
about
or are
that.
we?
I just
are we-
need to. Sorry, I just had to ask you. Did you sign Pred's petition to contest these pieces of legislation?
Yes.
Okay, you did consent. Awesome.
Yep.
That's all I needed.
All right. Sounds good.
About Peters being interim.
All right. This way.
You coming? When? Or time what? Do I do a different time? Oh, sorry.
Guys, welcome to my humble abode that is,
Thank you. Thank you.
not sure if you're aware, finally soundproof.
Gonna put out do not disturb.
Denzel?
Hey.
Okay. Yeah, putting up a sign.
All right, go, go, go.
How's it going?
Yeah, not bad, not bad. You?
Could be better. Could be worse. You know, middle of the road, I guess. Middle of the road.
Okay, so I mean, so what's actually been going on? I suppose. That's
Over the past 2 to 3 days. First I was originally approached by Davenport, who expressed a fair amount of concerns, and I was with Richard. And the long story short was the discussion was essentially regarding a restructure of the PD, LSPD. And then the conversation I had this morning with a bunch of people in command and high command was almost identical. Right now, the LSPD is a top-heavy entity that is becoming increasingly more problematic. Now, obviously, a lot of this was as a result of Pred making multiple captains and shifts. And this restructure, if followed through with, would knock each shift down to a single captain. Which, if you were to take a look at our current structure, right now for Shift 2, we have Ruby York as the commander, Oxby and Crystal as captains. For Shift 1, we have Maxwell as the interim mass chief, Bean and Jeb as captains.
That's a lot of fucking people. Holy shit.
And then, to make matters worse, there's no captain for Shift 3. So despite there being no captain in Shift 3, there are 4 captains, 1 commander, and the ass chief for high command amongst 2 shifts. And that restructure would move that down to just basic structure of chief, ass chief, 1 captain for each shift, followed by lieutenants and sergeants that are competent, which is obviously not going to sit well with some people, but considering the amount of people that were in said meeting who all pretty much want that exact same thing, knowing full well that their positions are likely to not be the same, I think is pretty telling of of people's stance on the current structure. Denzel, I had a conversation with JJ, and JJ, I'm sorry, I have not yet put out the feedback stuff because there's just been too much on my plate, and it kind of just skipped my mind. But in the conversation I had with JJ, I expressed interest in, despite the fact that my prior stance was I don't want to hold this position, I'm trying my best as of right now to, and it's not that I'm big fans, to be clear, but to mend relations with the marshals, the DOJ, and the BCSO to ensure that, considering we all have to work alongside each other in some capacity, there's no sense in having bad blood between them. Additionally, I got a call from Brian the other day who told me that they will not be pursuing an impeachment. He didn't make mention of charges, but my assumption would be if there's no impeachment, there aren't going to be charges. And he specifically addressed the fact that he felt that we have had some very productive conversations with some of the stuff that has transpired as of recent. And if they were to push the impeachment, it would likely, from the public perspective, be viewed as not good, and sort of be a net negative for the PD as a whole, and martial relations. Where do I stand outside of that? Oh, back to the conversation with JJ. I said I wouldn't put a time on it necessarily, and his only ask of me was, if you are going to do it longer, just commit to the term. To which I am, if you guys would like, I am willing to commit to the term, at minimum. It's not to say I wouldn't consider longer, but do understand that if it is going to be me, I do intend on following through with some of these drastic changes. I can't stress it enough. It's not going to be something that everyone is going to be a big fan of, but we can't consistently be in this rotation of being in hot water because standards are not great, and just sort of attributing it to, it was a one-off. It was a one. There's only so many times something can be a one-off before systematically something is wrong, and I'm trying to address that the best that I can.
Yeah, I mean, my stance on the whole thing is, Rose, obviously, you know, I gave you the position as kind of a placeholder position because I knew you would do that, and that's kind of, you know, you didn't really want it, and I suppose we knew that, right? So you haven't really put your stamp or your mark on the chief of police position. If you want to remain the chief of police, I suppose what you know I would like to see is I would like to see, you know, a Rhodes term. I don't want it to kind of continue as a, you know, Rhodes filling in for, you know, what kind of Pred started. You know, I want you to put your stamp on it, and I think, you know, drastic change is necessary. I think it's needed.
I agree.
Do you want me to add something to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, in addition to like that, yeah, this should be like, if Tanzan, obviously you agree, like this should be your police. Like this is what Matt Rhodes would want the police department to be. It should not be, this is carrying on from Pret's police department with his command and high command. This should be a clean slate and showing a statement that this is Matt Rhodes' Los Santos Police Department, and you're gonna do shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Listen, I'm not gonna sit here and listen. I'm not gonna take the Pred approach and call it, you know, this is Rhodes' version of PD. That will be shown through action, and probably displayed pretty heavily on the basis that the first order of business in this likely restructure is changing up the entire high command structure, because there just is not room for as many people as we currently have to be in high command, in command. A lot of people fail to realize this, but many years ago when I was in the BCSO and then the PBSO and then the CPD, I'll never forget a conversation I had with Angel, and I discussed this in the meeting I had prior to, where originally the BCSO was the underdog. It was the small department. You could consider it what the BCSO is currently, to then become the main department, as in larger than the LSPD, better in the LSPD in quite literally every way. An Angel at one point said, if you ever thought under Pred, we would sit here and say that the LSPD is now this top-heavy entity that's sort of falling apart at the seams, like, I wouldn't believe you. And it's true, or was true at the time. And that the BCSO, or whatever iteration of the BCSO it was at the time, would be the better department. Never would have believed you. Like, that sounded like an impossible task, but it still happened. It happened with the appropriate people in place. And right now, that just is not exactly the case in the LSPD as it currently stands. And I just don't see the LSPD progressing forward as this top-heavy, high command structure as it stands. And that needs to change. And I'm a firm belief that if someone wants to transfer because they lost a rank in said restructure, by all means, they can. I'm not going to hold people. But at the end of the day, give me a second. At the end of the day, these changes do need to happen. And I don't know what the turnaround time is going to be. Obviously, I need to talk to a lot of people amongst all different shifts and get their stance on things. Because narrowing down 4 people, I say 4, but realistically it's like 6 people into 2 spots. There's obviously going to be a shuffle. And it's crazy the amount of people who openly said, yeah, I may hold the position of captain or sergeant or lieutenant now, but I don't care if I'm an officer tomorrow.
Do you plan on giving Maxwell kind of an official Ash Chief position, or were you appointed different last shift?
I'm thinking of someone else.
Okay. Is there a reasoning for that?
Yes. It's nothing against Maxwell. However, there is some behavior that I'm not exactly the biggest fan of regarding Maxwell. And it's not that Maxwell is not capable. It's just, if I'm putting my stamp on things, I want to ensure that we aren't going to fall back into this, like, what's the best term to look for? Not okay. The first thing that comes to mind is like, oh, this is gonna sound so bad. Okay, but I need you to hear me out. It's not, I don't know if the term I'm looking for is like catty behavior, where there's like a lot of this discussion about certain people and it's always sort of negative. And there's always this, like, they've always had something against me stuff. I will openly say Maxwell is very competent and has also had a lot on her plate as of recent. But I feel like every time I bring something up, there's this, like, so-and-so's always had something against me. But then goes on to say, but it doesn't change what I do or whatever. And then it sort of just goes on.
She's like the introversion. She's supposed to be like the number one when you're not around, right? So
yes,
why would she
but
not
like,
act on it?
but here's the thing. It's more like, here's an example. I had a conversation with Angel because I did not like the way that Angel wrote that ruling against Miller and Maxwell. Specifically because of the inconsistencies in how Angela was addressed, and it just being labeled a failure, and the others being called incompetent, or however it was worded. What people failed to realize is that this has been the only search warrant contest that has been structured in that way And Angel did say that they are going to be structured like that moving forward. So now we have this expectation, right? But a lot of that failure stemmed from the fact that they didn't know it was going to be structured in a manner in which they're being called as witnesses and then asked questions. So they didn't prep to ask each other questions. They expected, based on legislation, to just be able to give their version of events as a narrative, and not be limited to just the questions that are being asked of you. So despite the fact that Miller was up there for an hour and 20 minutes, he probably expected to be talking for no more than 5 minutes and this is why the warrant should not be overturned, after they give their side as to why they think it should be overturned, right? In that conversation with Angel, the reason I bring this up is because Angel pretty much said that it was egregious enough on the basis that, like, Maxwell, before the case even started, pretty much implied that, like, Angel has an issue with Maxwell, or like that her mind was already made regarding the situation, and that stuff can't be happening. That stuff just cannot be happening. If I'm being entirely honest with you, referencing my current high command, I don't see any of these people being my assistant chief of police. If you want my honest opinion, if I can get said person, I would probably be pushing for Viv. Don't know if I can get that. I don't, but I'm going to ask.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if this puts a wrench in whatever you guys had planned, based on my original, saying of I don't want this long term, but the reason I'm a firm believer in that historically in the past, I don't know, I've told this to many people, but I don't know if I mentioned it to you in this conversation. Sorry, my mind's all over the place. Historically in the past, restructures have occurred to address one or two people. And I am very much of the mindset that gone are the days of addressing, trying to address one or two problematic people with an entire restructure. But the issue is, this isn't just a one or two people. This is I look at my current high command, and I very intentionally want to pick an assistant chief of police outside of my current high command. Additionally, that would make the commander role go away, which means Ruby would not be high command. That means one additional person has to be dropped from a captain position in shift 2, assuming I even keep any of them as captains. Maxwell would not be assistant chief of police, which means she would then drop to captain minimum. But then there's Bean and Jeb, and Jeb already knows he's sort of first on the chopping block. But, like, the point I'm trying to make is this isn't a restructure to address one or two problematic people. This is because it is a necessary, in my opinion, change for the entirety of the PD. And no, it's not going to sit well with people, but I do think it's something that needs to be done. Otherwise, we're going to be caught in this vicious cycle of, like, again, just being this top-heavy entity that isn't going to progress any further.
I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, I don't think you have to worry about your decision, like throwing a spanner in the works for what I want. I think because at the end of the day, I can always have what I want. That I suppose that's the power in this position, right? And I'm still willing to give you a shot with your vision, but I think, unfortunately, I think what we're up against with this as well, this is going to have to move very quickly. I understand things do take time, conversations need to be had, but I suppose we are limited in the time to get things implemented and kind of make the necessary change.
I do think that why don't you it's not like gangs and police departments work similar, right? But why don't you let people start on a semi-clean slate, and then just have people that actually put an effort show that they're putting an effort, and then just promote them as you speak, or like, and have like some people that supervise or whatever the hell, that follow your vision, and you handpick, and then just go from there. You don't need to have like a set structure, as you go, but like I think doing the initial change of like ripping the band-aid off is probably important.
Yeah, well, here's the issue.
I disagree, I'll be honest.
I want there to be. I am not of the mindset that I can just fresh slate and be the only person in high command. I want there to be a solid skeleton, just frame of a body before trying to. The last thing I want is for everyone to be fighting for these positions, knowing full well that the likelihood it's going to be said person, and just letting them sit there feeling, slighted that they're now just an officer as opposed to captain, where realistically they should be. Additionally, operationally, because certain things are limited to command, like search warrants, for example, we need to be able to have that infrastructure like right off the bat. So I want to have a flushed out high command and command ready when these changes take place. And when they take place, it will be pretty fast paced. However, because this sort of just all entered my mind just a few days ago, and I was like, it was just something in the back of my mind. But the confirmation today from current command and high command definitely reinforces that I want to push this through. And it's going to take some time. I need to engage in conversation with people, make sure that people actually want these positions. I can't promise you that this is something that's just going to we snap our fingers and suddenly the PD's changed. There's no realistic way to do that when we're dealing with so many people.
Yeah, I mean, admittedly, I don't think the PD will instantly change in regards to its, I suppose, the ins and outs of its running. But I mean, if you have an idea of who you'd want in certain places, I mean, is that something that you plan to implement right away?
Right. No, it's not something I can do right away because pretty much what I need is everyone to, number one, first understand that this is likely going to happen here in the near future. I don't want them to find out the way that we found out in the BCSO that Frost was doing a restructure on Junior's behalf. And doing so to disrupt clicks or whatever the hell was mentioned, and then have no one to fall back on because he didn't engage in conversation with people beforehand. I've seen firsthand how that works, and it is not good. You then have zero information behind your command structure. Obviously, it was a little different in his case because he wasn't in the department prior to. Obviously, I am, but that doesn't change the fact that I'm not fully privy to everything going on in Shift 2 when I'm not around. Shift 3 and Shift 1, yeah. I have a good understanding of how Shift 3 and Shift 1 operate. Shift 2, not so much, and that's why I can't just, on a whim, throw out names or, do anything like that.
Well, I mean, that's obviously, I wasn't asking you to make changes, for me, because obviously this is your vision, right? The changes you're making are the people that you want in places, But I think what I'm saying is obviously the term, we're already, I suppose, 3 weeks in. And I want you to kind of get your LSPD kind of into a place where you want it, and then we'll kind of see how, see how it runs, kind of thing.
Yeah. No, I'm not sitting here saying it's going to take a month, at all. I'm going to try to ensure that over the next week we make solid progress on trying to solidify some of these positions. And after that week, I'll definitely have an update for you guys. But I also am very against putting people in positions that don't want it. If my first thought, for example, is Viv for Ask Chief, she says, it was maybe something I'd have considered in the past, but right now, no, I'm not going to beg Viv. And the reason I'm not going to is because I want someone who's going to be all in on this vision of a restructure for the better.
If Viv doesn't want it, who's next?
Well, this might sound mean, but it's not going to be anyone in Shift 2. I'm a firm belief that whoever is the ass chief or chief, the opposing person has to have overlap with said person, because the last thing you want is an entirely disconnected sort of high command.
I agree.
So because I exist in late Shift 3, early Shift 1, I would be looking specifically for someone in Shift 1 that might have overlap in Shift 2, or at least go until late Shift 1. And then captains and whatnot would be expected to, communicate with each other.
That makes sense.
If I'm being honest, looking at current structure, I'm not opposed to... I'd actually have to look at more names if I'm being honest. I'm not opposed to... Right now, I would probably say I'm between Bean, King, Viv, yeah, those are kind of the first three that come to mind.
So obviously, when you appointed your SG before, you did pick Maxwell. You said that she's not necessarily done anything that dramatic.
No.
Change your mind. So why would she not be in consideration at all? I suppose that only because you picked her so recently. I'm just curious.
Well, okay. So that pick was obviously, I'm not going to say on a whim. Maxwell is very competent. There's no denying that. But at some point we have to move past, quite literally the past. And oftentimes I have a conversation with Maxwell, and the conversation, again, just like the conversation with Angel, is Maxwell sort of always attributes things to so and so doesn't like me, and we'll talk about how it doesn't matter, but then elaborate on why it matters. And I don't want that for the PD. Straight up, I described it as sort of catty behavior, and I don't know if that's the appropriate term, but every time there's something that happens, it's I can't be this, or and it's not a dig towards Maxwell. Realistically, people should not be approaching her with every fucking thing. But in a lot of my conversations with Maxwell, it does fall back on, well, so-and-so doesn't like us, or if I'm being candid here, 1,000% honest, it's giving it's giving kind of Mean Girl in a sense. And that's not to say that she is incapable of doing the job. That's not at all the issue. She has put in a ton of work, and it's damn good work. But if I am trying to restructure the PD as a whole, I can't have my second in command being someone who is going to look at a situation and go, well, the reason of that outcome is because they don't like me.
Has that happened on more than one occasion, not just with the Angel stuff?
Yes. Yes, it has. It's happened regarding Angel multiple times. It's happened, so not even specific to just the Miller search warrant appeal stuff. It happened before we even decided to vote collectively for Angel when she was expressing interest. It has happened regarding Ruby related stuff. And don't get me wrong, Ruby is definitely. I'm sorry. I just got a text message from Robin. That's the one moment. Sorry. We're probably being sued, by the way, for the situation with the search warrant contest. I got a message from Robin 4 days ago that said 4 million and we don't even need a docket post. I said, I don't even have context behind what's going on. The docket posting civil 38. And he said, I'm busy today, so I'll await your response and put this on the table. And then said, we'll get back to you tomorrow, sir. Thank you. No response for 4 days. And then said the lapse in time has now increased the figure to 5 million.
Miller did fucking throw that case.
Again.
Like, it was bad. I watched that and it was so bad.
Yes, but people failed to realize that the structure... Opal, who has attended multiple search warrant contests, has never seen anyone called as a witness. And when you're called as a witness, you can't give a narrative. Like, you have to answer the questions being asked of you. And Angel was not allowing two things originally. They weren't allowing Angela, the judge who signed it, alongside not allowing a more experienced court officer to assist the LSPD, which is a problem. Because there are formal sort of things that need to occur in court that, when you can no longer give a narrative, have to be done a very specific way. Straight up, reference the search and seizure guidelines. JJ, you were there. Pull up legislation.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what section to look at.
I've been reading legislations for the whole fucking 2 months. I feel like I'm a lawyer now.
Okay.
From all the stuff
Yeah, but pull it up. I want you to read something.
All right. The due process is like not like the process is not outlined. It's like basically just like you present an argument on each side and then the judge decides, right? That's what it's outlined here.
Wait, this changed. No, it didn't.
Wait,
I lied.
when?
I lied.
When?
I
Okay.
was about to... Wait, did it? Huh? Okay. So look, section G, part 1, 1C. Or not 1C, 1C. There will be a scheduled hearing in which the defense will first present their argument as to why the search warrant should be overturned, after which the prosecution will have a chance to rebut the defense's argument. That's what they were expecting. And instead, it was structured as a formal, like, court proceeding, which there's a not due process, a expectations of court document that was made over a year ago that actually, I don't even know if you guys would be able to see the report, but it outlines how those are going to be structured, and that's going to be followed moving forward. So all search warrant contests are going to be structured that way. So we now have this information, but this having been sort of the first with the new DOJ, that was definitely a learning curve, if you will.
But do you think, like, speaking like Maxwell was the one who signed that warrant? Do you think, in your opinion, that warrant had enough probable cause or whatever?
I haven't.
From what it said in the court case,
I haven't looked.
Like
I haven't looked at the actual warrant itself.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, what's done is done, and there's no changing it. All we can do is move forward. But do I think this person is going to be getting millions upon millions of dollars? Absolutely the fuck not.
Anyways, back to topic.
Yep. Expect changes. I'll commit to the whole term. And we go from there. Do you
think that it's fair for us to expect you coming to us. Let's say like the first month of a term for the mayorship is in exactly 1 week. You think in a week from now, you could come and kind of like tell us like your structure?
Yeah, I feel like a week should be sufficient time to figure it all out. And then
Is
if
it-
put into
is there are there other things happening that like I'm not aware of? Because people like in passing are going like it's really bad. You need to put this person as the chief to save the PD. Like, is all this? I remember the BCSO approached me and said I need to make Nikki the chief to save LSPD.
Considering Nikki's behavior in a recent situation, probably not. I don't know why someone would say that, realistically. Additionally, I don't even know if Nikki would want that position. Like, if I'm just being honest, I don't think she would. And maybe people are saying it from, like, I don't know how close in proximity that was to all of the Pred being made ass chief for less than 3 hours situation, but yeah, I mean, obviously things haven't gone according to plan. But I'm no longer just taking the passive role of just holding this until Pred's back. I don't really know if Pred even wants to be back. But yeah.
I mean, hey, let's see. Like I said, what you can, what you've got kind of in store. Obviously, we'll have a talk kind of next Monday.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll go from there. Obviously, I know we don't have much time, but time is always of the essence.
Yeah, 100%.
We,
in fact, I think historically our timing has been very bad.
Yeah. This shakeup needs to happen. One way or the other.
I agree. Brian did call me. I should probably return that phone call. But if you guys have any questions for me, I'm an open book. Obviously, there are certain things that I can't discuss. Like any sort of active investigation stuff. But anything that doesn't really fall into that category that deals with PD, I don't mind discussing.
Yeah, I mean, the active investigation stuff I just get from the gangs and stuff,
Yeah, it's wild that that's the case.
Future told me about it. So.
It's scary how much they seem to know, and what law enforcement is so wary about telling me.
It's not so much that we're wary about telling you. Consider this this perspective.
Did you just do?
If someone knows we are on the, say, verge of, let's say we pulled someone into an interrogation room, which we all know historically does not typically happen in normal processing, and is typically reserved when we need additional information. The moment someone is pulled into that room, immediately all the bells are ringing. The alarms are going off. They immediately start thinking, my properties are going to be locked down. There's going to be a search warrant, X, Y, and Z. They start saying that shit before it was ever even a fucking topic of conversation within the PD. Half of the stuff doesn't even end up occurring because they're running under the assumption and they're trying to confirm. They're pretty much pretending to know information that they don't know to see if there's confirmation, and a lot of times.
Before we leave this room, could you post the form in the channel so we can get that going for the week too?
Sure. Give me a second.
All right, thank you.
The issue is, I don't even know if that form's even necessary now, because I think we're past the point of giving a shit what people's opinions are. I mean, I definitely am. I'm going to be completely honest. I think change needs to happen regardless of what people think. There's too many people complaining. I think a change needs to happen. I believe in. Rhodes is my allocated chief of police. He's not, given it his shot yet. I would like to see him do that. Obviously, the quicker the better. I understand not everything happens overnight. You know, and then we will go from there. I don't think you know, asking people their opinions is. I'm going to be honest.
You're right.
I personally, at this point, as the mayor, I'm sick of people's opinions because they don't seem to. They don't really seem to get anywhere, and we need action.
Yeah,
I agree.
Okay.
I-
the farm.
And the thing, I think one thing to definitely take into account is we all know that it was never my intent to be in this position. And me being as ass chief was the only condition it would have, or in which I would have ever taken high command, right? I've also openly said many times, I don't care if I lose this position at the end of the day. Because again, at the beginning, it wasn't what I had originally wanted. I quite frankly, I don't think that there's a better person to push a restructure than me, because other people would fear doing it in fear that it would be perceived poorly by others. But sometimes someone has to be the bad guy, and I'm willing to be the bad guy and push that change forward, despite how other people may think of me. Because unfortunately, sometimes, you got to be the bad guy and do something that isn't going to be perceived well for the betterment of the PD as a whole.
Yep. No, I mean, I understand. Like I say, we need you know, we need that change to come. So I'll
Well,
back you
expect
in- I'll back
change.
you making the change.
Expect change, and maybe expect some people complaining, but the standard I'm going for is fucking competence here. I don't want these catty fights within the fucking PD, or these like grudges that people have against each other, especially when multiple parties involved in that are high command. So,
You have one more question. What made you
what's
change
up?
your mind, Rhodes, and wanting to actually?
A few days prior to my conversation with JJ, I was told by Brian that the marshals are no longer looking to push the impeachment against me, and specifically clarified that it might be perceived the wrong way, and ultimately he feels as though we've had some very productive conversations. And I fear that there would be issue with me trying to continue the mending of relations between the PD, the BCSO, and the marshals and the DOJ, because ultimately we have to work with each other. It doesn't matter how you fucking cut it. We have to work alongside each other in some capacity. We respond to the same calls as the marshals. The marshals require our assistance in calls. Same thing with the BCSO. For us to have our high command fucking despise each other mentality, that shit's never going to get fixed. And that hatred is just going to trickle down the ranks, and there doesn't need to be an us versus them mentality. I'm not going to say it's going to be easy, but I fear if someone else were put in this position, they might just double down on the marshals hate us, or the marshals this, the marshals that, or the BCSO this, or you know what I mean? I have a very, level head on my shoulders. I can remove myself from a situation and know, or try my best to ensure that I'm picking the appropriate route for the department as a whole. I just don't know that there are that many people who can do exactly that and ensure that the LSPD is being brought in the correct, direction.
Okay, yeah, I mean that's fair. Right. I don't mean to rush off quickly, but I think apparently there's a really awkward atmosphere in the legislative office.
Oh.
And
Well,
they're
I thought there
waiting
wasn't
for
a
me.
meeting today.
Apparently there is.
Ooh.
Well, let me tell you.
All right.
Because,
If that's the
we didn't
case,
know.
I'm going to speak with Brian, since he's been trying to call me.
Hello.
I appreciate the conversation with y'all.
Let's go. Who's this? Oh, how can I help you, mate?
Have a good one, JJ. No problem.
You too.
Oh. I didn't realize you were out there. Also, don't panic. You might be able to hear people out there. They can't hear us. It's wonderful.
Oh, that's good.
It's finally soundproofed.
I actually just arrived, so
perfect timing. Take a seat. What can I do for you?
Right. Well, I woke up to what sounds like a bit of a shit show.
Oh, gosh. Another one?
I think it's the same one.
Okay. What shit show did you wake up to, Brian?
Give me a second. I'll tell you exactly what it is. It sounded something like this.
Are people huffing copium or something? What?
The tea kettle.
I did not get tea kettle from that at all.
Really? Okay. I'm gonna get it. All right. Friday.
Okay.
I sent you a bit of an update.
Yes.
I sent Frost
Yes.
the same one. It sounds like this weekend was a bit of a shit show.
Uh-huh.
I want to give you sort of my position on it, just so
Okay.
that I don't know if anyone kind of speaking on my behalf. I'm not particularly concerned with what happens with the PPO or Alana, just to make it very clear.
Okay.
Personal opinion, and I'm going to give you some information just in case it hasn't already come your way. There's like about 25 individuals down in the cells, coming off of what was, I think you were part of it. Were you not part of that massive operation?
Yes. I was in group 4. Yeah, we got a suspect. We got the driver in custody and the vehicle in our group.
I believe 2 individuals were being interrogated. That's what we were down there for. Sounds like a bank truck popped off. Or was it either a bank truck or like a gang related shooting, something along those lines. By the time I came to see what the commotion was, there was a lot of screaming and maybe like 311s. The entire fucking jail cell area was just littered with cops. Once again, probably as a consequence of the amount of individuals that were down there for the operation.
Right, that makes sense.
Future and Forehead were in the same cell. So it wasn't until afterwards, and I would say like Saturday morning, around the time I put that announcement out, that I came to realize what had happened, right? A lot of being effectively bamboozled with shackles.
Yeah, I heard.
That having been said, McQuillan gets shot down. I think there was another officer that was down as well. Once they received medical, we see over 311 that McQuillan is in very serious shape. I don't recall if it was like a 311 or a radio, but upon getting to CMC, there was a number of individuals watching over him as he was getting surgery. Now this is the bit that I'm gonna lay it out like this. Over in the corner, you could imagine about like 6 to 8 officers. Myself, 2 marshals. I believe Opal was there. Daisy, maybe. but that weapon registry for Alana was updated as a consequence of a phone call from Maxwell to Alana. I don't think this
Got it.
really changes anything as far as my opinion, but I have photos of the MDT. Now, how did I come to notice this is as I'm recognizing the gravity of what had just transpired, it very quickly went from just another situation down in the cells to, hey, McQuillan may not make it. Upon seeing that there was 3 unregistered weapons, I began to document. Why? Because the question was, who are these 3 undocumented guns? The report started to update. The updates included Alana reviews and Hobbler. And I think the 3rd may have been McQuillan, if I'm not mistaken. I noticed this because the undocumented guns initially were highlighted in red, and they're at the bottom of the casing sheet. And then all of a sudden, that's not the case. Upon looking at Hobbler's report, I noticed that it was undocumented. I then noticed the Alana one. And as I pulled up the Alana one, I noticed that it was being updated in real time. Upon calling Alana, I came to the realization that Maxwell was on the call with her. The reports indicate that a senior officer is the one that had handled it. That is not entirely the case. Now, the reason I highlight this is I don't necessarily take umbrage to any of that. Ultimately, at the end of the day, if we have, undocumented casings, we got to figure out who it is.
Right.
Hobbler was subsequently suspended for 7 days, reducible down to 3 if there's an explanation, and he shows that he's learned a lesson. Start heavy and then pull back. Sparks has also been suspended 48 hours. She tried to unilaterally release Future Hendricks, and she had a bit of a
Are we talking about in this situation?
Correct.
Okay.
I swiftly suspended her for 48 hours. That's why Blunt's going to be taking number 1, and I think I'm going to have Vale take number 2 on the Future Hendricks case.
Okay.
The thing that may come into question, and this is kind of why I'm highlighting all of this, is there was a bit of a debate as to why is Future getting charged when Future is not the one that shot McQuillan. The position that I have, as Blunt has, as the majority of us marshals had.
I mean, isn't the writing of the attempted murder of a government or the murder of a government employee charge different than quite literally any of the other charges, like the leading to portion? Commits an intentional act that leads to the death of a government employee.
Yes.
That is, yeah.
Absolutely. Now, personally, I'm not a huge fan of this.
But I mean, let's be honest. If felony murder existed, this would fall squarely under
correct.
that. Yeah.
You and I are completely eye to eye on this. And that's exactly it. Now, just to be fully transparent, Spark sort of, I think we wanted to attach her to the case. I've been trying to get her off prosecution for a while. She needs a damn break. She spent too much time dealing with, the shit show over the past 5 weeks or whatever. And I think it's kind of gotten to her a bit. She's also done other things that are out of line, but she kind of walked up and she was like, we overheard her talking to DOC to release Future. And we're like, what the fuck are you doing?
Wait, when was DOC involved in this?
Well, DOC was handling Future because he was up on a hold.
Oh, wait, I thought you meant Sparks was trying to like negotiate like in the cells.
No. Sorry.
Oh,
No,
okay.
No. He was already sent up while McQuillan was getting surgery.
Got it. Okay.
This is actually after we had learned he had passed. And the underlining argument was, well, Future didn't shoot him, a PPO did. And the reason we knew it was a PPO is very swiftly, Rosner and fuck, I forgot his name. Lieutenant of the BCSO had come and let us know that that's what the forensics pointed at. So Sparks almost like immediately. Now, mind you, Sparks had sort of come at the tail end of things and was sort of looking at very hyper focused on God knows what, which is a problem that we're working on with her. But I think at the moment she heard it was PPO without any other context, she sort of just decided that she wanted to release Future Hendrix. She rambled on about something. And then she said, well, I'm not going to prosecute. I said, get the fuck off duty, bitch. I'm not gonna have anyone start screaming in the middle of the hospital and sort of act outside of the directive of command. I think there is, and I'm giving you this context because this is important for us, I think, collectively.
Okay.
I don't want to be hiding these things because I want you to know how my own marshals operate so that, you know, if you see the behavior, you can let me know as well so I can help sort of resolve it. It sort of came down to this, right? The argument is, well, Future didn't shoot him, so therefore he walks, and as we both agreed, this is felony murder. He created a situation by shooting a cop, and a cop was friendly fired, but that doesn't mean that Future gets to walk free. If the DOJ decides that's the case, well, that's their prerogative, but we're going to operate based on, you know, the probable cause and the good faith argument that we can put forward. Furthermore, in regards to, that's when the conversation of back and forth happened with not just her or but some others as well, sort of wanting to point fingers at both Alana and the PPO. I am not. Alana's gun being unregistered, as far as I'm concerned, is bad. I think that more points as a cross-departmental laxness around these things being a culprit.
Yep, agreed.
Alana not being overseen as a PPO during the processing, I think, plays a role. I think the fact that there wasn't good scene control and there was a lot of like FOMO leading to that many officers in the cells was a part of the issue. The PPO opening fire, it's a fucking PPO. Like, the guy probably doesn't have, I don't know why they've got class 2s to begin with in these situations. That's a whole nother matter, and my just kind of my personal take.
Real quick on that, Opal brought that up earlier, and is I think likely going to push for if stuff's happening at Mission Row, it's not just immediate Class 2 authorization, because if something is happening at Mission Row, the likelihood that you're in close quarters is going to be very high, and should instead be a command approval type situation, because let's be honest, if people aren't using their Class 2 all that often, they hear something is happening at Mission Row, kind of what you said regarding FOMO, they're going to pull out their Class 2 for probably what's going to be one of the first times they ever have, and then we end up in this situation. So that's definitely something that's actively being looked at regarding pushing for changes to hopefully ensure that something like that doesn't happen again.
For me, the biggest concern, having gone off duty Friday, is the PPO and Alana being pointed at and them seeing the repercussions, and then it just kind of ends there. I think systematically, I think there needs to be change. And I don't think any department is absent of the changes that are needed.
I agree.
Strong standards.
I think regarding the... Oh, go ahead. You go.
Strong standards are what cause these situations to be preventative. And, you know, if it wasn't the PPO, it could have been someone else.
What did you just do?
If it wasn't Alana, it could have been someone else. This is not to say that there isn't, I'm advocating for them not to be punished. That's not my prerogative. It's just need to take a close look at what occurred here and was it preventative. I mean, even down to the unregistered weapon.
Yeah. From my understanding, I'm assuming, and I can't say this for certain, I'm assuming the Alana situation or weapon registry stemmed from her originally being fired, there being a weapon registry. But like the moment she was rehired, whoever onboarded her should have ensured that there was an active weapon registry. And when I say weapon registry, it is outlined in our SOPs and is up to date. And I know this because I have referenced them as of recent. I went through and I ensured all of my shit. This was a few weeks ago. Made sure everything was in order, followed the appropriate format. And don't forget, a lot of the weapons I use to this day were issued to me the day I was fucking hired. In December of what? Was it 23? 20, was it 23? 24? 20? I don't fucking know. We'll say 23. Yeah, it was a while ago. And there were no weapon registries originally. But I make sure every single time. I'm not going to explain it, but everyone should have a weapon registry.
I'm going to go out on a limb here. If you have to replace your gun before going to a 78, you're still do the weapon registry. It's got bigger impacts too.
Yeah, 100%. If you don't have a weapon registry, we can't do anything.
Gun back.
Yes.
It might fuck a murder over. Like this is, I mean, I remember going back, you couldn't even borrow someone's gun. I still believe in that. You need the traceability.
Yeah, I agree.
An exception might be, say, like a sniper rifle because of the hyper uniqueness of it.
I mean, even then, like, I'm a be real. If I was in a car and I didn't have a class 2 and we are going against individuals with class 2s and range is an issue, you know what the fuck's going to happen, Brian? I'm taking a photo. I'm taking a photo of the fucking serial of the gun just in case anything were to happen.
Well, there you go. At least it's a preventative measure.
And like I said, that's like, I'm gonna be honest, I have my shotgun with me at all times, but like everything's in the weapon registry. And also, if it gets stolen, I have the serial. Not only do I have the serial, I've got casings and projectiles in the evidence locker so we can compare if it were to be stolen, whether or not new instances have come up regarding that specific gun. Why that shit slipped through the cracks, I don't know. Obviously, being the chief of police, I take responsibility and I'm going to ensure that everyone does have an active weapon registry. Doesn't change the past. Realistically, I'm not going to deem it a non-issue, but it has no relation, in my opinion, to the follow-up things that occurred resulting in McQuillan's death. Because those are very separate things. For what it's worth, Alana is being fired.
Do you want Frost here?
He can come here, yeah. Alana's being fired for a variety of different things. It's not any one thing. Obviously, she's been fired in the past. And in addition to that, she's been a PPO for way too long. Like, we're talking months. We don't. If you're a PPO, the expectation is
you aware that she's been hired multiple times since 2024?
I remember she was hired, she was fired, and then when Pred became chief, she was hired again. That's the only knowledge I have of her firing, or her hiring, rather. No, I'm unaware that
I'm only pointing that out, that there's probably unregistered weapons, or this is because I know this specifically because she originally was when I was in BCSO. No, I was in LSPD, Captain, and she was hired, and she threw a fit at the BCSO office over something. I don't remember what that something was, but it was hyper out of line. And I told her to run a lap, which she refused, which I then subsequently suspended her for 2 hours desk duty for, to which she threw a fit, and it turned into, why is Brian suspending someone over blah, blah, blah. I remember that rather vividly because that's when I left for 30 days. Fuck this shit.
Got it. Okay.
Now, the reason I bring that up is there ain't no way that was the only gun that's left unregistered. Further, you know, as a part of the gun registry, we have to put the serial number in manually, otherwise it doesn't stick. The title was updated. I can tell you for certain, because what was relayed to me this morning was that the gun registry was due to scuff. That's just functionally impossible. Even if some things were removed, it does not account for all the weapons that were added.
By the way, removing them, I don't think actually pulls them. All of my stuff's still in there.
It does. Well, it's flaky.
Oh, okay. I can, because I just referenced mine. Even my shotgun, I put it in. It registered. I also separately did casings and projectiles, but despite the fact that it's on me, it's still the way it was documented by the locals. It's still in there under weapons.
That bit can be flaky. So if you put it into the evidence locker, it will attach as evidence, but oftentimes it will also remove, which I think is intended by the local registry guys, because you might be moving it from a report to an incident or any number of
things. No, that makes sense.
But the reason I bring that up is a scuff argument is just very unlikely, including the details of what I saw get updated. It was 3 separate weapons. But once again, I'm not bringing this up to say fuck Alana. This is more of, if she was unregistered, who else was unregistered? Right?
Yeah.
Hobbler, I still need to chat with as to what the fuck his gun is unregistered for, let alone McQuillan. Like, it should not have taken a death to have that figured out.
Yeah, I agree. Take a seat, Frost.
Hey, good to see you, Rhodes.
You feel free to speak up. It's finally soundproof, Frost.
Oh, thank God. Jesus Christ, this place made me feel weird. So we can shout?
Yeah. You might hear people from outside. They can't hear us.
That's fine. That's fine.
So yeah, we were just discussing the weapon registry stuff, which sort of kind of blows my mind because there was a weapon registry audit a while ago. Actually, Alana wouldn't have been hired during that time, now that I think about it.
I feel weaponry registry audits are... It's a tough thing to audit, right? Because... Oh, no, never mind. Never mind.
I'm going to be honest. If we need a list of every firearm purchased and by who from the armory, that's not difficult for us to obtain.
No, I was about to say they're difficult to audit, but I meant it actually doesn't help the situation. It's like people might have
Bruce, audit every single SASM Marshal's weapon registry with their name as well as if it has been registered and when the last time it's been registered. If anyone is found to be unregistered, 24-hour suspension pending they have a discussion with me. All
right. Guys, am I going to feel out of place not making an immediate call?
Hey, Maeve, could you do me a favor? I need you to audit every single BCSO weapon registry, and if you find someone who doesn't have a registered weapon, suspend them for 24 hours. All right, thank you.
Hey, Chief.
Hey, Maxwell, how you doing?
Good. Just talking to King.
I am going to need you to speak with either the captains or lieutenants of their respective shifts. I want a weapon registry audit for all 3 shifts. I will deal with shift 3. I'll speak with Maple regarding that. But if you can speak with Bean and King and whatnot, if they need to sort of split the load or, you know, I need these things looked into to make sure. Oh, it's already being done?
I will get the I will get the results from Watt has already started it, and I believe he said Castle was helping for this shift. And then
Perfect.
in the high command report, charges. Oh fuck, let me pull it up. There is a high command report, and I think Ruby said she has somebody working on shift 2 as well now.
Perfect. Okay. All right.
So
Sounds good.
I will work on getting those results for you for shift 1. But shift 2, she just spoke today and said that they were going to be working on that as well.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Maxwell. I appreciate
Frodo's
it.
doing that. Okay. Thank you. No
All right,
worries.
bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, 1 second, it's me. Hello? Yeah, yeah. All shifts, if you'd be so kind. Mm-hmm. Do it from that, right? From that date. Yeah. Okay. Goodbye. Oh, and all PPOs, like all PPOs be like, I know you did it a month ago, right? But around a month ago is when we enabled PPOs to have class 2s. So audit every PPO regardless of the date, because they could have registered a new weapon or bought a new weapon since, right? All right. Thank you, mate. And then literally, don't fuck around. If someone doesn't have their weapon registered, just kick them off duty straight away. All right. Thank you. Sorry about that. Maeve did it a month ago, but...
Perfect. Sounds like
I have
we're
a
all on the
crazy
same page.
idea. I want y'all to think about this instead of just immediately agreeing. But we have 3 departments, right? But some of these like little things like weapon registries sort of have cross-departmental effects.
Mm-hmm.
I hate dealing with it. I'm sure y'all might feel somewhat similar. Maybe there's some things that we can collectively agree on, that if certain things are done, we just maybe work together to fix it. Whether it's like weapon registries, whether it's something as simple as, you know, like profile updates, whatever the small hanging fruit
Ryan, how
might be
dare
that
you
might-
suggest we work together? How dare you?
We need to work together, goddammit.
I
This
can't
shit
believe
is
I
not
can't
interesting.
believe that's a suggestion. It's bad that it's gotten to this point, isn't it?
I feel like some of what I heard happened this weekend, and I'm just going off reports. There's like fucking 3 reports on Alana.
Yeah.
This is too much bullshit over nothing. Like, the death is important, not the rest of this. Let me rephrase. McClellan's death is is a central point here, as far as I'm concerned, and this extends to the dog shit announcement that Ruth made.
Did she tell you I
noticed
had a
that.
conversation with her?
No, I just
Okay.
went to go see if the report was made. I saw some shit announcement. I moved it to IAA. I wrote one myself after Springfield gave me a dog shit response, and now they're going to emotional training. Probably
I
ran
told Ruth she needs sensitivity training.
She put fucking emojis in it.
Brian,
I was pissed.
Brian, it didn't have the emojis before, and I said, I texted her. Actually, hold on. Let me just find my text with Captain Ruth. I said, Ruth, people don't like your announcement of McQuillan. They feel it lacks emotion. She calls me and she goes, "What do you want me to do?" And I was like, Ruth, the one sentence McQuillan is dead is not like. That's not good. And she's like, okay, I fixed it. I look back, it's got 2 emojis. And I said, Ruth, you need sensitivity training. Like, you cannot be the one.
I had to explain to her that a crying emoji in this day and age doesn't mean you're sad. It's like the equivalent of the skull emoji. It's like, you know, if you send me a text like, hey, Frost, Maxwell committed terrorism, I'd reply like crying emojis, but I'm not crying. It's like a skull face, but like, not. You
Yeah,
know?
I get what you're
did teach
saying.
her this. I did teach her this.
Yeah, but still the one sentence. And it, honestly, Brian, you're going to fucking probably hate me for saying this, okay? But in that moment, Ruth was giving Bill Mays in the very literal aspect. Like Bill's level of pedantic was so literal.
Compare Ruth to Bill Mays.
No, I agree with you. You don't have to. It was my fucking day off. And I had to write the announcement myself because two of my fucking command members wanted to make a joke out of a dead colleague. If they were not able to solve this problem themselves, and the director has to solve it, big problem. Both of them are going to sensitivity training, and learning that if they are unable to accomplish a task, they will communicate that immediately. Otherwise, they will face my wrath.
Got it. Okay, so your department is dealing with a lack of weapon registries being filled out in addition to needing sensitivity training. Frost's department is dealing with the crossfire situation, and my department is dealing with the weapon registry thing, the Alana thing,
we've dealt with the crossfire.
Yeah, I know. I'm just, listen, we all collectively can make things better. And just a heads up, my expectation is that this doesn't leave this room. I intend on there being some fairly drastic changes in the LSPD here in the near future. Well, if I'm being honest, I'm not liking the general structure. I really hate this multi-captain thing for each shift, and Shift 3 doesn't even have a captain. So I'm likely going down the route of a single captain each shift, no commander. So chief, ask chief, 3 captains, and then lieutenants and sergeants for each shift, but not be this like super top heavy entity that's, not looking so hot right now.
Didn't fix it.
But what do you mean Bean didn't fix it? Was he supposed to be the fixer of all things?
Yeah.
Bean was promised full control over Shift 1 changes with the captain role. If we're going to be truthful here, as much as I like to give him shit, he probably wanted to see some, he probably took the role more as a change of atmosphere. Wouldn't hold that against.
So you're essentially planning to take the BCSO structure and then place it into the LSPD, right?
Huh?
Well, 3 captains, an arse chief, and a chief, right?
I'm unpredding the roster.
I mean, it works.
I know. That's why. But listen, considering the amount of people currently in those positions, there's probably going to be a fairly drastic change that happens pretty quickly. And people might not be the best of, might not take it the best. So, Frost, I don't know.
You have to put your foot down.
I intend on
it. I walked into the BCSO roads, and I made every single person a deputy. And you want to know the craziest thing?
Yeah, that you told me. You told me it was a mistake.
I was still wearing an LSPD uniform when I did it, Rhodes.
I also heard that you wanted to fire the PPO, and then it turned into a Class 2 cert removal.
Well, it's turned into a lot more than that. My initial response was to fire the PPO, but I was shooting from the hip with no context, speaking with people who weren't involved.
Oh, that never goes well.
More has happened than a Class 2 cert removal. The guy is a cadet. He's lost his rank. He has to go through full retraining, including full firearm retraining. He isn't allowed a Class 2 cert back until he is a full officer. And he has to be signed off by a therapist to make sure he's even in the right state of mind to be in law enforcement anymore.
That's good. I'll kind of relay what I told Rhodes here before you arrived. From my perspective, Alana and the PPO are not the core issue. It's more a cultural standards issue that even led to this situation.
The deep rooted issue is, and like there's no animosity at this table, right? The deep rooted issue is what has annoyed me. Obviously, losing a good friend is annoying, but it's the fact that like this isn't a one-off. This isn't like, oh, Future robbed a gun and it all went chaotic. This is like the 4th or 5th incident where the bestie / Future have somehow ended up with a firearm and law enforcement officers hostage within the MRPD holding cells. Now, the situation is like, okay, did Alana make a mistake? No. Alana's been a cop for 2 years. She's definitely dealt with Future Hendricks. And like, you just open up the guy's profile. It's all gone now for some reason.
I removed it because it was just reiterating the same shit over and over.
Yeah, but this is the thing, right? It was reiterating the same thing over and over. Don't uncuff Future. Don't put him in the big cell. Don't leave him alone. Don't put him out of course. And the reason it was reiterated so many times is
because it's happened.
It happened so many times, and it was on there 3-4 times to ensure it didn't happen. And then guess what? It happened again.
Well, the tricky part is it specifically said something like, if he's in a cell with someone, don't soft cuff him or blah, 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 or whatever the fuck it was. Straight up, if that man has taken advantage multiple times, he should only be in cuffs. Can't be trusted. End of story.
Well, that's what one of the things said. No?
The thing is, though, you might not know this, Rhodes. I am not the biggest proponent for Alana. But I find it. Who the fuck is looking at a damn profile before they put someone in the cell?
Well, they should, because they need to look at their profile.
Warrant, right?
Well, no, you need to open their profile to see if there's DNA on there, to see if they have a mugshot, and the mugshot's important because obviously the cappening, if you will. Tons of people don't have mugshots that previously did, right? And it's just sort of standard procedure, right? Like, you bring people to the mugshot room, you fingerprint them just as even if you have run into this person over and over and over again, it is for the sole purpose of a surefire way of identifying someone and not fucking up someone. You're not going to confuse Future with anyone else. He's too loud and obnoxious. But procedurally, the standard is, we bring them there, we fingerprint them, we look up their profile, see that it matches, make sure that someone doesn't now have a tattoo covering their whole fucking face. Because if so, we need to update their mugshot to reflect that, or add an additional one in the notes section somewhere beneath.
I fully agree with you. However, and this is kind of what I'm pointing at is, and I don't want y'all to take this the wrong way, but after Tsunami, that procedure does not exist. I think across all 3 departments. There may be claims of it. There may be some individuals that do, but the majority will not do that.
Yeah, I've never done it. I'll hold my hands up.
But that's a starting point. Like,
it is. And if that's what we want to do, I'm super on board in normalizing that. It is. And I don't want to make too much of an excuse for post-Tsunami, but it's a shit show, right?
Yeah.
The amount of crime from post-Tsunami till, I'd say, roughly 8 to 9 p.m. is like double, triple the amount compared to any other hour. And as a consequence, shortcuts are taken.
Is it because we're worn thin, though? Like, is that the issue?
I think it's like multi-pronged, right? And I think you're going to get a lot of different answers as to why. It might be.
They can all be valid.
There's missions, right? The faceless stuff, or like, whatever's about to pop off in about 2 hours and 15 minutes. Like, on top of that, you've got the bank trucks. On top of that,
I wonder what that could be.
Shootings. The reality is that pre-Tsunami is quiet as fuck now, which is why a lot of my marshals aren't around. I had a big I had a 3-hour command meeting yesterday with my staff. And they were talking about all kinds of X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, brother, there's like 70 people on the damn train, like pre-Tsunami. It's a different atmosphere.
Yeah.
They just ain't got shit to do. They got nothing to investigate. The fuck are they going to do, right? That's why they're doing moonshine. right?
But is this a matter of slowing people down and telling them like before you respond, like you just got to finish what you're doing? And yes, there might be a 78, but like if you don't get this done, like not only is it going to reflect poorly on you, it's going to reflect poorly on the department if and when these things come to light.
What you just said right there, slowing it down, is exactly what I was thinking to myself before I arrived. That is the problem right there. Is we've forgotten, and I don't know why, and I'm not aware of any directives over this, is that if a fucking bank truck is hit and we don't have the capacity because we still got a scene to clean up and properly process, we just can't go to the bank truck.
I think this is that's a very valid point, right? This is what I've seen a lot of. We don't, yeah, you're right. We don't have to stretch ourselves thin. Like, we don't have to. The thing is, people will always try to, though, right? Like, you want to get the hostage. You want to make sure people are okay. But we do often do that.
I mean, straight up, I'm guilty of it. If I'm processing someone and something's popping off, at minimum, the evidence is going in the report, as in like the physical evidence, if they have a gun, whatever, and I will add the photos, I will add my statement afterwards. And sometimes, straight up, that will just fall by the wayside because something else then arrives, and then it's completely out of my mind in the slightest. It doesn't even exist anymore. I'll get on duty the next day and just be like, oh, I forgot to do this, and then, write up the report or whatever. But even sometimes that skips my mind.
You see, I'm actually I do forget to do a lot of things. I'm actually the opposite when it comes to like evidence. I mean, because I'm the same, right? If I don't upload my photos and statement and put the evidence there and then, I will forget and I just won't do it. So I force myself to do it every time.
And if we don't do that, and I'm not advocating we do what I'm about to say, I'm just using this as a talking point. 3 years ago or whatever, I put a standard in place where things were simpler back then. It was unified police department. The standard in shift 2, and it slowly got put into shift 1 as well. And shift 2 at the time was the prime time, right?
Yep.
I made it clear that if you were on the scene, I don't care if you picked up, as long as you weren't a attaching unit. Once the suspects were down in the cells, you're marching your ass down to the cells. Even if you don't have a suspect, you're going to ask the scene lead, who is managing all the 95s. Their job is not to process. Their job is to manage the processing of the 95s. Hey, these are the charges for him. These are the charges for him. These are the charges for him, right? And you ask them, hey, do you need me? And that's an opportunity for them to say, okay, hey, did you put your statement in? We're going to need that. They're going to Ben.
Right.
And upon that, you can now go out. Now, did it result in inefficiency because more people are in the cells? No, it did the opposite. The opposite was because those 6 or so individuals that are down there with the 95s now have the proper set of charges. It's less likely it's going to bench trial. If it does go to bench trial, everything is already, in the bag. As a consequence, I think, of where we're sort of on the opposite end of the spectrum now, generally speaking, which is the least amount of individuals split between 2 to 3 locations. Not everyone's on the same page with charges. Things are missing, and now 3 or 4 individuals are carrying the weight of 8. And that is just going to add to their exhaustion.
Yeah.
They're going to get back on the field. They're going to do half the work, right? They're going to be stressed out. They might take it out on the damn suspect. They may stop showing up on duty. Like, that's a big contributor, I think, to burnout as well.
You're definitely not wrong. It's actually so fucking frustrating when you're, say a support unit, or a support unit is taking photos of a vehicle that got disabled, and you have to sit and beg for these people to put these photos in. because they brought the vehicle to Mission Row after taking photos, immediately back out on a pursuit and say a street race, and you don't
Instead of
have
the 30 seconds to just add it right then and.
Yes, exactly.
And even a statement like, how long does that take? 5 minutes? Might take someone 15 because they got X and Y reason. Once you get used to it, that shit is like, snap of the fingers, unless you were a big part of that scene.
But I think people are kind of just out of practice, and once it becomes the norm, what should already be the norm, realistically, I think you're right. It becomes more efficient in that aspect. So I'm definitely on board with changes regarding that. It doesn't necessarily have to be it doesn't have to be a written announcement. It could, but like even discussions during meetings and stuff, and pushing people and speaking with command to push this, so that people don't think it's just I'm being told to do this and no one else has to do it and blah blah blah, and I want to respond to this call. But like, if we're all on that same page, I think that's a massive net benefit for PD, to not have to deal with the additional begging people to fucking put in reports. And it's now I think the McQuillan situation is actually a prime example, because from my understanding there were people who didn't put in reports, and how many of those people fell under the category of were originally involved in something else, were going 42, didn't realize the actual death of McQuillan had occurred until it was too late, and then only found out a day or two after when they clocked back on duty.
This situation, right? So, wait, now, are you talking?
No.
Oh, your lips was moving. So let's not beat around the bush, right? Alana was negligent. My cadet was negligent. The situation, however, though, is deep-rooted, right?
Yep.
Why were there 13 people shooting one individual with class 2s who was locked in a cell? That's an issue. The second issue, there was no command there. No one was actually leading it. Alana did what she did. And Miguel, unfortunately, also did what he did. Both PPOs, right?
Yep.
How was there 13 people? Holy fuck. It's like a, what's it called? You know when you kill someone in prison? Like a firing squad. With class 2s with a guy who had a pistol. No command. There was, it just, I feel like if we have 13 people in a room, marshals, LSPD, and BCSO, right? All three parties were there. Something is going wrong.
Does anyone know if there was any attempt at negotiation?
I don't really know shit.
I overheard some of it sitting way in the back because there's so many individuals. So kind of in case this was missed here for us, the majority of individuals that were at Mission Row were dealing with a completely unrelated scene.
Yep.
And by the time I arrived, and I would like to think the majority of folks arrived, is that Future was already in the big cell with Forehead.
Yeah, so I know how that happened, right?
But just real quick, is that I don't know who actually led the scene that led to them in the cell.
Oh, the scene prior, right?
Correct. And this is kind of, I would like to point back at, maybe this does need to be written. Maybe it, because we don't really have it defined. Everything is very by the, we've been around long enough, especially you and I, Rhodes, but I mean, Frost, you're not, all that far behind. Is we have our own perception of what a scene lead is. I don't think necessarily in our minds, but not without it being on paper, it's up to everyone's own interpretation of what they want it to be.
So, just to clarify, just to add on to your point, it looks like this was a gang shooting at the Vault between Manor and besties, I believe. It looks like Sol, one of my PPOs, was leading the scene at the vault.
Mm-hmm.
The only people who I can see involved, I mean, like Ricky Dallas was there. There was obviously some captains and high command on the
Even
scene.
that, but like the original scene is irrelevant, or more so like the actual
And then
in the
the
cells.
actual scene in the cells. So Rayvon G. Black's statement states, where was it? So he was leading the scene. It looks like whatever the negotiations were was Alana Reviews had a gun stolen. Officer Black then took command of the situation and issued a negotiator to begin talking with the suspect. The suspect then demanded he spoke to an officer that was at the previous call. Officer Black then began speaking to him about the call. After a short conversation about what led up to the previous call, the suspect then began shouting, "Since you like shooting, let's shoot then." And that's when he shot Alana Reviews. And that's when the aftermath happened.
Let me get this straight. Future, someone who was complaining about having been shot, takes an officer hostage, steals their weapon inside of Mission Row PD, is pretty much a fish in a barrel. And I want to understand. This is blowing my mind. And instead of a negotiation to avoid being shot, he did something intentionally to get shot again?
Yes. Not only that, apparently how... And I don't think this is a justified actual reasoning. So allegedly he was soft-cuffed in the little cells to the left of the big cell.
Okay.
He said to Alana, I'm still shackled. Can you come in here and unshackle me? Even though Alana would have had to have been the one to put him in soft cuffs anyway, so she should have remembered that. She then went in there to unshackle him, but he wasn't shackled, so she just fully took his cuffs off, to which he then took her hostage by threatening to smash her head against the wall, and then took a gun out of her holster and forced her to unlock the doors to get into the big cell, is what led up to the hostage situation.
Am I crazy in thinking? I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think this is important. Did no one see this happening? Because how did we, I don't even know what department, but irrelevant, us collectively, how did they go from the side to, you then have to unlock that door to get into the big area, to get into the big cell? How is this done in front of officers and no one's batting an eye?
At this point, right, he's already taken her gun and he's carrying her. So I suppose regardless of if it was seen or not after he'd left the initial cell, nothing could have been done because
when Ruby was explaining this to me, it was taken in the cell. In the big cell. Hold on.
No, he took Alana from the small cell.
Yep.
At the end of the corridor and then carried her to the big cell. But
where did he get the gun? The little cell or the big one?
The little cell. He pulled it out of the holster
that makes
and then
that makes sense.
forced her
Yes.
to take him to the big cell. But at the same time, you are right in the sense, I believe there was another 95 in the big cell at the time. So there should have been at least one more processing officer in that room, right? You would have
minimum,
thought,
yeah.
I mean,
minimum.
Holy shit! Maybe we need desk sergeant. Holy shit! No one would want to do it, and I wouldn't want to do it either.
Do you know who would?
But you know how cool a fucking desk sergeant would be in the cells, making sure that everyone's like putting their evidence in, putting their photos in, making sure they're like holding cell areas, like like a full-on.
Bill Mays would have done it. Bill Mays would have done it.
Yeah, and he would have mazed. Yeah, and he would have mazed it up somehow, and it would. I don't think it would have worked.
Damn it. Okay. So back to the what we're doing moving forward.
I think we should write SOPs or update them and do some light training. If this is too much, let me know.
SOPs on what?
What is a scene lead? What the expectations of the scene lead are, as well as the processing officers. Come to an agreement on it, which I think we will, and do some light training on that. I feel like that is going to pay dividends across the board.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
I mean, is it crazy that like I sit here and go, like, if you're first on a general scene, you are the primary and therefore the general scene lead because you have essentially the most information and you are essentially like the information gatherer for sort of all parties involved to some degree, unless they were entirely uninvolved. And even then, you're still trying to get the full image before pushing these charges, right? So you're speaking with the other officers who did see these things. But ultimately, that standard, as far as I can remember, has kind of just been first on scene.
All scenes
because
need to...
Go ahead.
Oh, carry on. I was about to say, all scenes need to be treated like... You remember that time where we were all locked in the fucking... that room there, the dispatch room, and like everyone was leading... Like it was... Every scene needs to be treated like a fucking situation where someone's going on a hag and everyone's every scene, regardless of what it is, should be treated like that. People pick and choose, and I, again, if you guys can think of suggestions to fix this, I don't think. I mean, I think it goes without saying, right? People pick and choose what's important to them, and once they've chose what's important, they will then lock in on that. Sure. We need to take away people's ability to pick what's important to them. And that's going to be a very hard task. But fundamentally, I would say 99% of the problems within law enforcement are people choosing what's important. And we have been too lax, myself included, definitely. We have been way too lax in allowing people to choose what's important to them, when the reality is everything should be equally important, and that should be enforced from above. And I'm guilty of it. I've done it myself, right? That is what I actually believe the main issue is.
That's double-edged sword, man. That is very much so double-edged sword.
It is a double-edged sword, right? But am I wrong?
You're not. You're not. I don't know that there is just an easy sort of cookie cutter solution for that. Primarily because, straight up, if I could, I would do traffic stops 24/7. I can't. And the reason I can't is because there's often a priority call that comes up. And we're talking late shift 3 into early shift 1. So there aren't that many people around, right? Again, I would love to, but the opportunity doesn't exactly present itself. However,
no,
some
sorry.
people...
Wait, just before you carry on, because I think you took me wrong. I'm not saying people should pick and choose on what's important to them in terms of responding to calls. I'm saying if you've responded to a call, you can't pick and choose whether doing the work following up that call is important.
Yes, I agree. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
I didn't mean.
I was going to say people with like a detective, detective mindset.
Faceless. No, that's not what I mean. Okay. I mean, if you have responded to a call, you now treat that like it's a fucking faceless mission where 3 people died and we're sending 4 people on hags.
Yeah,
but you're not just going there because you chose to respond to that, then you have responded to it. So from that point forward,
that's your opt-in. You're in.
To you. You're in, and you're finishing it, and you're not doing anything else until it's finished. Is what I mean by picking and choosing. Sorry, I don't actually mean the actual, people can pick and choose wherever the fuck they want to go. But I'm saying once they've picked, that then needs to be enforced that you have opted in. Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, that falls back on exactly what we discussed earlier. Like, finish what you're doing before responding to the next thing, but assign it a high level priority, to ensure that it gets done in its entirety, not just a little bit here and a little bit there, but doing it all at once so that the next time you respond to a call, you're free and clear of everything from that prior. Yeah, everyone should have that mindset. Unfortunately, that is not the mindset, but I think that's something that we should absolutely hit on, and push for changes moving forward. I didn't have much to discuss because today, like I said, has kind of been a bit of a shit show for me. I didn't make too much mention of things at the meeting, but these are things that absolutely need to be discussed. And honestly, maybe an overarching PD-wide announcement, elaborating on sort of like these things that we want to see improved from people. I originally, I'll be honest, I think so many people are desensitized. I say this as someone who only has read announcements like Straight up, they're just all red. I never click the button. I'm a bad person for it, sure, but like I've been desensitized to all these fucking announcements. I've seen fucking announcements regarding like the most random of shit, and it triggers the fuck out of me because it takes the value away from these announcements, in my opinion.
No, yeah.
But like that is one of them that is very important.
I just want to add as well, and I mean this in the best way I can possibly mean it, right?
Just so I can say it.
McQuillan was a good friend. He was actually my first sergeant in the BCSO as well. McQuillan has obviously died, right? However, we can find a silver lining in this unfortunate death, right? And what I mean by that, and I'm not being insensitive here, right? This is a serious thing that has happened. And this serious thing has repercussions, and it has also pointed out to us as the heads of these departments the deep-rooted issues that are reoccurring, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, we can use this very sad death to create a mindset shift by talking about the seriousness of what it is, because it is very serious. Someone died due to bad process. Someone died due to bad scene leads. Someone died due to negligence. And it's shit that it's taken this situation for us three to sit at this table and discuss how we fix things moving forward. But it's always the case, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, there's the whole
this,
saying.
With
Sorry,
this situation, right? We can create the new mindset because there's a lot of delicate, sensitive flowers around us. But with this, we can use this as the example to create the fuck around and find out mindset of look what fucking happened last time when we didn't follow process, when we didn't follow SOPs, when a scene was led
I don't
shit.
disagree with that.
And we can now use this situation to push our mindsets on people and quite literally say, the last time this wasn't done correctly, a good friend and a good fucking cop died. Get your ass off fucking duty until you fix this. I'm not letting that happen again. And then what the fuck are people going to say? And again, I'm sorry to use McQuillan's name to do this, but it's the perfect time, very unfortunately. Again, I'm not saying it's a perfect situation, but it's the perfect time to make sure that we use this very unfortunate death to fix things. And listen, we can sit at this table and say, I'm going to do this. We're going to do this. If we don't follow up on what we're doing here right now, then we are quite literally failing McQuillan. And that's not right.
Yep.
So that's what matters. We can be the most articulated, perfect fucking people saying exactly what all three of us want to hear right now. If in a week's time changes haven't happened, then what the fuck are we doing, right?
Yep. I mean, listen, there's a fairly well-known, saying of like rules and regulations are written in blood. I hate that it comes to that, but like realistically, this has very clearly pinpointed multiple different angles that we need to address in the PD as a whole, across all three departments. So I say we follow through with everything that we've discussed. And quite frankly, I think this is going to have to start at the P&T department to ensure that people who are first coming in are having this drilled into them from the very start, and not a one-off here with this FTO, and maybe you get this mentioned to you by another weeks down the road, but like fully drilled into you from the very beginning.
I agree.
Okay.
Has Bruce contacted y'all too about this thing? I'm just reading his. He said, "Hey, there's something we can all work on together." So I got the ball rolling for LSPD and BCSO2 already. BCSO. I told them leave it to just SS.
No, I haven't spoken with Bruce at all. The only mention,
I'll have a chat with him. He shouldn't be doing that to begin with.
So I don't know if it has anything to do with it. I made mention of the second most recent announcement regarding firearms in a report. So I don't know if that was like, I'm not sure, but like it's just mention of, if you have a statement, put it in. Also, if you have a firearm, make sure it's in the locker. So I don't know if that was anything. I have no idea. What's he looking into specifically? Or was trying to?
I'm asking him right now. It
Okay.
kind of took me aback by saying I approached LSPD and BCSO as well. I need
mean,
to
it
make sure he's not doing too much.
It could have been a conversation with like Maxwell or something. I don't have any context though.
Who are you demoting?
You're talking about my high command?
Spill the tea.
I don't know.
Now you know.
I don't
You
know.
know. Because if you said to me, Frost, if I said I'm going to demote some people and you said to me, Frost, who are you demoting? I know I would know who I'm going to demote.
I genuinely, I don't have anything solidified. Things are very much so up in the air. But I do have an ask of you guys. And that is a transfer freeze so that people don't just immediately go, I lost my rank, I'm transferring, whatever. I want people to at least see it out, and if they still feel the same after the transfer freeze is over, I will take zero issue with anyone transferring.
Holy shit, you've got the poached goblin side of this table right now.
Well, so firstly, let's address that. SASM over the last 4 months has had to deal with, I'm going to be rather forward here, complaining, I could use other words, but I'll say complaining, that there aren't enough marshals, and then there's too much marshals, while simultaneously having to take on the bulk of these major scenes and doing the paperwork behind it, while not, I mean, look, if someone wants to be a marshal, I can't stop them, right? It's a different line of work. I kind of take the poaching thing pretty serious.
I mean, who's knocking?
The work's got to get done.
Come on.
The alternative
I'll deal with
is...
Hey, Carmine, can you do me a favor and
It's
fuck off?
an
We're
urgent
having an
message.
important meeting,
It's
okay?
CJ. The Chief Justice would like. Can I?
You have to...
Just have him come in here he'll get 30 seconds tops.
You got 15 seconds.
The time's ticking, Carmine. Quick.
Chief, the Chief Justice would like to speak to all of you the three of you, the leaders of your respected houses. She wishes to discuss a matter of legislation.
How the fuck are you coming in here bearing bad news? Fuck off, Carmine.
I'm just letting you know what she has. I'm just letting. I'm just the bearer of the
Thank you.
Take
Thank
care.
you for the heads up. Make sure that door's closed, please. Much better. Okay. So what I was saying is, for example, Vale approached me, and I made it very clear to her. I'm a very firm mindset that if someone feels they're going to be better off elsewhere, I'm never going to tell them no. But the purpose of the transfer freeze isn't to... it's for the purpose of like allowing people to see the situation through without jumping to conclusions. And if at the end of that transfer freeze they feel it appropriate, by all means, I'm not opposed to anyone transferring
I didn't
anywhere.
hear the transfer freeze bit.
Oh yeah. No, the whole thing was transfer related stuff. I did not bring up any poaching stuff because quite frankly I don't care. I would never want to feel responsible for anyone feeling as though they're being held back.
Hello?
Oh my god.
I have a message. I don't want to enter.
You see, this is what lack of accountability causes. You see this?
Hello?
A moment. Yes, Peters.
I'm obeying the sign. I'm obeying the
You're
sign.
obeying the
okay?
sign. I'm in a meeting. What's up?
I know the Chief Justice wants to talk.
I know the Chief Justice wants to talk to all three of us. Is she here?
I don't know. I was just informed that she wanted to speak to you. Okay.
Were you informed by her or Carmine?
I was definitely not informed by Carmine. Okay.
Okay. Okay. As soon as we wrap up this conversation, we will reach out to the Chief Justice.
Okay. All right. I just
Thank
was
you for the
passing-
heads up. I
Yes, that's
appreciate it.
I'm obeying the sign, Rhodes.
Thank you.
Really hard to not come in there.
Okay. Okay. Goodbye, Peters.
I just kind of want to put this on the table, right?
Yeah,
Like,
go ahead.
hope y'all understand that there is a very big increase in state level investigations. Each one of those things take people. And if I'm going to be honest, I think even across all three departments, we don't have the resources needed to handle all of it. At least in a fashion where the quality remains up, especially if it ends up going to court.
Oh,
That
no.
ultimately leads me to two solutions, right? One is recruiting fresh and training, which is unrealistic.
Mhm.
The second is transfer. Any sort of like poaching talk, I mean, have to make sense. I think when it comes to kind of the long term, when it comes to that is, and we should have that conversation, is making sure we have an avenue that includes all three departments in these things so that not one is left with the entirety of the bag. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
But I think
Oh.
a transfer freeze makes a lot of sense.
This is bad.
What's up?
The reason the Chief Justice wants to meet with us is there is legislation being wrote about a commissioner role for the PDs.
How
You
is
know,
it that every time things are like smooth sailing, like you know what I mean?
I'm gonna bash my head into a fucking wall.
Oh my
It's gonna
God.
fucking happen. I'm gonna end up with CTE. What? Who? Who is proposing this?
I don't know. Nova just texts me saying urgent legislative meeting. Everyone's talking about writing up a commissioner role for PD. And
That doesn't make any sense. Who proposed that? Wait. That doesn't make any sense because
who do you think proposed it? Actually,
I don't think it'd be either mayor.
I think it would have been Kyle Brett.
I don't think it's. I don't want to think too deep into it. I mean, that inherently makes very little sense given the governor's statements on legislation surrounding the choosing of the chief of police, all that kind of jazz. So, for there to be a proposal, that very much sounds like. I mean, let's hear Angel out.
Oh, again, not to talk about the elephant in the room. Well, it's not an elephant in the room yet. Well, I guess there is, but this isn't it. I
thought I
mean
missed
this in
my
the best
doctor's
way
appointment.
possible.
We're good. My doctor's appointment tomorrow.
Rhodes, for the betterment of the PDs, I want to contest being a sub-authority. I think it causes unnecessary drama, and I actually don't see the reasoning to have a department be a sub-authority. I don't think it makes sense.
So you're saying, just for what it's worth, yeah, I'm on board. I don't give a fuck.
Because you know what I would like? And I would like this both ways. I would like if my department does something dumb, or your department does something dumb, I would like there to be instant corrections, and that can't happen. I feel so many things can't happen because of this sub-authority thing. And I actually can't think of a reason for us not to be on an equal footing.
There is no reason other than just respecting the fact that it's written in legislation as such. That is quite literally it.
Can I be truthful here?
Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like this is distracting away from. I don't want to get in the middle of that conversation. I think that's between y'all two and your mayors.
Okay, must be easy as the ultimate authority.
I mean,
oh yeah,
you
we'll
say
still be
that,
we'll
holy
be
fuck.
equally we'll be equally sub authorities to the marshals.
I just don't want to distract away from, the other stuff.
Yeah.
In regards to the scene lead stuff, I think we should assign someone that is on the same page of, I think, the three of us in terms of what that is, and have them write up a document. Because I know the three of us aren't going to do it.
Well,
I think we should assign it to make sure it does get sorted. So I want to make sure we have action coming out of this very productive meeting.
Well, if we want to get it sorted, it goes to Jenna, Ruby, and like Sparks or Ruth, no? Put those three in a room and miracles will happen.
Should I bullet point some things we agree on and then ask someone to cook it?
I've already been doing that because I know that I'm so forgetful. I've been bullet pointing the most important facts of this meeting to Jenna, and she's already cooking as we speak.
Oh, perfect. Huh. I've also been taking notes here. Lots of them, actually.
Is Jenna writing these? Because how will she know what we've discussed here?
She's got brief bullet points. I've sent her brief bullet points of some of the things we've agreed on to remind me to go through them with her. And then I'm going to go through them with her.
Do you mind reading what that is for the
I said,
stuff?
1, weapon audits for all departments. 2, prioritizing calls, stop spreading ourselves thin. 3, people to do statements, photos, evidence while processing, not going straight to next ping. 4, SOPs on scene leads, expectations, processing officers, come to a mutual agreement, do training on it. They're my 4 points so far.
You can combine 2 and 3.
Like to do one a little bit better. I think the three of us need to review what that scene lead responsibilities are in advance of it turning into an SOP, because
we all need to be on the same page regarding that expectation. If the possibility exists that any one of the 3 departments can be the lead of whatever fucking scene it is, for sure. But
having those expectations like sorted out and agreed on by the three of us would prevent. Jenna's great, right? But she may have a perspective of what it is, and we may not necessarily.
We need to create the perspective to be expanded on.
So it doesn't create like animosity, right? Like I don't want Jenna to go create this, and then we're like, we don't agree with half of it. It's going to be demoralizing.
No, I agree. We need to. Yeah. I mean, I'll help her with it regardless.
How about I put together some bullet points, y'all add to it, we share it, and we get it approved by end of day.
Yeah,
works for me.
Works for me too. I think it should be easier than we think. I mean, it's enough in the name, right? Lead the scene from start to finish and ensure everything's done.
Yeah, but the start to finish thing
expanded on the
the start to finish thing doesn't apply to just the scene lead though. That's applying to everyone in the situation.
Yeah, but the scene lead's job should be the one to enforce that.
To ensure, yeah.
Have you done yours? Like it should literally be a case of if you are leading a scene, like let's open up, like for example, 23344, right? The Alana reviews hostage situation. If you are leading a scene, you should be the one writing LEOs involved. As the scene lead, you should have the basic of this report done straight away, and then just because as a scene lead, you've done your statement and you've added which law enforcement officers are involved, doesn't mean it should end for you. It should now be your job to, okay, I was the scene lead on that. Let me put a reminder somewhere. I've added all the law enforcement officers involved. I've prompted them all to do their statements. I'm now going to recheck this scene that I led 24 hours later to ensure that it's closed.
Yeah, if you're a scene lead, you are quite literally playing an RTS. You are playing a real-time strategy game.
And it needs a
You're responsible for everything.
Because I'll be honest, I've done the exact same, right? I've been a scene lead. I've done my thing. I put down my primary. I put my statement. I've added the officers involved, blah, blah, blah. For me, that's now closed. I think, okay, I've done my bit. But what I think we need to do is we need to change the mindset of you don't just need to finish what you're doing as the scene lead. this should be a 2-point process. The first point being make sure that I've added everything that I possibly can, including my statement and evidence that I've got and officers involved at the time of the situation. Now, the second point process should be I'm going to write this in a notepad. I'm going to put an alarm on my phone. I'm going to remember it however the fuck I remember things. I'm going to leave a pillow at my bedroom door. So when I wake up, I'll see that pillow and think, oh, yeah, that fucking report. I'm then going to check it 24 hours later. I'm like, okay, I had Ravon, D, Bubba, Lucas, Ravon. They were on scene. Let's have a look. Oh, shit. Ravon hasn't done his statement. Now I'm going to call him. And now I'm going to put it in. And that should realistically, with the scene lead doing that, that should automatically change the process from 72 hours to complete your report to 24 hours because they are checking at a 24-hour point and then ensuring that the missing statements are then put in, right? And a big thing, like signposting, for example, like I'll touch on a second thing. If they're signposted that there isn't there in 24 hours, then that's at the top of your head. Then we can hold people accountable. There can
Actually,
be
let me
repercussions.
bring up a point about that. Actually,
I lost track after the pillow.
You never do that?
I think we need to distill
I
what
do
you're
that.
saying. I think we all have an idea what it is. We just need to distill it into easy to consume bullet points. Otherwise, A, people aren't going to read it, and B, because this has to be communicated, right? We may have a collective idea of what this process should look like because we've been around for a while. But we need to distill this into easy to consume SOPs so that anyone from a PP on up knows what the expectation.
Did you just call them peons?
No, PPO. I don't think I said PO.
That's what I heard.
Peon.
To that point, though,
I thought it was in regards to the RTS stuff I mentioned before. Sorry, go on.
We no longer have we don't have a good way to figure out who's on a scene.
No, and that's where
we used to, not anymore.
So that's an easy fix, right? In my opinion. So we create a culture where the scene lead should add the majority of the people. He should know he should know a majority of people who are involved in the scene. I know sometimes it's hard.
How are you ever going to know that?
No, so this is where it extends, right? We have to make an announcement and we have to create a culture that if you were involved on a scene, out of your memory, while you're doing your statement, in the officers involved, just start adding people. Like, the scene lead, it might have been a 30 cops involved. However, I was with Knight and Rhodes at the time. I'm going to add myself. I'm also going to add Knight and Rhodes. And then that's like 3 dealt with, right? We just need to make sure that everyone is doing their part. These situations are team efforts, right? They're not just like, I'm going to do my bit and then leave it. That's where we need to stray away from. I'm a law enforcement officer. I actually am in an entitled position. I should show some pride in my work and I should do as much as I can, right? And if that's literally just us pushing it and fucking shoving it down their throats and making announcements at meetings and making an announcement on the MDT just to make sure that people are doing that, it's going to help. Now, it's not going to be perfect. There's going to be one guy who didn't speak on the radio and just turned up for the pursuit 15 and then thought, fuck this, and left, right? That's going to happen. But if we push for everyone to just start adding people that they remember as an SOP, as part of their job, then it will help a bit.
I don't disagree with I don't disagree with what you're saying. If I sound like non-enthusiastic, it's only I'm hyper focused on do we have any food? Anyone have food?
Yeah.
Yep. We need to put these in a bullet point so we can look at it. But going back to the
what is happening?
Do you have any other food?
No, just chocolate.
Yeah, I got you.
Try it. It's nice. I made it.
We used to have a way that we could actually tell who was on a scene. do you know what I'm talking about, Rhodes? Like, how the fuck did that work back in the day? Remember, we used to, like, on the old MDTs, we used to know, like, who's, like, what. Like, you get tagged in a report.
Wait,
and
was
you knew that you had to do something.
Wasn't it because if you, correct me if I'm wrong, if you got tagged, wasn't there a notification you were tagged in the report? But additionally, what made it easier is that when you went to go and tag people, the only people that would show up immediately were on, or at least at the top of the list, were on-duty officers. So selecting from a group of people became considerably easier as opposed to having to, on a whim, figure out whose call sign is what their name was. Let's say there's a new cadet or PPO, tagging them is more complicated because you need to know who they are as opposed to looking at a list of people who are currently on duty when making that report, which realistically should be 99% of the time, right? The moment you put up a report, you should see an overwhelming majority of the people who were involved in that, and all you do is click, 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 click.
What if the solution here is, unless there's extenuating circumstances, a report needs to be created immediately by somebody, right? Let's take banks. Let's take a bank truck. Let's take majority of these scenes. There isn't any reason why a report isn't immediately thrown up for evidence to start getting thrown in, right? People are taking photos. People are, like, someone in the back waiting while the stuff is happening, like putting the names in there, typing in the scene link. Maybe the onus becomes on the officers that are attaching to put their name as officer involved. Is that a simpler solution than putting
I
the
don't
weight
think
on the scene lead?
that's... the reason I say I don't think that's so ideal is because in a bank truck situation where there's time, yes. Or like if there's a hostage situation, but if we're talking like we're late and it's immediate pursuit, the likelihood of that being practical is very slim, I think.
But could the scene lead not just be like, yo, someone throw up a report? Like if I'm in the call, like, oh my God, faceless, because I do this even with faceless stuff, is so in SASM, I demand, like in these scenes, that someone throw up a report, primarily to capture
Timestamp.
The timestamp.
Yeah.
And I feel like that can be applied to most situations because there will be someone passenger princessing, or anyone can throw it up. And if the scene lead just requests it, and whoever's throwing up the report, it's as simple as, faceless bombing, blah, 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 scene lead, Brian Knight, and boom, a capture point. And as evidence is getting gathered, right? Because the scene could be anywhere from 30 minutes to like 3 hours. As evidence is getting collected, it's a place for people to start putting their stuff. It's not a perfect solution, but I'm
not opposed, but I think that just comes down to like, the general scenarios, right? Like if we're doing
oh, the chocolate. I ate the churros.
Do you need food?
No,
I was. There you go. I think that just comes down to the whole like scene lead conversation that we were having and ensuring that reports are going up. And the thing is, in a lot of these scenarios, say a Polito hostage situation, like Polito Bank, right? Like there's going to be photos that we want. There's going to be a hostage statement or a victim statement that we want documented, regardless of whether or not they get caught. So it's not it's not a tall ask, realistically.
It just comes back to like again, and I hate to keep saying this, I know you don't like touching on it. It comes to people picking what's important, right? Because you know what, as soon as there's a situation where it's going to bench trial, hey, I'll tell you, that scene lead who's going to bench, he will find every fucker who was on that scene and he will get a statement in that report. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it will
that's
happen.
true. That's true.
It will happen. But it will happen because guess what? It's going to bench. So it's now forced to be important to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Are you okay?
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, shit.
You're You're not throwing up in my office. I just got this soundproof.
Oh, shit. No, I took a shit. I shitted my pants just now.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm actually feel detoxed.
You're not. Do not take a seat. Frost, hello? Are you okay?
Well, yeah. What do
Brother,
you
you
mean?
just took a shit all over the place.
Yeah, I shitted my pants. It must have been those fucking churros you gave me.
I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up.
Holy shit, this guy seen more.
We need to have the conversation outside. I can't.
Yeah, that's. You can move over here. Been very productive.
Yeah, I agree. Frost, you might want to go to the showers, bud.
Yeah, I'll be back. I've got some spare clothes here.
Is he really just gonna?
I don't fucking know.
Is he okay?
He just. I don't know. He just. I don't think it's normal to just start shitting yourself like that.
And he wanted to continue on as if nothing happened.
He was locked in.
I mean, respectable, but that was disgusting. He took a shit in my office.
Oh my god.
I don't even know what to say.
Have you seen him do that before?
No, never. You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
We're going
All
in
right.
there?
Yeah,
Keep
for
all
now.
my clothes at the BCSO. This was
It's all right.
an old
It's all
outfit
right.
I had here.
Well, I mean, honestly, I think we concluded most things, though. I guess we have to have this conversation with Chief Justice.
Angel.
Shit. I need to borrow like a suit.
Be glad you have something on and aren't just like
Any dark
Frost.
suits in
Did it
the
not
locker
cross your
rooms I could-
mind to change your like jump in the shower real quick, change your clothes?
I did.
No,
just
you
did
were gonna continue on having the conversation with your pants full of
Right.
shit.
Yeah, because Rhodes, it's only shit. You know, you see the amount of shit we deal with on a daily basis.
Yeah, no,
Physical
I'm
shit
taking
no
that
longer
shit
affects me.
over your shit any day of the fucking week.
I've been blown up by terrorists multiple times.
And you just fucking blew up my office.
Damn right, I did. What are you gonna do? Make me an enemy of the state? I did shit on your floor, and then I took a meal from your fridge.
Brian, did you try to get a hold of Angel or?
No.
Okay.
Oh, I can. You want me to call?
Yeah. Give her
I
a
was
call.
just typing this, some of the points out.
Hey, I heard you wanted to have a meeting with. When we're all together, we call ourselves Hydras because Hydras have 3 heads. So you would like to meet with the Hydra?
Maybe we shouldn't claim a gang.
Yeah, we're on mission roll. We're in the fucking computer room because someone shit on the floor in Rhodes' office. Yeah. See you soon. Wait.
I'm so upset.
Why are you upset? You not got cleaners?
Yeah, no, I'll have a janitor come by. Actually, you know what? You know what?
Would be the perfect person to go clean my shit.
No. Follow me. We're having a meeting elsewhere, upstairs. is taking them so long? Fuck. Behind you guys.
Holy shit, there's no way. There is no way you guys have actually made a T-sipping circle jerk station inside the LSPD.
It's not a T-sipping circle jerk station.
There's literally a kettle. There's
Okay,
a kettle.
and there's also instant coffee. What's your point?
Holy shit. It's giving Love Island.
Okay, kind of a good point. Well, you know, listen, I just saw all this unused space and I figured I might as well move some furniture over here. Also, you might need to let Angel know that we're up here. We're opposite of the white couch on the 2 white couches.
Oh yeah, she doesn't have lips.
And it's far enough away from the actual staircase door, you know?
Put the phone down. Who would even be the commissioner?
I don't know.
You know, I think I'd be a great commissioner if I could be around every day, but I can't.
Not it. Not
I
it,
feel
not
like
me.
with how things are, a commissioner's only, even the conversation of the commissioner to me is out of touch. Especially after all the shit we just got done dealing with. Holy fuck.
Quite literally, we just had to deal with shit.
No, we were dealing with you. You.
In a literal and metaphoric sense, we just dealt with shit.
Angel.
Hey, what's up, mother?
How you guys doing? This place
Pretty
new.
good.
Yeah,
it's It's the tea-sipping circle jerk.
That's
at a
not
station.
true.
Yeah.
I like it. It's nice. It's cozy.
That's what I'm
What are you-
saying.
Did you finally quit BCSO for us?
No, I shitted my pants, and this was all there was to wear.
Otherwise, we'd
Oh.
be in my office, where it's nice and soundproofed. Except now, Frost destroyed it, for lack of a better term.
That's awkward.
Yeah, but here we are.
We,
Here we
are
are.
finally here for the court-ordered arbitration hearing.
Ain't no fucking way.
Oh
No,
my
we saw the
God.
way. No.
Yes, we're
you
finally here in
blindsided
one
us.
place, dude. We
I'm not-
finally did it.
I'm
yes.
not available
After all of
for
this
a-
time.
I'm
After
not
all this
available for a
time.
court-ordered arbitration at this time.
Well,
We have
here's
a-
what.
we have
well,
a
here's
lot
the
of
thing.
we have a lot of shit to deal with, Angel.
If you don't want to have a say in the SOPs, then I guess we can just rubber stamp them and just send them through as they are.
Holy fuck!
But I guess you don't even want to look at them. So.
You used that you were making a commissioner legislation to get us to talk about.
Wait,
SOPs.
Angel made them?
Did I do that?
This is sickening.
Listen, I don't know what you're talking about. I definitely didn't just throw some shit out there to get everyone together in one specific place to have the
How many
ultimate
people did you
conversation
contact?
with
Because
you.
5 people came to the door, like 3 people rang me.
I didn't contact anyone. I just threw out a random topic at a legislative meeting just to see what people thought.
We
Oh.
were actually meeting for about the last 2 hours.
Yeah.
Dang it. So my plan didn't work?
Well, I mean, we're together.
No, we just
it
talked.
works.
Yeah, yeah. We
Okay,
were
well-
already together. Yeah.
Fair
We're
enough.
dealing
then.
with cross-departmental shitstorm.
Oh, yeah?
Literally.
Trying to find some
shitstorm.
solutions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what is it?
Well, I shit myself, and
And-
then there is metaphoric shit.
And Angel, do you remember years ago, we were in the BCSO or PBSO or whatever iteration it was, and you said something to the extent of, if you ever told me that under Pred, the LSPD would be a top-heavy entity and blah, 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 and it would fail and we'd be the, the overwhelmingly successful department, I wouldn't believe you.
Yeah?
I'm starting to think that the LSPD's in a similar state.
When we made that analogy.
Yes.
On the other side.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing is, you know, one of the reasons PBS never succeeded is because there's a lot of really smart people under Pred helping him make the right decisions, and he didn't have that this time around. So I'm not that surprised it happened. No offense to you. I'm not saying that, you know.
Oh, no
your
offense
fault.
taken.
It's just that, you know, you didn't have as many people around to push him to make the right choices. You know.
Yeah. But here we are.
Well, here you are. But the thing is, though, it's not unsalvageable. Nothing's unsalvageable. You guys have a lot
agree.
of talented people in the LSPD, and I mean, you guys. I don't know what you're gonna do to fix it, but I'm sure you can fix it somehow.
Bean's gonna fix it.
Bean.
Yeah.
Bean hasn't done shit. Bean has done literally nothing.
Hey, that's a Marshall BCSO plant you're talking about right there, Angel. You watch your mouth, okay?
Name one
He's trying
thing
his
that
best.
Bean has done in LSPD.
But you're looking for specifics?
Yeah, like name like one thing he's done as a captain that's like positive.
Oh, what do you mean? He's secured as he the money man at the moment.
He gets you money.
Yeah, he the money man.
All right, that's something. Better than nothing.
But
I
also,
remember him saying he was gonna like fix it all or something like that. He was talking big.
well, you know, baby steps. Can't do everything at once.
I guess so.
All right, let's get to the you know, the meat and potatoes, if you will.
Yeah, the meat
how
and
is this being formatted? Is there anything that's currently proposed, or what do?
Yeah, so I was given the SOPs a month and a half ago for suspending law enforcement officers. Kind of what
is this a month ago?
It was a month and a half ago. Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. After that 3.5 hour in the car that we had night, that feels like a year ago. Like that car conversation.
Which one?
Had, you know, with me, you, and Pred, it had like heavy effects on. I think the like organic aging process that humans go through.
Oh, you mean the one where he threatened to kill me after?
And he also threatened to kill me. What did he say? He said, I said you used to be a cop killer. And he said, I still can be, bitch.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And then, you know, unfortunately, I had a raging headache and ended up in Russia.
Oh, ew, who hurt you?
Yeah. Yeah. Fred, and
can I see these SOPs?
Conversation hurt me.
I can't share them with you, but I can copy and paste it and then share that with you.
Yes, please.
So 1 second, let me do that.
I mean, I could just add them, right?
Yeah, could you?
What is? Do you remember the report number? Oh,
Yeah,
wait,
it's
right here.
38814.
What's your state?
1303.
1303. I gotta add you again, Angel. It looks like when you remove a share, it rips everyone. What's your state ID?
1157.
And Frost?
2518.
2518. To provide some context, we've had like internal SOPs leading up to the creation of this. Was not documented, given that there's like 4 members of IAA. And so Ruth was tasked to take those SOPs and put them into written form. And then subsequently it was shared to Angel, I believe, the day after.
Yeah, and then we were gonna do the hearing, and then, you know, things got derailed, and here we are. So.
One thing I want to point out here is, I think these need updating. There's yesterday I had a command meeting, so I'm gonna give you guys some time to like read over this. But we had a command meeting yesterday, and one of the topics that were brought up is interfacing with law enforcement when we come across wrongdoing. And I want to kind of just point out some like.
What do you mean?
Which part?
The part
like
you just
what is
said.
wrongdoing?
No, I know what wrongdoing is. who interfering? Please?
But no, generally speaking, yeah, law enforcement. There's going to be...
What would that be? Like, for example, the Daisy situation with the suspension of Riker, would that be classed as interfering?
I want to speak like generally here because I think specifics are a little bit difficult. So let's just say whatever
grab a drink here.
Wrongdoing it might be.
Every chat.
You know, someone might come and report to the marshals like, hey, I think like so-and-so like, you know, punched me in the ball sack, all the way up to, hey, someone may have murdered someone, right? So it could be anything. I think each one of those scenarios kind of differs. I think generally speaking, and I think most of these SOPs are going to be reflective of this with some slight alterations, I'd say, is that information should be garnered and we should be working directly with the respective departments in order to facilitate a conclusion. So let's use, like, on one end of the spectrum, you know, civilian comes over and they're like, hey, you know, so-and-so officer like kicked me in the ball sack and ran away. That's effectively assault and battery, right? And there is a victim. This circumstance needs to be serviced. The first step, very similar to how Bjorn was handled, very similar to Barrick. The marshal taking in that inquiry should generate a preliminary report, and that preliminary report should then be given to the appropriate law enforcement agency. Now, internal to y'all's departments, if you have your internal IA or you want it going directly to command, that would be inherently your prerogative. But the idea here is that should be handed over to the respective departments to handle internally, with a conclusion provided to the respective marshal handling that case. Now, the reason I sort of underline this is I don't think it has been very productive. It has been more productive, let's use Bjorn as an example, or in the case of Barrick, when SASM is working with the respective law enforcement agency to figure out what the wrongdoing is and then, you know, come up with a solution. I think it is counterproductive if SASM is just going and doing its own thing, because that just leads to the other extreme, right? Where all the information ends up getting completely closeted because what is a small issue might bubble up to a more exorbitant one. I think the only time there needs to be an exception here is as a preliminary report is given and there is no action taken. And what I mean by action is, like, it just sits there. There needs to be some sort of conclusion to the matter. Hey, we spoke to them, blah, blah, blah. Here's our finding. You kind of see where I'm going with this?
I see what you're talking about, Brian.
I see
I
what
do.
you're talking about as well. I agree.
I'm back. Finally made my tea. I'm also in agreement, Brian. I think a lot of the points of contention in the prior situation was sort of and it probably stems from the fact that it had to do with Pred situation, because that's what this arbitration is called for, right?
I would say so. I mean, I'm going to speak rather openly from my experience with two cases. The first incident, and I'm only opening up this history just to give, you know, some context here. The first situation that we dealt with was involving Bill Mays, Ruby York, and Oxby. It was a docket case in which
was the Michael Minks Coupe Torres thing?
Correct.
Yeah.
We were approached by the justices who wanted to file a report. They believed that there was like evidence tampering. We went to go investigate it, and pretty much we were before the very same day the report came our way is the day that Bill Mays threatened Oxby and Ruby to fire them, even though that he was on the fucking case himself. It was pretty cooked. And that's when I'd go in there and make it very clear that this was not only an active investigation, but if there was any attempt to sort of, I mean, he was active, like Bill Mays was like actively trying to cook the case. So I put a recorder down. I'm like, hey, we're investigating this. FYI, if you try to subvert this, big trouble. We then approached the chief of police the next morning. The conversation started with, and it was with Aldo there as a witness to it. The conversation sort of was like trying to gauge like if there was any awareness as to what was going on to kind of as a starting point, and it was immediately sort of met with diversion. I'm hoping kind of going forward that's less so the case and more cooperative. I think that just kind of creates a bigger problem. Can SASM go and just handle these investigations internally completely? Sure. However, that then puts law enforcement in a very awkward position because now you effectively have to interview, you know, a dozen law enforcement officers just to understand whether or not they're involved, whether or not they have any information. And I think it just creates a lot of animosity that's not needed.
I agree. Not only that, but with how legislation is currently written, doesn't the power of the suspension end pending sort of court-related stuff? And so if it doesn't really end there, it's going to be held to, or the department's going to be held to deal with it regardless.
Correct.
Okay.
There is still like, you know, the concept of not every case is the same, right? If people will punch someone in the ball sack and then knowing that same victim doesn't give a shit, you know, an hour later, that's not going to be weighed the same as someone that a law enforcement officer that may have, I don't know, let's use an extreme, puts a gun in someone's mouth and blasts. How those things are handled is going to be different. And I don't get the sense that either of you are going to be wanting said officer in your department to begin with.
No, I mean, all that I can relate to with anything, and you've already said it, right? The Beric and Bjorn situation was perfect. I liked how that was.
Minute to badge fire.
Yeah, I thought that stuff was handled pretty well.
It was handled really well. I mean, like the initial situation was raised.
Because I was there.
We then handled it internally. We then gave you a full debrief of what happened. And I think at that point, you then choose whether that's satisfactory or not, right?
Sorry, apologies. There's definitely some things that I would like adjusted here. Give me 1 second.
Bear in mind, everything that I just mentioned here is hot off the press from a conversation yesterday evening with my command structure.
Got it.
This is from like lessons learned over the last like 2 months.
That makes sense.
That's not going to be reflected in this. But please.
So the whole like upon notification, the agency's high command shall ensure the suspension is properly documented and enforce, include removal of keys and MDT access. If this is something that is, we'll say, urgent, and that it just happened, it was egregious enough for marshals to deem whatever worthy of an immediate suspension, because there is likely, or there is PC, sort of off rip. If there isn't high command available, How do we want to address that? I say that because I know the SOPs for suspending officers under notification and execution. Like, there's always mention of the highest ranking, like high command. And I fear we
Can
might
I be honest with you?
Yeah, go ahead.
This shit was written because Pred was protecting his friend. I am very open to hyper adjusting this because this entire thing was written post Bill Mays era. And a lot of this has been consequential of, hey, we have to do something that no one wants to do, otherwise justice cannot be served. Viewing it from that lens, the only reason there even is the clause of the highest ranking high command officer is because that was deemed a requirement. Would it suffice? I do think it is appropriate for high command to be made aware that one of their law
Agreed.
enforcement officers is. Perhaps that can be done via email.
I
I'm
don't.
sort of open to ideas on that.
I'm not opposed. Realistically, if someone is
Hey, this shit's
available,
going down.
if someone is available, I think that absolutely takes priority, and they should be the ones informed. If they are not available, or there just isn't anyone, I'm not opposed.
I don't think it's difficult to do both. Like, generally, there's going to be high command around. But I also don't think it's the end of the world to a quick TLDR prompt email. Hey, Chief. Hey, Sheriff. This has happened. Like, not even in depth, just, Under Sheriff Angel's been suspended. Call me. Like, it doesn't have to be... and it's easy to keep track of, right?
Because the suspension, because keep in mind, this is SOPs for suspending an officer. That means that there's probable cause that they've committed like a violent felony. More likely than not. And I say violent as a underliner, like this could involve non-violent, right? But in a case of a violent, that's like a situation where it's like, yeah, we have to act swiftly.
No, I agree. I think that's a good point.
Whereas if it's like non-violent, like I don't know, someone's like fucking selling drugs out of their house, there's a bit more bandwidth there to be like, hey, Rhodes, hey, Frost, hey, we got to talk. We just came across them.
Yeah, because it's not deemed as like urgent, right? It's like it's not infringing on rights. It's not violent. It's not dangerous. Is that what you mean by that?
I would view it as like they did something so egregious that the concern is it could happen again, and so we're removing the liability aspect of them still having PD keys, weapons, stuff like that.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
There will definitely need to be. Again, I'm just trying to think of the hypothetical in which high command is not available, but MDT access or keys, badge, firearm still need to be taken. Because if you guys deem so-and-so needs to be suspended, no one's available as a hypothetical. Who's going to be handed their firearm, their badge?
The marshals, right?
What? But that's the concern.
The thing is, removal of keys and stuff is very limited, as is.
Oh, okay.
So that may even require a marshal to contact one of y'all to do it.
Oh yeah, Rhodes. Yeah, we just took a lot of people's keys.
Yeah, we did.
So yeah,
Justices
that
can
is
take keys too.
That is very limited to about 3 people at this point.
Well, there's more than that. Justice can take keys too. You just have to ask him.
Oh, justice.
Also,
yes,
as it currently stands, I have an Ass Chief Commander, several captains. So we got high command presence mostly.
I don't think
You also
this is
could
I don't
give them
think
the
this is a
ability to
worry.
take keys if you guys wanted as well. You could always do that.
I don't think
not-
there's a problem. Ventura's around like 13 hours a day. Ricky's around like fucking 18 hours a day. Jenna's around a lot. Like there will always be someone.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not too pressed about it, but I definitely want it written, not just removal of keys and MDT access, but also like duty weapons, and stuff like that, just to ensure we're not running into a situation of like, oh gosh, and this is also going to roll into the next like PD vehicle aspect of things, and well, actually, if they don't have keys, they won't be able to access their lockbox. So we're good there.
Can I? Oh, go on. You still.
No, I would rather this reflect again the removal of keys, their badge, any duty weapons and MDT access, because all of those things are important. If we are saying that the reason for suspension is there's PC for a what would typically be a violent crime, I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't take much issue with most of this. Except sort of kind of the confidentiality portion at the bottom. I can see the intent, but
all matters related to Marksman Vincent order suspension shall remain confidential and should be disclosed only on a need-to-know basis.
That's what I wanted to touch on too, and I'm hoping maybe that you could just educate. I think the word "need-to-know basis" is very, very, very much. I get to decide what's a need-to-know basis.
That is accurate.
I personally think, as the heads of departments, which I hope you have faith and trust in as heads. I understand that you struggled with Pred. I don't think it's unfair for us to be kept in the loop with certain confidential information. Would you disagree?
I think that's no, I agree. I think that's the intent of the writing of this. Keep in mind the earlier, so high command would be given identify the highest rate request approval, formally advise effectively pending the outcome on notification. Where is it here? Oh, here we go. By SASM command, a written investigative summary with relevant evidence will be provided to a member of the judiciary. This will be done. There should be something in here about giving y'all. Have y'all seen?
There is a mention of. There is a specific mention of verbally present the written summary and give a copy to the law enforcement officer. And to me, that's kind of saying like, if this is already going through, then we should probably already be privy to that.
You would be given like, hey, here's what's happening. So the confidentiality is less so for the high command and more so for the rest of the department. Now, I'm not opposed to, altering the wording here. And once again, this is through the lens of what was dealt with, going all the way back to the Bill Mays situation, where some of these clauses came to be, because what we were perceiving was an attempt to cover up wrongdoing and making the matter significantly worse for Ruby, for Oxby, God knows what the fuck else Bill was doing. And so it was an environment where the integrity of the investigation was in jeopardy. I would want high command to have the full extent of knowledge as to what's happening with, their officer in employment. I want them to be involved in the process. I think, in generally speaking, those are matters that can be handled by y'all's departments as it should. And the only time it should ever exceed out of that, and when it comes to confidentiality, let's use the Bjorn example, right? The only individuals aware of what was going on with Bjorn were Frost, Angel, Daisy, Dukakis, and I think Vincent Ventura. And it was kept confined because of the integrity of the investigation. Once the matter was concluded, things were put aside. This serves two purposes. The one is as a consequence of the investigation, because just because you have probable cause does not infer beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right.
And so while there may be probable cause upon working with the respective law enforcement agency, the investigation may conclude that we're missing something. And wait, there was no wrongdoing. that officer may now be a target and subject of unnecessary harassment. So that's the first reason. And then the second is, you know, if it's not need to know, officers uninvolved or T-SIP and all of a sudden Rippo's at that.
I think a lot of
investigation,
this, like you're bringing back a lot of memories. A lot of this is pred coded, right? It was like the Bjorn situation. We were trying to keep that. We weren't trying to keep that behind closed doors to just keep secrets and stop people from having the quote unquote tea. That was kept very, very close and behind closed doors because we didn't want to affect the integrity of Bjorn if we were wrong.
Correct.
I didn't want to tell Pred. I think Bjorn's super corrupt and aided the Faceless and aided Lang or whoever it was breaking out of jail. I'm investigating this. Because if he was then upset at the end of it when proven innocent, I've just slandered his name to a separate department for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
That was my thought process on it.
Yeah, and that's pretty normal, right? Yeah. Like we're still trying to figure out, did he do something wrong? And if he didn't, then no one else should know other than the individuals involved in the investigation.
And this also stemmed from when Pred knew that Beric allegedly did something wrong. It stemmed into 311s. Beric's a terrorist. He's not allowed in MRPD. Announcements. No one trusts Beric. Like the guy got fucking destroyed and in a real horrible way, guilty or not at the time. The guy was still a human, right? So what happened to him was fucked. And then he did get proven innocent.
Well, okay. Listen, I say this as someone who loves Beric. Okay, he's a good friend.
Is the wrong word. We can't prove he did it. No, I didn't prove he's innocent.
We also know that Bjorn turned out not to be innocent yet either.
Yeah.
Well, I actually told Pred that. I said, look, I think it was Angel who dealt with it. I can't remember. I gave Pred a call. I said, look, we've told Bjorn that he's no longer employed by us. We haven't fired him. This is all of the information. We think he's corrupt as fuck.
I told Bjorn that to his face.
25 minutes later, Pred's announcing his new officer in the LSPD.
Well, keep in mind,
a week later, he's had to fire him for being corrupt.
And to be fair, though, I also, in our conversation with Bjorn, I said, you are being involuntarily transferred to LSPD. You can either accept it or you're fired, essentially, is how it went. So it was still on them to accept it, but that's kind of how I initiated it.
Did I ever tell you that the next morning, this is the other reason some of those lines are in there, because we had to deal with a situation where I woke up the next morning, I'm literally getting a briefing from Ruth, and I was getting hunted down by Pred, being demanded to know what's going on because he's the chief of police. And it was not my place, right? It wasn't my investigation. And nor, you get what I'm saying? This then subsequently led to Pred telling Bjorn he's being investigated and potentially fired.
Yeah, the whole point of his transfer was because they were going to keep that part secret. I remember talking to the high command at the time. They're going to keep it secret and then keep watching him. So I don't know why they would tell him that.
Which was exactly what we were going to do with Barrett. We didn't have enough to do anything. So, you know, it's...
Did you guys know what happened
wrong,
with
we're going
Barrett?
to keep an eye on him.
Speedy got called to Mission Row. I kid you not. The question was essentially, what do you know about Barrick? And without fucking hesitation, Speedy pretty much went, oh, he was part of FaZe Clan. I never saw him at any of the meetings, and I'm not part of FaZe Clan anymore, but he's part of FaZe Clan.
Do you know what the problem?
Speedy was invited?
You know what the
Invited to what?
To the meeting?
It wasn't a meet. This was like an informal conversation outside of Mission Row PD on the sidewalk.
You know what
I think it was the day of the 311s. I could be wrong. Roughly around there, of Pred claiming Barrick's a terrorist or whatever.
The problem with it was though, right? So some of the other evidence that was provided to BCSO High Command was that multiple individuals have claimed that he was part of the Faceless, right? So in terms of our investigation to find out whether he was or wasn't, we went to Babylon. We sat in the fucking what's it called? The little tent. And we sat these individuals down for voluntary interviews where we asked every person who made these claims if he was involved in the Faceless. And in a formal recorded setting, they all said no. So it's like, you know,
Well, of course they're going to say no in a recorded setting like that.
Yeah, but Rhodes, since when do we care about, like, you know, I could run past you and say, Maxwell's a terrorist, I saw her at Faceless. It doesn't mean shit. Right?
Listen, regardless, none of it changed my stance to Barrick. Listen, he's loyal. He's loyal, and I appreciate him. And that's likely never going to change. So,
you know what my honest opinion is on the Barrick situation, the conclusion that I came to?
Sure.
He's obviously lost his memory. I mean, that's literally medically proven. He can't remember it. Is there a part of me that thinks he was involved in the Faceless? Yes. However, do I think that he would have ever done any of that maliciously? I don't.
No,
I agree.
I think the elephant in the room is, look, I'm gonna rip the bandage off. These situations are not bank trucks. The Faceless aren't some just random fucking gang. They think methodically. They don't think 2 hours at a time. And some people in this city have a lot more. This is going to sound disgusting, but I got to say it. Some people don't have much to their personality. Barrick has a lot. So if you take one of his daughters and is threatening him, that may make him do something. And those things need to be considered when evaluating the person and needs to be evaluated as a part of the investigation.
Agreed.
And
no, absolutely.
That's going to be a little bit different than someone who might not mind getting shot in the face just to protect someone. I don't know how else to chop that up.
I think you're right. Angel, I have a question.
And there will be others, and just for full transparency here, there may be others in parts of government that are facing that exact same problem. The onus is on the collective to analyze those things and not just look at them black and white. Because I think when they're looked at black and white, it's kind of nasty. If I'm going to be real,
that actually just made me. I don't know why it jogged my memory.
There's Faceless people within law enforcement, right? Like there has to be.
Probably.
If I actually recall correctly, I want to say it was implied that Barrick was kicked out of New Babylon because they suspected he was like the Faceless inside man, if you will, and then continued on with, and after his removal, the bombing stopped.
Yeah, we already have this answers that we talked to them, and I remember we spoke with the people in the New Babylon directly, and they said we thought that at the time, but the bombings kept going, and we realized they were wrong afterwards. But we just kind of did it as a spur of the moment thing. That's what they told me. That's one of the reasons why we concluded that he probably wasn't, and because we also ran the DNA on the book, and it wasn't his.
Interesting.
I mean, let's be honest, he probably was, right? Just can't prove it.
Yeah, I mean, I hold the same stance though. Realistically, I think if he did have involvement, not that this is the topic, but if he did have involvement, it would have been in the capacity of trying to do the least amount of evil. Whereas if someone else were in the same situation, they would not have those sort of guardrails, and would have done considerably worse. And maybe it was in the capacity of him being in the DOJ and having been a judge. Who knows? From my understanding, he was the one who ruled on the house arrest stuff up in Grapeseed.
Yeah, that
way
stuff was
back when.
highly sussy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sort of unprecedented. But if we look at that and go, is the worst he did being a faceless asset, quote unquote, allowing someone to have house arrest when no one else would have been provided that same opportunity? If so, I'm content with saying I still trust him, because that's a nothing burger in comparison to the other things that could have potentially been done.
Some things just need to be played out until there's evidence to cross
Agreed.
that line. And
Agreed.
I think when there's haphazard conclusions on anything without allowing things to play out, it's just shitty for everyone involved.
Yep. Angel,
I
regarding
don't know of a better way to put it other than that.
No, you're good. Regarding the arbitration, does this have to conclude now? Because this is obviously the first time I've seen these SOPs. Obviously, there
To be
are.
honest, the only reason there needed to be arbitration was because Pred was very angry and upset with a lot of people, and so I'm going to be honest. You three can figure this out without me, from what I can see here. You don't
Okay.
need me here to oversee this all and make sure you guys are playing nice because you're already doing that.
I
So,
actually can't believe how productive and nice this 2-3 hour conversation has been. Like
I'm sorry. Don't make me scream at you like I did Brian when he implied
no.
we should work together.
I'm just saying that this has been.
I'll do it, Frost.
And I got 30
It's been
days
nice.
in me. If things don't get better, I'm quitting. So
Holy shit! I don't even have that long.
does every single one of us just want to quit these jobs?
Guys, wait, hold on.
I've been doing this for a year, guys. I only, I come and go. Like, I got like a one year, like, I came back in December 2024. I got a timer on.
I just keep getting made the
Y'all
fucking
should be
sheriff.
scared who might come up next.
Oh my God.
It just keeps fucking happening 3 times now.
Guys, I too have fallen upwards many times. Here I am, the chief of police. Who would have thought? I just want to be a senior officer at most. Deep down in my heart, not have to deal with the drama, the fires that keep arising, the train wrecks that occur within the department. And I'm not quitting, but man,
While
guys.
we're here, can we discuss one thing?
I heard Maxwell was going to be chief.
I want to close out the suspension thing for a moment. Just because this is a bit of a hot topic and I want to get y'all's opinion on it. If there is perceived wrongdoing, I think the quicker we can figure out what the fuck is going on, the better. I don't want to drag people into an interrogation room and be like, yo, do you know anything? I don't think that's inherently healthy to begin with, nor does it solve the problem. It just makes it worse. Even if a situation has occurred. It's the same thing as deferring punishment for a week or 2 weeks.
Just needs to happen, right?
I think it should be as simple as this. And now it can be legislated, but why, as law enforcement, and I'm going to put it from this perspective, right? Let's say someone did something. Once again, let's use like, hey, there's a complaint that someone shot someone in the mouth. It should not take SASM to go to a law enforcement officer and be like, I need to interrogate you, as well as all the other people that might be hiding your wrongdoing. I think there should be an inherent expectation that they provide a full account of the situation. Is that wrong to think?
I think, especially in my case, I think it's awkward because some people will obviously have taken issue and others not. So, like, I guess it's difficult to draw that line, if that makes sense, right? Because, like, in my situation, I had a meeting and announced something at the very end, right? Some of which some people took issue with, others had zero issue at all with it. So, like, the expectation of, like, everyone providing a statement for that is a little wonky, if you get what I mean.
Can I give you the counter? And
Yeah,
and I think
go
we
ahead.
resolve that whole situation in an amicable way. But like, let's use that as an example, because or just the general situation is there's a perception of wrongdoing, right?
Yes.
Someone has to service that to see whether there is or isn't. And given the fact that any investigation needs to not only understand if there's wrongdoing, but has to be prepared to go to court, in the absence of statements you're kind of failing as an investigator, right? So it becomes that balance of, do you need to go interrogate everyone, or alternatively make a statement? I didn't know anything. You know, here's my perception of what occurred. Am I making sense here?
Yes. But like, there's also the alternative of like, you know, in my case, I was very specifically asked questions regarding it, right? So like, even if perceived as one thing by others, I guess asking me directly, you know, my intention sort of resolves that for the most part. Like, if the wrongdoing is on me, I expect to be interrogated 1,000%. And yes, if there were witnesses, but the whole like expectation of like people sort of writing a report of these things, I think it is really situational. Like, is it a situation where someone was like stabbed by a police officer? Yeah, 1,000%. I expect statements.
Did you
regarding
see that happen? Like, let's
yes.
say there's 5 officers on scene. One is one of those officers, you know, stabbed them. Can the four of them just say, I'm not going to report those?
This is gonna sound fucked up of me to say. I still think it's situational because a lot of things happen. A lot of things happen where you wouldn't assume there to be like no wrongdoing, but oftentimes, listen, I'll say it. If you see a scene with me and Osvaldo, it is very possible I hit him over the head with a fucking golf club. Okay? Preemptively in self-defense because Osvaldo's fucking stupid and will try to stab me at each and every opportunity.
That is fucked up.
Have I hit him with a sledgehammer in the past?
Now,
the possibility exists. It's Osvaldo. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, 100%. But it's Osvaldo, right? And
Yeah.
He's probably not going to...
That's what I'm saying.
Charges.
But that's why I say, like, the preemptive aspect of it, no. But, like, approach,
preemptive,
yes.
but rather compelled.
Yeah, if we're opening up confessions, I have permanent initiation with River from the Lost.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. Same with Osvaldo. Same. Just in case something comes
up.
up.
Find like a middle ground between the perception of the investigators is, and let's even use an example of like, let's say the 3 of us are like, yo, Alana actually set up that situation. I know we're using this as a, wait a minute.
A hypothetical though.
Here. Hypothetically, let's say,
I mean, reasonable.
Let's say Bobby shot someone. Bobby's a cop again, and he shot someone, and the 3 of us are like, bro, what the fuck happened? There was 4 other people on scene and they're not saying anything. We now have 2 options. One is get their statements, because keep in mind, and let's say even we're all agreeing that, hey, we need to go to court with this. Bobby's got to get charged.
I guess my concern...
Go ahead.
I guess my concern is with the lack of any sort of like legislative Garrity warning, how do we resolve that? Because it sounds like an impossible task if you don't know if the intent of, say, the marshals in that situation is to push charges against you directly, or having been present and potentially involved. And those people, obviously we have to take into account their perception of the situation and why they would be unwilling to say certain. You get what I'm saying?
I agree. I'll give you my position, but I don't want to, if this needs more thought, I'm not going to be like, this is, my way or the highway or whatever. In my opinion, your 5th Amendment right is not related to your right to a job. And thus, if you are a law enforcement officer who is sworn an oath, and you witness another cop do a crime, and that crime creates a victim, and that victim is now seeking restitution. Can that law enforcement officer plead the 5th? Absolutely they can. However, should that not in turn put them in a position where their employment should be at risk?
Well, I'm going to be pretty blunt with you guys. This is an at-will state. You guys can fire someone for looking at you wrong. So
Yeah,
this is more something for you to manage with your expectations and not for me to legislate.
But that's the issue.
To Helen.
Well,
yeah,
no,
I
no,
fired
that's
Helen because she fucking did some stupid shit. I
that's the
didn't
issue, though,
want
right?
to.
It's not the marshals that employ someone in the LSPD; it's the LSPD. So that's
Yeah.
where, if I were to approach someone in my department and they didn't want to answer a question, I can at will go, "You're fired."
Yeah.
If the marshals are looking into something, that same thing doesn't exist because they aren't the ones who. Do you get what I'm saying?
Correct.
Like,
Oh, 100%.
it's this really.
Yeah, but
and,
if they choose, I understand
ahead.
that, but like at the end of the day, like if I legislate anything like that, it would essentially boil down to you have to talk to someone when they ask you questions like this. If they don't, you can get fired by other departments, which is a very interesting thing to cross because now we're opening it up to Frost could fire one of your guys if they didn't want to talk to him, right?
I think talking, I'd settle with a statement, right? A good faith statement of event. And I
Yeah.
think this sort of expands to other things too. Like imagine, you know, let's use an extreme hypothetical. Let's say someone, oh God, let's say a law enforcement officer died, completely unrelated to anything recent. And the only department who wants to write any statements is the department that, you know, they're a part of, and the rest are like, nah. It starts to dive into, is there resolutions through going to court on it? Absolutely, but it creates a very shitty environment.
Yep.
Because inherently those law enforcement officers are not at that point being considerate of their oath, and in a way they are assisting in the position that they are in, indirectly that person not getting justice.
I agree, but essentially the only outcome I see out of this, the only way forward is to essentially, we're now talking about stitching together certain aspects of administrative functions of a police department into each other, and making them more unified than separate, right? Because now you're allowing, you know, Frost, for example, to fire, let's just pick a name, Rhodes, because he doesn't want to cooperate with an investigation, you know, or provide a statement, you know, like, you see what I'm getting at? Like
Yeah, I do.
You're now crossing boundaries and allowing other departments to take adverse action against you because you wouldn't provide a statement, which is maybe understandable, but it's a line that once you cross starts raising questions about, well, how much of the other stuff crosses over too? Like how much of the, like, for example, the assistant chief of police, how much say does she actually have over Frost deputies? This is a question right now that I don't even think you guys would be able to tell me exactly, like, legislatively, how much power. Like, if she gave an order to them on the field, are they compelled or required to listen to them? You know what I mean? Like, these are things that have not been answered. And I think once we open this can of worms, we're going to start answering a lot of these questions.
Is it worth opening that can of worms?
I don't like cans of worms.
I think for discussing like a matter of potential wrongdoing, I think for me, I want to find a middle ground.
Could that middle ground exist in the ability to offer a, say, voluntary questioning with the expectation that nothing is being, this is going to sound dumb at first, but hear me out, but nothing is going to be used criminally against them, so that they at least feel comforted knowing that this isn't going to be turned onto them. However, should the conclusion,
what if it
well,
turns out they
that's
are?
so that's the thing. Should the conclusion of the interrogation or interview with other individuals point to said person who was told there's no charges against you, then at that point there be a separate, you know, hey, you have the right term, you know what I mean? Like, and at that point, that's what's utilized criminally, if that makes sense. Because then you'd still have the statements of all the others, not against them, but against another party involved, but you wouldn't have to deal with the whole issue of self-incrimination. Or the perception of. Does that make sense?
I agree. And that's why I sort of moved it from it being a interrogation necessarily to, hey, you need to write what you witnessed. This is a criminal matter. It might affect the employment of the person in question. I guess the reason why I'm more like leaning towards like a statement is I think if someone was asked to write a statement about what they witnessed in this hypothetical where one of 5 officers, stabbed someone in cold blood, and we've deemed it like, hey, this is a serious matter. There's a victim. They're now in ICU. Someone writing a statement, I feel, is like less pressuresome than putting them into an interrogation room. They may inherently feel that they're now the subject of this investigation when the reality is the investigators just want to know what the hell they know, if anything. And if it's nothing, it's nothing.
Yeah,
I
get what you're saying.
It is, but I am searching for an alternative to, the recent example of it, interrogating like 15 law enforcement officers, which could have been summed down to a, 1 hour activity as opposed to a 5-day event.
That makes sense. Angel, specifically regarding the SOPs, I don't think that we will, especially because it's only just showed up in front of me, and I definitely want to speak with others regarding it. I don't think that there will be a conclusion like today, but in the next few days, I will definitely throw up any sort of points of contention I have and speak with Brian and Frost regarding it, and then come to some kind of agreement regarding how certain things should be worded. And I say this also with the expectation that like Brian isn't always going to be the director, and I want to ensure that this accommodates and is reasonable, because we can sit here and discuss our expectations of this, but should someone else be the director and something is vaguely written, that becomes problematic. No different than you as the person who wrote legislation had to argue with judges who did not write that legislation and were perceiving it differently than when you quite literally wrote it, telling you that's not how it is.
I deal with that all the time. It's
I
actually
know.
very frustrating where people will say, well, you see right here in this line, it's written like this. And I say, well, as the person that wrote it, that's not what that means. Sorry that you don't understand that.
Yep. No, I agree. I don't have much time today, but
I also want to update this as well to reflect some of the the burden removing, like unpredictable.
Makes sense. So will you or will it be Ruth that edits this report specifically,
It'll
or
probably be a bit of a collective?
Okay.
That includes some of the points that were brought up over here, so that way, when you do discuss it, it's a little bit more up to date.
Perfect. Okay, that makes sense. Send me a text if I'm not around. When those changes are pushed, I will take a look, and then I will let you know if there's any points of contention that I have.
Well, I guess you guys can just let me know when you've come to the decision. I'm glad that we're able to get y'all together.
Will do. This has been way too nice. Angel, I've been waiting 27 days for a court case.
Okay.
I'm pissed.
I'm really sorry that you've been waiting for so long. What do you want? You want me? You know what? I'll take the case off of Norma's hands and I'll handle it for you.
Don't mind me. I'm just making sure this is loaded in case something happens.
You want me to do that?
Hey, I can put my life on that gun's not registered.
You are so sadly fucking mistaken, pal.
Right. Well, this has been amazing.
Do you want to verify? You want to check my weapon registry? It's there, pal.
That's okay.
Well, you said you'd bet your life on it.
That's a pretty big bet to make.
Wait, this is a win-win.
It's a win-win?
Please be registered. Please. Right.
Hey,
Right, well.
take a look. Take a look at my pockets. Just verify the cereals, you know.
Well, thanks for having this chat, guys. You take care now.
I'm gonna
right?
go and eat some.
Appreciate you, Angel.
Appreciate you too. Bye.
That was productive. I'll get
I agree.
the scene lead shit, like bullet it out. I'm gonna try to keep it simple, just so if there's any disagreements or whatever, it's just a small bullet point change in that.
Got it.
Yeah, that would be good.
Do we just wrap in the whole like making sure things are concluded before moving on in that? Because it's almost like a 2-for-1.
Yes. I wanna put all the. I'm gonna go very pedantic with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Just be really pedantic.
Guys, I'm really bothered
Short
that this
and
is
sweet.
floor 2 when there's a floor beneath us, and then there's floor 1.
Well, actually, in England,
Yeah,
the
we don't
first
care.
floor-
We don't care.
Oh, we
Nope.
don't care?
No.
We don't care?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Nope. I don't know what you're
Alright.
about to say.
Yeah, you
Don't say it's ground
continue-
floor.
You continue eating your meatloaf from Baja Blast, okay?
Am I supposed to insult you on like beans on toast or something?
No, you've been sipping tea. Look, you made a whole ass fucking tea station.
Yeah. And
I did put my finger in your husband's mouth.
There was one other thing I wanted to bring up, just real quick. Fuck. Damn it. I had it on the tip of my tongue and now I'm forgetting.
Well, my mother always said it's not important.
you prefer
it
Yorkshire
really
Red or
was.
gold, by the way?
Oh, well. If
What
I
was
remember,
that?
I'll give you a call.
What was that, bro?
Yorkshire Red or gold?
Neither. What the fuck is that?
Neither?
PG tips.
Okay, you are a fucking
to the
disgrace.
I remember now.
Oh,
I remember now.
I'm pressing the stop button.
Okay, I've just stopped the elevator. Yeah.
The conversation we had about the SOPs for the non-bank truck stuff, meetings tomorrow.
What time?
Well, it's just going to be Vale and Snow. Just give them a little bit of a heads up to cook up like a first draft.
So what time?
But they're aware of that, right?
Roughly.
I have a doctor's
Correct.
appointment tomorrow, so I don't know if I'll be
actually,
around.
I can be available like whenever.
Storm.
Tomorrow.
I think it's
yeah.
going to be an hour or two before storm.
Oh, I can be there.
Yeah, I can be there too.
Easy.
Holy shit. This is beautiful, guys. I am quitting at the end of this week, though.
What?
Give it 4 weeks.
Down he goes. This is awkward.
That was strangely productive.
I know. Did he just go to the wrong floor?
Yeah, I think so.
Have a good one. Why is that flashing? Oh, it's the reflection of fucking lights and... Okay, I just wanted to make sure that wasn't a bomb. UC. Wait for this to go away. Hmm. Let's see. I'm assuming Davenport's on duty for the race stuff that's gonna happen in like, I don't know if it's 15 minutes or an hour and 15. But I have to dip. Also, tomorrow we won't be around after restart, or if we are, it's going to be for a short period of time. I have my appointment tomorrow to challenge my penicillin allergy, so... See how that goes. We'll find out if we are still allergic to penicillin or not. Because the amount of times I've had antibiotics in like the same family, and the pharmacy's like, how long ago was your last reaction? And I'm like, I was a fucking kid. I got hives. Like, what do you want me to say? This was way too long ago for me to fucking remember. Anywho, what do I send y'all off to? Yeah. I'll be home tomorrow on Wednesdays, so you won't miss the Viv Talk. Oh. But the thing is, I'm going to be around tomorrow just before the restart. However, don't forget, there's always the VOD. Chat, don't forget to follow if you haven't already. Enjoyed the stream. Make sure you don't miss anything. Who do I send you guys off to? That's the question. Crystal's Crystal live? Crystal. Oh my god. Typing in quite literally the wrong thing. Crystal. Somehow I fat fingered caps lock. Alright. Kat, thank y'all so much for all of the support. I appreciate it. Thank y'all for the follows, host rates, bits, donation says, gift says, resubs. I say this each and every time. I genuinely cannot have asked a better community to be built around channels. Thank y'all for being absolutely amazing. If y'all haven't already, follow me on Twitter, twitter.com/Curvyelephant or x.com/Curvyelephant. Join the Discord, discord.gg/Curvyelephant, where you can enjoy the meta channel, which I never look at, so feel free to talk freely there. Just don't insult role players. That's kind of the TLDR, fairly simple. And I think that's it. They say follow me on Twitch. If not, follow me on Twitch.